Okay, good morning, everyone. Please, can we take down our temporary slide?
Good morning, everyone.
And while we are assigning interpretation, we'll just need one moment.
Hi, Marcy. Very quickly, I forward my invitation to Angela, and sometimes that works, but I'm not sure if she's under her own email address. And if so, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if it's under my own, then she would need her own. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And just one moment, everyone, we're having trouble starting up the interpretation channel. All right, thank you for your patience. It looks like we were able to get the Spanish channel up. And now I will turn it over to Chair Hopkins and the chambers.
Marcy, sorry, very quickly. I was assigned. Angela hasn't, just as an FYI.
Thank you. Yeah, we're working on that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcy. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, or English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I will now ask that a member of our translation team please share this message in Spanish. And Marcy, we are not hearing the message in the chambers.
Daniel, are you able to help us with that message before you switch to the Spanish channel? I think we'll have to unassign you just really temporarily, very quickly. Jamie, if you're able to do that.
Will do. Stand by. He's been on a
Daniel, are you able to assist us with a quick translation of the note that Supervisor Hopkins shared? Okay. Okay. Now we're not hearing you. We had heard you before. Perhaps, Angela, are you able to assist us with this?
I can just do that.
I think Supervisor Gore will be able to provide us with that brief announcement in Spanish.
Thank you so much.
Bueno, muy buenos días. Gracias a la Junta de Supervisores. Si ustedes hablan español, nosotros tenemos recursos disponibles para traducir. Como en Zoom, hay que hacer clic en el globo en la pantalla y escoger la traducción a español. Bueno, entonces, si hay cualquier problema, por favor, conéctale por Zoom en el chat y nosotros podemos arreglarlo.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Gore. Marcy, can you please confirm that translation services are now available, just to make sure that all of our technical challenges this morning are worked out?
Confirming now, just one moment.
Thank you.
Angela or Daniel, are you able to? Okay, thank you so much. We're good to go.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Marcy. I really appreciate that. And thanks to everyone for their patience as we work out this new hybrid world of Zoom and in-person meetings. And thank you, as always, Marcy and Darren and the entire Clerk of the Board team for supporting us technologically through this process. I'm going to start out with a really lighthearted joke, given the challenges that we have been facing, which is a pop quiz for all of you this morning. So is today A, the first day that all 5 of us have been in an in-person public board meeting since the pandemic began? B, the first time I have worn heels since the pandemic began? C, the second time I have worn mascara since the pandemic began? D, the first day of reopening for the state of California? Or E, the first time I have worn dress pants, aka pants that have buttons and are not stretchy since the pandemic began. And I'm really noticing how not stretchy those pants are right about now. So any hazard a guess over here on my colleagues? It would be all of the above on that one. So, all joking aside, I just want to say how excited I am to be with you all for budget hearings today. And it is good to be back in those uncomfortable shoes and pants and in this somewhat uncomfortable room that we've got over here. And I'm really looking forward to getting some work done today. So with that, we don't actually need to have a roll call because it is obvious. We are all here in this meeting together, which is fantastic. And with that, I would ask for a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda. Marcy, if you wouldn't mind leading us in that, please.
Supervisor Gorin,
I have to figure out which my microphone is. Aye.
Supervisor Babbitt, Darren, you'll need to go to the More tab and unmute the 2 additional seats.
Aye again.
Thank you. Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Aye.
Chair Hopkins.
Aye. And with that, I will be handing it over to CAO Cheryl Bratton to begin our presentation this morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here to recommend a budget where we were able to provide sufficient resources to departments to cover their baseline operations. This is the first time in over 5 years where we have not been asking departments to submit reductions. It's a very refreshing place to be for the organization. As the board is aware, we told departments that they could not submit changes for program improvements that would require general fund or other discretionary funds. Although we appear to be in a relatively good spot financially, I do want to urge the board that we should avoid venturing into new commitments requiring ongoing funding during budget hearings. As the board heard from departments during the April budget workshops, there are a number of significant issues just over the horizon that we need to plan for financially, which are not addressed in today's recommended budget. Some of the more significant items on the horizon include staffing for the behavioral health unit, a $7 million annual expense, PG&E positions. One of our recommendations you'll hear about today is to address 10 of those positions, but there's still 12 positions that are only funded for that initial position, the climate positions, and the mobile support team expansion. We also have ongoing needs with respect to homeless services. We have a funding gap that we're plugging for animal services. We've heard from Isle Laro about expanded scope under Measure P. And we have the new administration center annual cost that we'll need to plan for. And not too far out, we'll be in negotiations again with our labor contracts. As we sit here today, we do not foresee general fund revenues growing fast enough to absorb these future needs. And cover additional new or expanded programs. While ongoing funding remains relatively flat, we will have a large influx of one-time funds from the American Rescue Plan. As you'll hear later today, we're recommending that the board program the American Rescue Plan dollars later this fall after gathering additional information. So with that, I want to thank my staff, the departments, for all the work that goes into presenting the budget materials to the board. I'd also like to thank the board for your support and leadership. And I'll turn it over to the chair.
Thank you very much. And I am not going to make lengthy comments at this point, and I want my colleagues to know that I will actually be asking all of you to identify some of your big picture perspectives on budget before we begin deliberation. So that could be sort of philosophically how you like to approach budget, sort of what some of your top funding priorities are, and then of course to explain any specific budget requests that you submitted for us all to consider. But since this is our first time tackling this budget as a team, a new team, I wanted to make sure that we all have an opportunity to share how we go about this. And so before handing it over to our fantastic CAO staff, I just want to say thank you to the entire CAO budget team. It has been a hell of a year, emphasis on hell, and I think you never really stopped budget because Supervisor Gorin, as the chairwoman of the board last year, had a never-ending budget, which was extremely unusual. I think you made potentially unprecedented in the history of the board. And so you basically wrapped that up and then immediately jumped into this year budget. So thank you so much for all of your hard work throughout the course of the pandemic and for adjusting to constantly changing projections. I really, really appreciate it and say just thank you from all of us. So with that, Peter, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, members of the board, and good morning, County Council Bob Pittman and CAO Bratton. When I put this presentation together, I thought I was going to be able to tell you how thrilled I was to be in the room there with you. But alas, that was not to be. So we will just say, as is said at the Seder, next year in Jerusalem. But in the meantime, before I do begin, I want to extend a thanks to all of the other people who helped put this budget together. First and foremost, the department budget staff and department heads who craft their portions of the budget. The CAO does not create a budget out of whole cloth. We meld it together quilt-like out of the pieces that we get from all of the different departments and all of their hard work. And so I really need to send out my appreciation to all of them, without whom this budget wouldn't exist, and for whom this budget does exist, as they're the ones who are out there providing the direct services. Still, to belabor my metaphor, quilt making is an art in its own right. And so I also need to thank the quilt makers here at the CAO, my own staff, Michelle Ariano, Natalie Brunamonte, Nick Klein, Joanna Lutman, Travis Shank, Catherine DePasqua, who's currently on leave, and two of our old colleagues, familiar names, Mary Boer and Kay Lotrip, who stepped in to help us in Catherine's absence. Without these people, the budget could not come together. I also want to quickly thank our colleagues at the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office and in Human Resources, who play a special role in making sure that we get all the numbers right. And particularly want to thank Melissa Estrella Lee and Spencer Keywood for their assistance. And finally, I want to thank County Administrator Bratton and Assistant County Administrator Rivera for helping guide us through this process. And with all of that out of the way, I will now kick things off with a discussion of schedules. So today is our main day of budget presentations. We will be giving you an overview of the budget now. Following up on that, we will talk about some more policy related items. And then we will have public comment on the budget after that. I expect that we will be breaking for lunch, but we will come back in the afternoon to go over available sources, CAO recommendations, and the budget deliberation tool, and to discuss those, which sources the board does want to put forward. At that point, we do expect we will be able to begin deliberations today, and we will have public comment on matters not at the agenda today as well. Looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow is really just a deliberations day. That's the day for completing your deliberations. Any remaining questions that you have will work to assist and make sure that we can do that. And we plan to close tomorrow with a straw vote on the budget and directions to staff. On Thursday, we do not plan to have budget hearings, but staff will be working on getting all the resolutions updated and making sure that we have everything in a row to come back on Friday morning, in which time we will recap the decisions from the prior days, and the board will vote to adopt the budget.
Peter, if I might interrupt you for one moment, which is that I'm really grateful. Our clerk, Darren, mentioned that, we didn't say the Pledge of Allegiance. And so since we actually have the opportunity to do so, I would like to take a brief moment when we have real flags in the room to go ahead and say the Pledge of Allegiance before commencing the budget presentation, if you wouldn't mind. And Darren, I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind leading us. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much for that. Peter, you can go ahead and continue on with the presentation.
Can I
So
confirm?
now I'm going to.
Oh, sorry. Can I just confirm that everybody can see my screen
Yes.
in Chambers? Okay, great.
So now I'm going to continue with a quick overview reminder of some of the materials that are available for budget hearing. There is what we call the budget binder, which includes the supplemental materials that we put together for budget hearing in addition to the recommended budget. And this is available online. So we'll talk more about that in a moment, but it does include all of this material, which I will not bore you by reading through. So now I want to move to an overview of the recommended budget. First off, here are where you can access these tools. So we do have the budget reports page on the county administrator's website. This page does have the fiscal year 21-22 recommended budget. It also includes all of the budget binder materials in a full and unabridged form. And if you are really bored and want to go back, you can find historical budgets and budget materials there as well. In addition, we have a wonderful tool, SoCo Budget, which is available to provide an interactive view of the county's budget. You can drill down, look at different areas, sort it in different ways. It's really a wonderful tool, and that is currently uploaded with the recommended budget for fiscal year 21-22. And you can, once we complete adoption, it will get updated with the adopted budget. So now let's talk a little bit about the recommended budget. Our recommended budget includes the largest share of this, about 2/5, comes from what we call intergovernmental revenue. That's primarily state and federal funding that passes through and goes to a number of programs, particularly health and human services programs, housing and rental assistance, and roads. It also includes Prop 172 public safety funding that comes through the state. Our second largest share, at about 1/5, is from taxes. primarily property tax, as well as various other taxes. Charges for services make up a bit less than 1/5 as our next largest, and that I should note includes both internal charges for service, so charges that one department that provides services to other departments might charge them in order to recoup the costs and make sure that the full costs are reflected of doing business across the organization, as well as public-facing charges for services such as you might have from Permit Sonoma or regional parks. We do have a variety of other revenue sources that make up a smaller portion. This includes interest. It includes things like rental on property, other licenses and permits, fines and fees, etc., as well as transfers. And finally, there is an amount of money that comes from use of fund balance or net assets. This is primarily fund balance that gets accumulated in 1 year to be used in the future for things like capital projects. Or, for example, this also has a significant chunk of the PG&E settlement funding because that was all received last year. A portion is programmed for use in fiscal year 21-22. And so that shows up as a use of fund balance. And now let's look a little bit at how we use that money. And that funding, the largest share on the operation sides goes to Health and Human Services with more than 1/5, or about $440 million. We also have Natural Resources and Agriculture, which includes the Water Agency and Open Space District, as well as Regional Parks, the Ag Commissioner and UCCE. That comes in at about a little over 16%. Also about 16% is development services, which includes our Transportation and Public Works and Community Development Commission, as well as Permit Sonoma, the permitting work. It's sort of our external facing development work. Justice services is about 15%. The administrative and fiscal services, I do need to quickly comment on that. Looks like it is equal to the Health and Human Services at 22.4%. But it is important to note that that's not sort of the cost of the county administrator and all of the other services. That's actually about half of that cost is on county-wide expenditures, such as payments on pension and other benefits or county insurance that are for the benefit of the whole county, but are recorded within the administrative and fiscal services area. Capital projects make up about 5.6%. And just as we have some funds where we are using balance, there are others that are accruing some balance for future use. So that's that final little sliver there. But much of that money, as I referenced earlier with those sources, is tied to very specific uses and is not really available for discretionary use. So I want to focus in for just a second on the more discretionary portion of the board's funding, about $350 million out of that almost $2 billion. This money comes almost completely from property tax, or largely from property tax, 82%, with smaller percentages from other taxes and just a little sliver there of about 8% coming from non-tax sources. Those sources include reimbursements from other departments for services coming into delivered by general fund departments. It also includes small amounts from various franchise fees or other items that are still considered general purpose revenue. And looking at how we use that $350 million, while we call this discretionary, it's important to note that much of this is actually tied to specific areas that are not funded through other things, and in many cases where we have a maintenance of effort agreement. So about 50% of this DA, public defender, and probation. And these are services that traditionally are paid for by counties out of their general fund revenue rather than coming through state pass-throughs. About 18% goes towards administration and fiscal costs, which are often not recouped from other sources. Health and Human Services gets about 10% of this general fund. The board does make a significant commitment to roads, about 4% of general fund, which primarily roads throughout this state are funded out of state resources, gas tax in particular, that are not coming out of the general fund. So this is actually the largest share of general fund going towards roads in the state, or has been until very recently at least. Development services aside from roads get about 2%, also natural resources and agriculture about 2%. And finally, there's a catch-all category at the bottom, which I have capital projects, contingencies, and other programs. So this includes about $13 million that's dedicated to capital projects out of the general fund. It also includes the board's contingencies, as well as a variety of funding on services that benefit the whole county that are not easily grouped into a single one of those areas, such as employee benefits costs. Position allocations. So just very quickly going to look at this. Not surprisingly, it tracks fairly closely to how that first big pie chart, or I guess the second big pie chart of where total county spending goes. Although some areas that are more capital intensive, such as development services and natural resources and agriculture, have a lower share of positions compared to their budgets. And what you can see, this is looking just at the recommended budget. And in the recommended budget, there is a decrease of 41 positions from the current revised budget. A little more than half of that, 21.5, is due to term limited positions that are expiring. And about 19.5 of that is other reductions put in place by departments. And some of these positions you will hear are coming back in our supplemental adjustments. Some of those term limited positions are being extended. In addition, we have add backs requested for 11 of the positions that are being reduced. And we do have some other changes coming out of self-funded program change requests that also replace some of the, particularly some of those term limited positions, many of which were related to COVID. And with that, I would like to turn it over to my principal analyst, Natalie Brunamonte, to go over the supplemental adjustments.
Good morning, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. Before I dig into the details, I'll just review that supplemental adjustments are changes that were made with prior board direction after the recommended budget was submitted, but too late to be included in the recommended budget book. Details on supplemental adjustments can be found as Exhibit C in the Budget Resolution tab 10 of your binder. As a quick overview, supplemental adjustments include $6.9 million in revenue and expenditure adjustments in the general fund. And in other funds, there's a total of $142 million in revenue and $101 million in expenditure adjustments. Before I go into the details further, I'd like to note that in the other fund area, some of these changes are related to other ongoing COVID response costs that will be financed with the American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA. While I'll touch on this briefly here, Peter will be going into greater detail about ARPA during the next presentation this morning. Looking at the general fund, the largest share of changes is $4 million in additional reinvestment and revitalization funds. These funds will actually be available for programming and budget deliberations. There's more information related to this in the available sources memo in tab 2, and Peter will also be discussing this in this afternoon's presentation scheduled for 1 o'clock. The next largest adjustment has to do with funding the new climate action resiliency staff funded with PG&E settlement funds as approved by your board on May 11th. And subsequent to that, we have 2 adjustments associated with ongoing response costs funded by ARPA. The first is for enhanced janitorial services, and the second is to extend 2 communications members for COVID response. Finally, within the general fund program, we see an increase in the Public Defender's Office for a grant program that Kathleen spoke to during the spring workshops. Outside of the general fund, the largest contributor for adjustments has to do with COVID response, supplemental and COVID-related revenues. This comes from FEMA, grants, and ARPA, and $59 million in associated expenses. I'd like to note that these figures are total expenses, which mean they do include some internal transfers. In addition, supplemental adjustments include $18 million in emergency rental assistance, both in revenues and expenditures associated with a program that the board approved on April 6th. So while there's a lot going on with COVID, I wanted to speak for a moment just about ARPA. We received a total of $96 million as the county's allocation. Half of that was received in this fiscal year, and half of that is reflected in the $88 million coming in for next fiscal year. The total expenditures we're anticipating to need from that for ongoing response is about $20 million, which will leave $76 million to be programmed. And again, Peter will be speaking to that during the next presentation. This slide depicts COVID response costs within the Department of Health Services specifically. Tab 8, starting on page 3, helps tie together this and provides a narrative of what you see in this slide. As you'll see in this slide, we show about $16.5 million in expenditures. This is associated with ARPA. There's another $3.5 million that brings us to the full $20 million in ARPA expenses that'll occur with outside of the health department. Before I talk about what's going on with capital projects and supplemental adjustments, I'd note that the other large expenditure change in supplementals is associated with Measure O. We're recognizing $25 million in Measure O revenues, and $10 million will be budgeted as expenditures, with the remainder to be programmed later. For more information regarding Measure O, you can see tab 7 in your binder. This brings us to the supplemental adjustments. Supplemental adjustments include programming $3.9 million in general fund contributions to various projects, which are listed here. And I'll just let you take a look at the slide for a moment. Of the $3.9 million, a significant portion is for various veterans building projects. The veterans building projects that have been identified for this year are depicted on the slide in front of you. In addition to these items, supplemental adjustments includes a $2.1 million contribution for deferred maintenance for the new county center project. The last element to speak to regarding supplemental adjustments has to do with position changes. Tab 2.4 in your binder provides a summary of all of the changes that have occurred from what was in the recommended budget to present. That included adding 18.95 positions approved by the board, as well as other position changes that were made under HR's authority. And these changes will be reflected as supplemental adjustments in the adopted budget book. In addition, supplemental adjustments include upgrading the Legislative Affairs Administrative Analyst 3 to a Principal Analyst to align the duties and level of responsibility with that job class. As I mentioned before, it includes extending 2 communication specialists and a janitorial services position associated with COVID-related work, and LAFCO is adding a 0.5 admin aide. Finally, on this slide, you'll see that there is our annual administrative process to look at any positions that have been vacant for 12 months or longer and sweep them. I'd like to note that this slide is different from the one that was available in your printed materials. Rather than showing 4 FTEs, we actually have 3 FTEs that will be affected. And the job classes that are going to be affected are showing here in your slide. And I believe Marcy provided those to you in hard copy earlier this morning. With that, we conclude the overview of supplemental adjustment changes.
And maybe just now would be a good opportunity to take a quick pause and see if there are any questions from members of the board. And just so everyone is aware, this first presentation will be largely informational and we'll really be focusing on questions. We will actually be seeking some direction in the next presentation. And then it's really after lunch and after that presentation that the afternoon presentation that we will really commence the deliberation, and I'll be asking everyone to share their thoughts. So that's just kind of so that you have an expectation of how we're going to engage. So are there any questions from the presentation we just heard? I see Supervisor Rabbit, then Supervisor Gore.
No, thank you very much. On slide 21, where did those specific projects come from?
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. I believe we have General Services ready and waiting to answer that kind of question. So let's see if Marcy can see Caroline Judy in the audience. And I can see her name in the box. There she is. Good morning, Caroline.
Good morning. Hopefully you can see me and hear me as well. Good morning, supervisors. So the question regarding the list of capital projects, these are projects that we have identified as to address major deferred maintenance items or major structural changes, with the seismic retrofit projects. And then the $800,000 that's listed for future projects, we have a process where we work with the veterans organizations to review the list of improvements that they would like to see in the veterans buildings. And there are a number of improvements that span things from Wi-Fi that not only improves the use of the veterans buildings by the veterans organizations themselves, but also improves our use of those facilities in disasters. And that's, a critical improvement. Additionally, things like paint, refreshes in the buildings, there are those types of improvements as well. Finally, we have a several $1 million seismic upgrade that we need to do at the Petaluma Veterans Building. And we have completed the design for that work, but we don't have sufficient funds to be able to complete the actual construction. We have applied for HMPG grants and have looked at various other grant sources to help pay for that project. So a portion of this $800,000 we would like to kind of set aside, and in the expectation that if we are able to get some of those grant funds, we would be able to either use as match or fund the gap, basically, that these other grant sources don't cover. So that's the project list, and I can take any questions.
I appreciate that very much. I take it that there's some detailed background information on these items somewhere in this binder that I can find.
It's in the capital improvement plan. So the capital improvement plan describes all of the projects that we have across our property portfolio.
And then remind me, did we not set aside some one-time money from PG&E or elsewhere that would address upgrades to veterans buildings in terms of making them more adaptable for sheltering? I know that every time we have a disaster, we have certain needs at all of our facilities. And I thought that we were going to address them kind of once and for all.
And to my knowledge, we did not set aside any PG&E funds for the veterans buildings. And
okay, there you go. Thank you.
But just a comment. We did have a ribbon cutting last week of a generator at the Sonoma Valley Veterans Building. Because we've used that building as evacuation place and resource center during cooling events and things like that. So I'm so grateful to the veterans and Caroline Judy's staff for moving forward on that. And we probably need to consider that for other veterans, especially in Petaluma, because we frequently use the Petaluma building for evacuation centers.
Through the chair, if I might, Ms. Judy, I believe many of our veterans buildings have been retrofitted for generators, and Supervisor Rabbit, it may have been a couple of budgets ago where we did pull some money off for generators. But Ms. Judy, if you could talk about the status of generators at the veterans buildings.
Sure. So we have generator project, as Supervisor Gorin mentioned, in Sonoma is complete and operational. The generator project at Petaluma Veterans Building is awaiting the BACMed permit, as well as the generator, frankly, at the Santa Rosa building is also awaiting the BACMed permit. Otherwise, those two projects are complete. The generators are operational. So if we did have a disaster and needed to, when lost power and needed to use those generators to power the buildings and support the uses for disaster purposes, we could start up those generators and run them. We just do really need to get that BACMed permit in hand for each of those generators. The Cloverdale project generator up there is progressing a little bit slower behind the other two, and Guerneville already has a generator, just to remind the board of that.
Thank you.
That's my
Supervisor
quick
Gore, do you
status.
have questions or any other follow-up questions based on that information? Supervisor Warren or Rabbit? Okay, Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, thank you. While we have Carolyn on, I guess just the question is I believe it was about a month ago that we reviewed capital plan and a veterans item, and I just want to crosswalk this with that, what we approved back then and what we see here today. Are there any changes? Talk me through what we approved before. I guess, so the first question I think that's underlying this is this new in addition to what did we pass before when Caroline came forward and we reviewed that? Because I'm trying to remember, I remember certain aspects of that item, but I'm just wondering what of this is different from that, if this is all new supplemental.
Through the chair, and I don't know if Caroline can hear you, but let me answer while we figure that out. The capital plan itself that the board approves is not the funding allocation.
Correct.
So there's a number of items in the capital plan, and only a few are funded every year. So what you see today is the proposed funding priority. So if Ms. Judy can answer your question specifically on Cloverdale.
Not specific on Cloverdale, more with like the 2.1 million from deferred maintenance for county center. I know there's another proposal coming later from you on potential one-time funds, or that's already embedded into. But I'm just wondering, is this the first time we're seeing this request? Was that any of this embedded into that item?
So, Supervisor, through the chair, so all of these projects that are defined and in front of you today were included in the 5-year capital improvement plan. In addition, the new county center project, the contribution from deferred maintenance, has been described previously as recently as January in the board item that we brought forward for your board to consider for the new county government center. In that January 5th document, we described the fiscal year funding from deferred maintenance that would be needed to continue the new county government center project as we go forward. And your board approved the contracts for outside counsel and for our technical advisor. They approved the contracts in their entirety, but the funding for the fiscal year 21-22 was deferred for this board item for the budget hearings today. So this action on the 2.1 million fully funds those two contracts, as well as covers staff expenses associated with the new county government center projects. Very intensive project.
Well, I think that's a part of what I want to go back to, and Cheryl, if I can, with you for just clarity, is when we're looking at the supplemental adjustments, which we have a couple slides here, but also in the back of our binder, I think it's on tab 10. We have 4 pages of those, a little bit more detail on the supplemental adjustments, and these are all things that we've from my understanding, what I'm looking at is I'm reminding myself that these are all things that we've either reviewed as a board in between March and now. Are they all things that we have approved, or they are some of them things that we've discussed that you put a price tag behind? I just want a little bit of clarity, because when I go through that sheet as well, I have some gross expenditure change, revenue and reimbursement change, net cost change, and I have some colors that switch between. It doesn't seem like the numbers, the green and the orange really connects with what our budget tool is. So I just, for clarity, before we start going, I just want to make sure I'm tracking. Is that clear? That kind of the question I
Yeah,
have there?
I'm gonna either ask Natalie or Peter to make sure. Generally, all of these have been approved by the board,
Mhm.
but I don't want to misspeak if there's anything in there. So Natalie or Peter.
So in general, thank you. There are two sorts of adjustments that are usually in the supplementals. Primarily these are things that have board direction, but that came in too late for
Mhm.
the recommended budget, that are in alignment with policy, but are adjustments that come in based on new information coming later. So for example, if we find out we have a grant for a program that has previously been approved, that might get added within this, or adding some revenue might get added within here to adjust those revenues. In the case, for example, of the reinvestment and revitalization fund revenues, where we discovered that we would have a higher level of revenue than we had programmed in the recommended budget. So those are the two types. So they're not all things that directly have been to the board, but they are things that are generally that are in alignment with either prior board direction or policy guidance, existing policies, or are simply technical adjustments of things like revenues.
And I think I appreciate that. That's perfect, because I was looking through over the last 2 or 3 days this sheet, and obviously it's a mixture. It looks like it's a mixture of those two things. I see the direction on the climate action resiliency. I see the action, like the communications tower, 1.28 million. That is TPW's item out of the PG&E funds, is it not, for communication? I'm just trying to crosswalk some of these things and jog my memory, right? Like, so I mean, I'm not liking to go through each one individually, but I mean, obviously I don't need to talk about the fact that you moved your gross expenditure change for information services department was $74 in one area. That was aligning just what you needed to do. But some other things in here, I see basically movement of dollars that fit either policy or formal board direction. Is that appropriate to say, I think, Peter?
Yes, I think that's appropriate to say. And on most items, we have called out a specific board item, or on many of those items where that occurred. On some of the items that are either those more technical adjustments or are adjustments meeting prior direction, but might not have a direct board item, those may not have a specific item called out, but most of them, I believe, do.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any, I mean, just because I'm always trying to figure out my color coding now that I'm locked into the 4-tier system, even though we got rid of it today. Is there any relevance to the green and the orange items on the supplemental? Is there any direction there? Because it seems like they're just kind of, it doesn't look to me like they change a lot in terms of the dollar amounts.
So the green and the orange on this sheet are actually just tied to which fund it's coming from.
Okay.
So green items represent changes to the general fund, and the orange items represent changes to any other fund.
Okay.
And so it's really just to highlight which of these adjustments are impacting the general fund versus those that are impacting other funds, which will usually be less discretionary and more likely to be like a new revenues or something that are clearly programmed to a specific purpose.
And I just for the other board members, what I'm looking at is in tab 10, there is an exhibit C. There's exhibits A, B, C, and D. And so on C, in between the position allocation and kind of this appropriations, government agencies, there's just a further detailed list of these supplemental adjustments. So I want to just clarify with the county administrator that some of the ones on the presentation are a pullout of those, reminding us which policies we did. But for a fuller list of our supplementals, these are them, right? This is what we're looking for the full supplemental breakdown.
That's correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. And so I don't have any specific questions about those now, but I might at a later time. But I'm trying to kind of make sure I get my head straight. The second thing is that, and this is more about how I think maybe to Chair Hopkins, especially as much as is how we go through this presentation when it's the appropriate time to bring up questions, because I think we have things here and I have a few more, but then I get into like our next presentation really takes us through some of the tribal funding, some of boards and commissions, other things like that. But I do have, I would like to be able to have a set aside time to review fund balances and ask questions about them. I know we have that in tab, I believe, 3. Is that it? Right? So I just want to, I mean, there's different areas in the fund balances, and this isn't, criticism. This is just, I think there's a lot of stuff embedded into there. I mean, for instance, there's one area where we were there's a available fund balance that could be released to the board's discretion, which are reserved under the county health plan funds. The fund is approximately 27 million balance, with roughly 13.5 estimated to have derived from general fund finance contributions. The county administrator is not recommending release of these funds at this time. That I also see some things for district formation and Mark West Springs projects that are kind of under a tobacco deallocation. So I just want to have a time to kind of Q&A those. So I'm just wondering when that would be appropriate in this presentation.
And if I may suggest, this afternoon, we're going to go over sources.
Okay.
So questions around fund balance would be perfect after the sources discussion.
Okay.
And then generally questions to departments, I would say this afternoon.
Okay.
But as we go through the slides, any questions on the
Great.
slides or what we're talking about as we go through them.
Great. I think at the same time, I'll probably have some questions, or just FYI to you might want to have on the line some questions just about the FEMA audit reserve. I know we have a table in here that goes through where we're at. It's fascinating. It goes through all of our different FEMA ones, but I also, and then the 20%, I just kind of want to understand how that works, number one, and then also review what our policy is for if those audit reserves are not utilized. How long is the timeline to when we wait for the claim to get settled by FEMA? Do they get automatically reimbursed back to the general fund reserve? How does that work? So I just FYI, at that same time, I think fund balances, FEMA audit reserve. And then one thing that I think is since we have a lot of different proposals for setting aside money for the county complex, like 2.1 here from this, but then we also have one-time money. This is to the county administrator. I love at some point during budget kind of a review of how much you're really trying to have us set aside as an aggregate, what we have, where we're at, what are the requests during this budget, so that we kind of have a goalpost we're going towards on that. So just what you're thinking is. So with that said, I think those are my initial questions about just kind of like figuring out where we put this stuff, but that's good to know that. So later this afternoon, a lot of this presentation stuff outside of, we can really drill into some items to figure out where they are. Thank you.
Yeah, and then I would say that as we start deliberations, if there are some funds that, you want moved onto the table, we'll kind of start the deliberations with, what are the things that we want to consider in terms of allocating funding. So that would, I think, follow well after you ask the questions about source funds.
And I think the other high level one when we get into it too is we have a general fund reserve. We have one-time money that we decide what the pot is at the end of today or whenever that is, how big the pie is on one time and ongoing. But I've heard other supervisors mention things like, do we want to put all that into contingencies? I've heard the conversation come up about unrestricted reserves, right? So do we want to move some of that into a later conversation? So I think sequencing over the course of this year, how we want to allocate money. Like I think some of these one-time monies that we allocate, and this is, I don't know how the county administrator thinks about this, but we figure out different places and what's our decision-making process over the next 6 to 12 months for some of those. So we don't do spaghetti on the wall, but we also identify really what's the pot. Like I don't want to just move everything that's one time that we don't spend into contingencies per se, but I think that's a question. And I guess so just to frame it, for the county administrator is for our different kinds of reserves or fund reserves, right? We have our general, I want to remind myself, we have, during budget, we need 3 votes for anything, right? In the normal year, if we want to, and once we get out of budget, I could say it to the best of my knowledge, but I mean, for all of us, remind us that during the course of these hearings, 3 votes to identify things for the upcoming budgets. Afterwards, if it's not included in this budget, and if we want to spend money outside of that, 4 votes, and then for the general fund reserve, if we want to allocate that, how many votes and how that works?
Through the chair, you are accurate in terms of the voting requirements during budget hearings. It's a majority vote. Outside of budget hearings, when we're moving funds around, it's a 4/5 vote. And I'm looking at county council to confirm if it's a unanimous vote to take out of reserves or if it's 4/5.
I believe excuse me, I believe it's just a 4/5, but I will confirm that while
Okay.
we're waiting.
I think that's a good, I'd like to know that. Be some stuff for clarity later in the afternoon, but just kind of giving you an idea so I don't ask you on the fly, is with respect to if we set aside kind of authorized pots but not fully appropriate them. I know that's getting a little wonky, but like if we don't vote during our time here to say, hey, out of this one-time area, I want to put $2 million to the county fund for housing. But if we say we're going to set into an unrestricted reserve, like some money aside that we want to bring back for housing, right? At that time, would it still, since we've given enough clarity to specify that it's for housing or whatever, but we don't have a project, when it comes back, does it require a 4 or a 3 vote? You kind of follow what I'm saying on just policy wise?
Yeah, and we can get back to this
Okay,
afternoon,
thank
how
you.
to construct that.
Yeah.
So that it would be a majority vote if that's the board's desire to do it that way. So we'll work with council.
I think these are just some of the framing things that I want to, I hope that's appropriate, those questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. I actually appreciate that. Again, we have like the 800,000 for future projects. It restricts those dollars to only the veterans buildings, and like to know the consequences of that decision at this point in time. Getting back to this slide, or really the one on the veterans buildings specifically. So those were approved in the capital plan, but of course the capital plan has hundreds of millions of dollars of projects, but staff picked these to go forward, and this is the information that we have in front of us. Is that correct?
That is correct. You would have to go to the capital projects plan to see how it was ranked and details about the project. But there's a administrative policy that is used to rank capital projects and run them through a prioritization.
So these were the top priorities within the. That's where we came up with the 1.8 million.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think this. I honestly think this board needs to make sure that we understand. I'm looking at. Hey, a solar parking canopy is a great thing, but if the building plumbing system is faulty, is that where you want to spend your money? And I'm trying to understand the prioritization of that, and the prioritization of which building gets which, and where they sit within the spectrum of going forward. Plus, I personally believe that we should be also putting money towards making sure that they're shelter ready come fire season, because we find out every time we have a disaster how ill-equipped we are for those buildings to handle what happens. So I honestly think that we need to give that a little more thought than to just include it within a supplemental as if it's been thoroughly vetted by the board.
Just a comment. I agree with your comments. I think the first priority is making sure that our veterans buildings are resource ready for evacuations and shelters. And I think seismic safety is certainly part of that. If you haven't already, I want to thank Caroline Judy and her staff for walking me and the veterans through the Sonoma Valley Veterans Building after the ribbon cutting and really look at some of those items that need some updating, particularly the audio-visual system for renting out. Most people bring in their own sound systems for that. Updating the patio because we want to have the ability to rent out those facilities and to help with the financing of those facilities, but it's also good for the veterans. So I would encourage you and all of the board to walk through the veterans buildings with the maintenance staff and the veterans to really look at what is necessary and for planning for the future for the veterans, both for updating the buildings as well as looking at and admiring all the work that General Services has done in the buildings to keep them up and operational. So we've had years of deferred maintenance, and let's chug away at that.
So I would like to refocus a little bit on questions on the presentation that we were just seeing and making sure that we're tracking on that. I really appreciate the conversation around the veterans buildings. And personally, I would love to see actually what the investments are that we have made over, say, the past 5 years in all of the different buildings. Because I do agree that a solar parking canopy is fantastic. You know, it'll look at meeting our climate goals. But I also know that we have major structural issues, for instance, out in Guerneville. And I keep asking, I've seen a lot of investment, but I would just love to look at what are the needs and how those are prioritized and how we are also looking at geographically equitable distribution. Any other questions on the presentation? And perhaps we can bring back the veterans buildings. We could either discuss that this afternoon if we're able to pull up that information in time, or if we really do feel that there is a need to dive into that at a future board meeting. Is there any thought on that? Supervisor Gore and Supervisor Rabbit, you seem to have a lot of questions about that. Would you like to see more information this afternoon, or?
I honestly think that that we could address it a little bit this afternoon, but within the context also, I mean, with this funding, but also do we want to put by the end of budget some one-time money into veteran building upgrades, and then have a board item come back with this and with other items. So I think generally, but as you talk about, if we want to identify specific projects, I'm supportive of that too. But I think since it's budget, we should think about not only this money that's going towards it, this 1.8 million, but I might later this afternoon be wondering if we should consider a bigger investment into veterans buildings with one-time money.
Quick question.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Through the chair. Sorry to interrupt. We did have 2 board information requests that do describe the historical investment in the veterans buildings. That's BIR 115 and BIR 57, which both describe projects that are needed and then projects that have been completed, with over $15 million of investment in the last 10 years.
Thank you very much. And maybe that's some of the information that we can pull up this afternoon. We're having that conversation so that we can review it in real time. Question, Director Judy, on this money, does this include our TOT contribution? Because I do know that we were allocating TOT for the veterans buildings.
No, it doesn't. This is general fund capital funding only, doesn't include the TOT. The TOT funds help pay for staffing and then operational expenses associated with the veterans program.
Okay. I had thought when we approved that we were actually focusing on trying to make improvements to the veterans buildings, but it sounds like maybe it was sort of backfilling a lack of staffing or capacity.
It does pay for some of our more, I'm trying to distinguish between minor improvements and major improvements. Major capital investment comes from general fund. Typically, the TOT funds are not significant enough to address some of these bigger issues like seismic work, et cetera. So the TOT dollars go for operating expenses.
Great. Any other questions, Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, just want for clarity, this $1.8 million is part of the $12.1 million ongoing funds programmed in the budget. Is that correct?
So
No, this is the, every year we have about 5 million of general fund that we devote towards capital projects. 1.6 million of that goes towards ADA improvements, and the balance, 3.9, I believe, goes towards capital projects that need general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we hand it back to the budget team? Supervisor Gorin?
Just a note, when we get to the point that we're talking about priorities, I'm going to be talking about potential capital projects for the county. We have some legacy issues that we need to address, but I'm not going to talk about them now. It'll be when time appropriate.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Back to you, Peter.
All right, thank you. So just very quickly, I do want to respond on two of the things that did come up earlier. The question of use of reserves actually did come up over the last year, and that is a 4/5 vote, although I believe that there are some other conditions that need to be met, such as being in a disaster or potentially making some findings, but the board can adjust those with a 4/5 vote. And then I think that was really the only one I was going to follow up on right now. There was something about set-asides and appropriations, which would get very technical in terms of different ways we could handle it, but we can talk about that as it arises. So now I would like to take just a moment to look forward at some of our longer term impacts. First off, just a quick reminder of the fiscal forecast. I went over the fiscal forecast in April, so I'm not going to go over this in depth, but there are just a couple of things I wanted to highlight. First is that we have moved the cost of the behavioral health unit out from fiscal year 22-23 to fiscal year 23-24 to align better with what the current plans for when staffing will actually begin in that, and adjusted those costs a little bit. That has the impact of lowering the 22-23 projected deficit. But the overall picture remains fairly similar. We are projecting a fairly significant surplus in the current year. For fiscal year 21-22, we are projecting a balanced budget, and we do see deficits absent policy changes creeping back in after that point. One of the keys to being strong going forward and our fiscal health going forward is our general fund reserve, as some questions were just raised on that. Currently, our fiscal year 2021 reserve sits at 52.8 million. The level of the reserves is reflected by those blue bars you see going up. And you can see that we did increase the reserve pretty significantly in fiscal year 2021. That's primarily due to using PG&E funds to replace funding that was drawn down after the 2017 wildfires. So the 2017 PG&E settlement funding was used to make those whole again. Absent any board direction, we don't have a policy that increases that from year to year. And so you see that 52.8 stays steady going outwards. The flip side, however, is that we base the way we think about reserve in terms of a percentage of operating revenues to look for our target of 2 months reserve. And that's reflected by that purple line up there, which you see grows over time as we project total revenues and expenditures to grow. So maintaining at 2 months would go. We do have a limit, a minimum of 1 month, which would be about 8.3%, and we are above that for the foreseeable future, but you do see us creeping down if we don't take any action. And so a spoiler alert for this afternoon, there is a recommendation to try to maintain the current 9.5% level of the reserve. But we will talk more about that this afternoon. Looking at some of our other long-term sort of liabilities to look towards the future. You saw this slide on our unfunded liabilities and pension just a few weeks ago, so I won't go into it in depth. But again, what you can see is we do have still about 625 million of unfunded liability across our pension. That's dropped fairly significantly over the last 5 years, but is still a significant amount. Of that, a little more than half, 320 million, is tied to the pension obligation bond balance, which is an unfunded liability because we don't have a fund set aside to pay for it in the future. But what we do is program that as revenue and expenditures each year. So it's not to say that it's not something that we have a plan for how we pay, but it is still an unfunded liability. And then you can see the gray bar above it is the share of the funds UAL that goes for the county, which has dropped overall, but does fluctuate from year to year, not just based on our contributions, but based on the rate of return that the pension fund receives. Moving to the next slide. Our other major underfunded liability is tied to retiree medical, or what we often call OPEB, or other post-employment benefits. And here you can see that the county has made steady progress on this over the last 5 years. Again, the sort of greenish blue bars represent the total unfunded liability, which has dropped from 450 million down to only a little over 200 million over the last 5 years. And that's through a mixture of actions that the board has taken, such as the SCARE settlement, which helped drop that. It's also changed in part based on some actuarial evaluation changes, as well as, and perhaps most importantly, because we have been diligent about putting funding away for this. We don't have a policy as we do with pension, where with the pension, by policy, we now put 0.5% of payroll above what is required by the pension fund away each. In this, it's really tied largely to the fact that we're collecting at a steady rate, and that has enabled us to put away more than is needed. So it's percent of the liability that's funded shows up as that blue line. It's still relatively low, certainly compared to our pension fund. This 25% is much lower. The pension fund is more like 90% funded. But this does mean that we've been making this steady progress, and that if we continue at the same rate that we are going, we will have this fully funded in the foreseeable future. And that brings us to the end of the first presentation. We've already had a significant number of questions coming out, but if there are any more, we are happy to take them.
All right, any questions? And just questions on those last 5 slides, however many there were. Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, just one for the county administrator is the position changes and the supplemental adjustments. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. The upgraded legislative affairs administrative analyst 3 to a principal analyst to align with duties and levels of responsibility. I believe this is in our legislative coordinator's office. Marissa Montenegro, is that in that area?
That is correct.
And we had also talked about if there was capacity needed in that area for city coordination, intergovernmental affairs, other things. Is that a part of this supplemental, or is that something to discuss later maybe?
That would be something to discuss later,
Okay.
but it's not in the recommended budget.
And then when I read the detailed stuff on the janitorial services, it looks like in the supplemental, it has a lot of good information about how that's the deal with all the additional COVID needs, right?
Correct.
Like all these
Yep.
sanitations, all this extra work, right? Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Supervisor Gorin.
Just a note, Peter, thank you so much for your graphs on unfunded pension liability and OPEB. And, I think our community still believes that we are not taking this seriously. And in fact, the success that you really outlined in the graphs should be a part of our communications regarding the budget work this year. So I hope that our communications team will take a stab. I know that I tried to write an article for the Press Democrat last year, and apparently it was boring. They didn't want to print that. So So I just think it's important to keep nibbling away at the mythology regarding the unfunded pension liability.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Any other questions? All right, so I will hand it back to you, Peter, to launch into the next presentation. And this one, we will be taking some pauses to provide some board direction, particularly around ARPA, and then also the appointments of ad hoc members to fulfill the strategic plan pillars.
Thank you. It'll be just 1 minute while I set up the slides. All right, thank you, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. We will now move on to our second portion of this conversation, which looks at some more policy-related items related to the budget. So just quickly, this is an overview. We have a lot of different topics to cover in this presentation. Some of them more mundane and some of them a little more involved. This includes review of the 21-22 fiscal policy updates, look at notes on recommended budget items, some Prop 4 appropriation, the Prop 4 appropriations limit adoption, American Rescue Plan overview, which is a point where we will look for some board direction. The strategic plan update, which is another point where we will be looking for some board direction. An update on the boards and commissions as related to potential stipends. An update on tribal funding status, and quick overview of the board inquiry request process. Thing that's more exciting than government finance, it is policies about government finance, but we will kick off with a quick overview on some of our financial policies. First off, just a reminder that there is a link at the top of this page. You can find our current adopted financial policies from fiscal year 2021 that were adopted last September at the link above, which is also found on the budget reports page on the county administrator's website. And in addition, within the binder materials, you can find a red line of the updated financial policies and all of the changes, and that is in tab 6. Just want to start with a couple of reminders that by statute, we are required to have a balanced budget. During the 17-18 budget adoption, in what seems now like ages ago, before fires or COVID or many other things, the board set an objective for a structurally balanced budget. And so this was in the past, we had a balanced budget, but it was balanced in part on assumptions of prior year savings. We achieved this in fiscal year 2018-19, actually ahead of schedule. And the current year's budget is not balanced based on an assumption of prior year savings, although we are making some of that potentially available as a one-time source, as we'll discuss later. There are some adjustments to the financial policies, mostly fairly minor and technical, but I did want to go over a few of them. First off, in the April workshops, we did lift the hiring freeze. And so we have updated the document to highlight that that is not in effect in fiscal year 21-22. We also made some changes to our policy on the distribution of Proposition 172. It was a little unclear on what would happen when fire services hit 8% of the total Prop 172 allocation, which has not happened yet, but may in the future. And we are just clarifying that the board may direct funding towards probation when this happens. On the deferred maintenance policy, we have a policy to set aside 40% of property tax growth above what is needed to balance the budget. So my light's going off again. I need to move more. But we do have that policy. It was initially put in place on a 5-year window, and we are extending that window because we do continue to have significant needs. And finally, there are various other miscellaneous cleanups. And as always, we do work with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector's office on items that are related to, for example, accounting policies or towards treasury management to make sure that those updates are correct. I do want to highlight a couple of items that are not really changes, but that are included in the recommended budget.
Peter?
And then we'll
Peter?
also talk quickly about our proposition
Peter?
before limit. Yes.
One moment. Supervisor Corsi has a question on that slide.
Thanks. On the last slide, Peter, can you explain to me what why 8% is a magic number for funding of fire services under Prop 172?
So when we put this policy together, we did a survey of other counties in California to understand what share went to fire. And what we found is that of counties that did give money to fire, which a majority actually do not put any of their Proposition 172 towards fire, but of the counties that did, the average was 8% that went to fire. This also aligns pretty well because obviously when you're taking a percentage, it's a zero-sum game. So this puts fire at approximately the level slightly below where the district attorney is in terms of their portion, but really it was tied to that level that we saw from other counties.
Okay, and what you're looking for is clarity from the board that is.
So we are not looking for clarity at this time. We're not at 8% yet. So we don't need that clarity right now. But when we were reading through all the policies, one of the things we saw is that there was both a reference that probation would get funding, but also a reference that there was a desired percentage and there was no desired percentage set. And so what we're just clarifying is that this will take a board action to do so. There's no automatic policy change that will happen. So when we can bring this policy back to the board to review and determine whether they want to adjust the percentages between the agencies that are receiving it, and whether they want to include probation as a new agency receiving it.
Okay, I'll save my other questions for that conversation.
So to move on quickly, I did want to just highlight two things that are in the recommended budget. First off, on Measure O implementation, more information on this is found in your binder in tab 7. And the Department of Health Services did go over this some in the April workshops, but I did want to highlight that a portion of the Measure O funding is included, about $13 million towards certain segments of that fund, and an additional $11.8 million is not included. Now in supplementals, we do actually recognize the full revenue toward Measure O because we do expect to get that revenue, but there's no programming of that remaining funding. That will come back to the board later this this calendar year, with the final recommendations from the ad hoc after they complete their process. Also just wanted to highlight a couple things on transient occupancy tax. Just note that there is, in 2019, the board adopted a policy, which is available on the county administrator's website as well, for distribution of transient occupancy tax, and that the recommended budget distributes funding according to this policy. So it lays out within the community investment fund where our most of our transient occupancy tax, 3/4 of it goes. It lays out what that distribution is between different agencies for both the regular initial portion and the Measure L increase. Much of that is distributed proportionally to whatever we collect. And the budget sticks with those formulas. I would note that due to significant uncertainty, as you heard from just the other week from the tourism board, that there's significant uncertainty still about how the industry will recover, what the timing of that is going to be. And so we do still show depressed revenues in this year. But one of the great things about the policy is that because much of the funding is distributed proportionally, there's already a plan in place for where that funding goes if additional does get received. I also wanted to quickly highlight the asset forfeiture fund in the sheriff's office. This was a topic of discussion at the last budget hearings. The sheriff did come with an item in the winter talking a little more about the projects in this fund and allocating a portion of that. And within the recommended budget, there is 2.4 million, which is most of the remaining balance. Currently there is programmed. This is programmed towards radio replacement. There's a need to replace radios to reply with current standards coming out of the state in terms of their capacities. And so replacing our outdated radios is a portion of that. The other portion of this goes towards the jail management system replacement project, which is currently operating on, I think, something like 30-year-old system. It's a quite old system. And so they are looking to put money towards that. And these are included in the recommended budget at this point. Lastly, I want to get even more into bureaucracies to talk a little bit about the Proposition 4 appropriations limit. We, by statute, have to adopt each year a limit on how much tax revenue and certain other related revenues can be appropriated by the county. This limit has gotten actually a little bit of attention this year because the state ran up against its limit this year and actually is going to have to return some funds. However, as you can see on this slide, the county is not in danger of having that happen. We actually have a limit as approved by statute and adjusted each year according to the specific formulas laid out in the law and Constitution of the state of California. Our limit is approximately twice our total applicable revenues, but the board will adopt those. Usually we adopt these with a consent item later in the year, but this year we have managed to wrap it into budget hearings so we can get it out of the way right now. And we also will be adopting, the board will also be adopting levels for many of the special districts under control of the Board of Supervisors. And those districts all are similarly well below their limit in terms of their actual revenues. So I will say I, for one, would be happy to return some money to the taxpayers if we can get to $732.5 million in revenues next year. With that, I want to go to the American Rescue Plan Act and begin discussing our plans for how we will look to distribute this funding over the coming year. Just a quick overview, the county, as Natalie mentioned earlier, is receiving $96 million from the American Rescue Plan Act. These costs must be incurred by the end of 2024. So we have about 3.5 years to spend this money. Not quite Brewster's Millions, but a little bit on that theme. And this does provide funding for support for public health response, address negative economic impacts of COVID, replace public sector revenue loss from COVID, potential for premium pay for essential workers, and water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure are the areas that are called out in the Act for potential funding, not necessarily where each of those, where those would go. So I want to talk a little bit about the county administrator's plan for distribution of this funding. There are 3 areas of distribution that we are looking for. The first, which is programmed in the supplemental budget, is funding for our COVID response. We need to make sure that we have enough funding in the budget to fund our response to COVID in the coming fiscal year and having some funding depending on what eventualities may arise. Hopefully that will be ramping down sharply, but we are going to have to wait and see. That is about $20 million that we have programmed. If not all of that gets used, that can come back for other distribution later, but we do want to make sure that we are, again, reserving enough funding to make sure that we can respond to the current crisis. The second of those three tines of this fork is towards funding for strategic investments in the county departmental services, and we'll talk more about that. And the third tine would be funding directly to the community. So first I want to go over a little bit what our proposed process is for distribution of funding towards county departmental services. We are asking departments to submit proposals for projects. These will be submitted over the summer, and on August 31st, we will return to the board. And at that point, we will look to, first off, allocate the ARPA funding to backfill revenue loss. And this isn't really a use of the funding, but this basically makes that funding as flexible as we possibly can. There are still some restrictions around how you can use it, but by and large, the portion that's for a revenue loss, we can spend on any range of government services. We will also hear from departments about strategic investment opportunities, and we will ask the board to prioritize the list of department investments. Now, because of the tight time frame and some of the uncertainty about how ultimately money will be distributed, these projects may not be 100% fully spelled out. We'll have the broad overviews of cost and all aspects, but maybe not every T is crossed and every I dotted. So for those highest priority projects, we'll get a more detailed analysis following that. And finally, at August 31st meeting, we are not recommending that the board make allocation decisions. Some of the criteria staff are going to be looking at when they look at these proposals to bring back to the board are strategic plan alignment, including the equity lens. We will be looking obviously at ARPA eligibility. There is the potential for some projects to be accepted that are not ARPA directly supported under that revenue replacement level, but by and large, that's going to be only a portion of this funding. It's not going to be the whole thing. And the feds do have a pretty clear and restrictive way we define revenue replacement. It doesn't let us cherry pick just the revenues we'd want to include. And so that's a calculation that we'll be working on with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector's office over the coming months, and we'll have, by that August meeting. We also will be looking at timing on projects. We're looking for projects that can be completed by the deadline, and we are looking for projects that support the community needs based on COVID-19. One other thing I do just want to emphasize here, and this really ties to all of the literature we've seen coming out about how best to use ARPA funds, is that we are really looking for defined one-time projects. We don't want to invest, $40 million in 3-year pilot programs that then we come back and have to find huge amounts of funding or else just let that project die. What we're really looking for are projects that have a distinct time limit and will provide clear ongoing benefits, such as, for example, maybe replacing the public health lab. Next, I want to turn quickly to our plan on the funding towards direct community support. We are proposing that we partner with Upstream Investments in the Human Services Department, and that we also will look towards the Economic Development Board to help provide information for the management of this funding. In order to do this, and we do have this as part of a program change request that's reflected on your budget adjustment tool, we would be looking to add 2 term limited staff supported by ARPA funds for 3 years. to help manage this project within Upstream Investments. This group will consider community and business needs, and it will be guided by resources such as the census, the Portrait of Sonoma, EDB studies on business impacts, and other data that is available. And now I would like to just quickly invite Oscar Chavez, who leads the Upstream team, to talk quickly about some of their thoughts on this process.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. If you recall that in 2019, your board adopted a set of contracting principles for safety net services with the goal of ensuring that the policy priorities are addressed in a coordinated and strategic manner, and to ensure that resources and services are distributed equitably and fairly across our regions. And in 2020, your board adopted the results-based accountability framework as the approach to operationalize these principles. And as a result of that action, the Upstream Investment staff within the Human Services Department has been working with the safety net departments to scale RBA for county contracts with community-based organizations. We feel that to ensure that the American Rescue Plan Act funds can achieve the greatest impact, we're proposing to leverage the already existing Upstream RBA platform to support the planning, reporting, and monitoring of the performance measures for the community-based contracts. We plan to work with the Office of Equity and other stakeholders to ensure that we ground equity across the entire process and identify community needs and gaps in services utilizing data from community sources, the census, the new Portrait of Sonoma report that will be coming out in the next couple of months, and other internal department data. And so for the duration of the ARPA grant program, Upstream Investments and the Human Services Department will manage the RFP process, including the solicitation, the selection, and the grants management, as well as provide your board with regular updates on the progress and performance of each contract through a public-facing scorecard, and implement a standard mechanism to collect data and evaluate contract outcomes, which will provide your board and the public data to confirm that the ARPA funds and what we are investing are yielding the intended result. It also helps to further your board's strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. And so just a little bit on the timing of that process. We will be coming back on September 14th. Upstream and the CAO will come back to give the board a presentation that will include more specifics on the evaluation criteria. It will include a report on areas of unmet community and business needs, and it will include more information on that community engagement process, which Oscar briefly talked about. Again, similar to the August 31st meeting, this will not be a time for final allocation decisions. So when do those decisions come in this plan? On November 2nd, staff will be returning to the board, and that will be the time when we will ask the board to make final allocation decisions, including allocating funding to specific department proposals, as well as allocating funding to specific community and business needs. And then, as Oscar Chavez mentioned, Upstream will be running the grant program to include solicitation, selection, and grant management. And this is a lot of money that we're putting out there. And so we will be returning to the board regularly, or giving the board regularly reports on the status of the county and the community investments. And now I think it would be good, we might pause to get input on this process and answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Peter. I appreciate that. So any questions or any comments and directions to the board regarding how we can mobilize this process going forward? No. Supervisor Corsi? And then Supervisor Ward?
I just want to thank the county administrator for this, what's really a well thought out plan to accept and distribute this ARPA money. I think it's a great idea to pay our debts first and then talk about what we can do with the rest strategically within and without and outside of the organization. Particularly on the community investment items. I think that upstream is the appropriate place for it, and not just because I'm our representative on the upstream board, but this is where we can look at having an impact, not just on people who've been directly affected by COVID, the disease, but the impacts that have rippled through the community. This is addressed through an equity lens at the upstream level. It is supported by data and community input as we go through this process, both on the human services side and on the economic development and business side. So I think that you've put together a good plan, and I support it.
I do have a question, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Supervisor Gorn, then Supervisor Gorn.
Yeah, thank you. So a couple things on this is one is that I'd concur with the process, but there's a couple things I'd like to have a conversation with for inclusion in this is that I don't want to be in a position as a board where we're only getting pitched at and not a part of the planning process. So when I say that, there's a couple things I'm going to throw in that I think should be other criteria that are considered here that we should adopt. And then on the other side, I think that what I want to figure out with staff leads is the appropriate area of inclusion. Everybody on this board, I want to look to all of you to what are the priorities for your for the biggest needs in your district with these issues. I also want to think about what that means in terms of partnerships. And I want to think about how those yield district, county, and regional solutions, right? So I think let me start with a couple things. Number one is that if I'm looking at a couple of things when you talk about departments, right? Departments bringing us proposals. The first thing I would say is just on a tail end of this is that what I would want to see from department proposals is community partners as a part of their proposals. I don't want to see departments coming forward with just their own ideas, because ultimately every time a department comes, I love this, but every time a department comes forward with a plan, ultimately the community says, where are we at in this? CBOs, others. And I don't think that's just specific to the community requests, which is, funding going to those community areas. So, that's one area that I'd like to see. For example, when we had communications infrastructure brought to us by Johannes and Transportation and Public Works on these arrays, there was a lot of COPE and CERT teams already engaged. And so basically they were coming to us with an idea that had been socialized a little bit. The second thing is that we're also talking about, I think ARPA, I want to make sure that we look at regional goals. Housing, water, homelessness, transportation. Every single issue we face is a regional issue, and a lot of us sit on regional boards. So I'd really like to be seeing our departments and our community leads looking at things that we could leverage with other counties, and take the time to appropriately do that. On the other side, I look at the second slide here, and I want to first of all say that I support the idea of upstream investments, but what I want to see here, I'm going to do this as a positive as opposed to what I don't see. What I don't see, what I'd like to see is funding not just for upstream investments, but I'd like to see funding for the Office of Equity to do this work. We mentioned equity probably 6 times in this presentation, and I want to see, I don't want to see just 2 term limited staff positions in one area of procurement without understanding what we do here. I like this idea of program managed by upstream in conjunction with Economic Development Board, the results-based accountability stuff, the alignment with our strategic plan. I personally would want to see appropriate staffing for different areas. And I have a question about the right level of staffing. So the first thing is that you talk about 2 term limited staff. Is that to be funded out of ARPA first and foremost to manage that program?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Any idea when you say term limited? I don't anticipate that we're going to spend all of this money in November and allocate it all. I think term limited could be for contracting, different pots that continue to appear, reallocations of dollars, contracting that goes out, come back to us and other things. So, I mean, ARPA funds have to be spent by
2024.
2024. So with term limited, maybe a little more specificity on, well, let me just say, build the appropriate staffing for this program from now until 2024 is what I'd like to see, with the appropriate levels of whatever that is in our community. I mean, there's one side, which is the contracting, but for me, I see a lot of opportunity for us to use the ARPA funds to build staff, not to just run a procurement cycle, but to track the funds and look at our other investments and see how we're doing over the course of that time through Office of Equity, through potentially Economic Development Board, but definitely through upstream investments. So the funding package of how we manage let's say $76 million outside of our backfill, and how it goes in and out and what we identify and what we project manage is, I think, a key area that I'd like to see come back. You want to lean in on that?
Yes, please. And I might ask either Oscar or Natalie or Peter to talk about the recommendation on the position, so you have a better understanding of what they would be doing, and then the board can discuss whether or not we want to add an additional position or two to support Office of Equity's work and EDB's work on the overseeing of the grants. So, Peter, is that a question for Oscar or you or Natalie in terms of?
I would just quickly chime in to note that I think we are intending these to be the term limited, but through the ARPA length. So they would not be sort of 1 year term limited to get it up and running. They would be 3.5 year term limited to get us through the ARPA process. But then I will turn it back to Mr. Chavez to talk a little more about what these positions would be doing.
Right, thank you, Peter. I think the the size and the staffing really depends on how we develop the program, the amount of contracts that we're going to run through, because every contract, if we're going to implement the results-based accountability, we'll want to create the performance measures for each contract and establish the frequency by when that data needs to be reported. So it isn't just about managing the contract process, but it's also working with our partner organizations in the community to make sure that we are meeting those milestones and benchmarks, and that we're also inputting that performance data on the scorecard so that we can display it and we can share it with our stakeholders and your board. So I think we'll need to think about right sizing the program based on how we want to distribute the contracts, the amount of resources, and as you pointed out, Supervisor Gore, the support that the Office of Equity will need. So I think, at this point in time, I think it's too soon. We'll want to get more information about the level of support and how large the support will be needed to make sure that we properly execute on the proper delivery of the ARPA funds.
Yeah. Well, I just think I like the idea of reviewing a work plan that is appropriately staffed for different departments that says, how are we going to track this and leverage it over the course of late 2021 through 2024? I mean, once we put contracts out, I don't want to be in a position where we're not checking back in, we're not getting updates, we're not seeing what gaps apply. I mean, this is a historic investment into our community. And so I just think that business plan. So this kind of goes back to, I'll look at, and I'm interested in the board's discussion around this, but on August 31st, with backfilling revenue loss, hearing from departments about strategic investment opportunities, prioritized list of department investments, and no final allocation decisions, I feel like there's something missing, which is that we need to have a good conversation, a general conversation with our staff about what the general thoughts are. I mean, I've thrown out, I think we should be focusing some of this on equity and the social determinants of health, but none of us have had an opportunity to socialize that and say, hey, we think that should be a big investment, and long-term economic resiliency should as well. But does that mean grants, or does that mean rental assistance, or does that mean infrastructure investments and things? So I just feel like I would like the board, whether my vote is the one that is on the winning side or not, I hope we're all going to be in unity, but give some direction on these things without just having staff come back with 15 departmental requests and that are specific. I feel like there's some general direction that I'd like to give. I don't know if you want to do that during budget later this week, or if you want to figure out if there's a time before August 31st, or if you want to do that on August 31st and then push things into that, because I'm not worried about the November timeline per se. I think we're going to have a lot of opportunity to socialize this. So maybe to share something on that.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't think we want to try to wrap that into budget hearings. I think we should really focus on sort of the budget and then looking at that separately. But the process question is an important one. I had envisioned that August 31st touch point as that opportunity to have the big picture priorities conversation. CAO, I don't know if you sort of had other predilections, if you think that it should come earlier, if you think that, staff should be walking the halls so that some of the feedback is incorporated into a presentation on August 31st.
So currently, the way we've designed the timeline, we would be going out to departments, I think later this week with a template. So I think if we delay the conversation, then the timeline will get delayed. But as Supervisor Gore says, that's not an immediate concern for him. We were trying to come up with a timeline to get the funding out, this year. So one opportunity would be, maybe tomorrow afternoon, assuming we are getting through our budget deliberations, the board members could come prepared to have that discussion around ARPA priorities so that departments are hearing it and they can bake it into whatever proposals they put on the table. Alternatively, we can see if there's time in July for a board discussion and then move the timeline back so we wouldn't make the August 31st first meeting.
So, I mean, I guess the question also, though, is that, ultimately, the board has the jurisdictional authority to accept or reject department head proposals.
Right.
And so I guess I don't see that as necessarily driving the process. And I almost see sort of three parallel processes. There is the sort of internal department head work, looking at what their needs are and how they think they can meet the general strategic priorities of the board. There's sort of board giving specific direction, but then there's a third sort of element, which is the community voice. And really, how do we empower the community voice through this? And so I don't want to sort of pre-cook so much that we already have a plan without actually hearing from the community. So I do think this is a really important topic. And I know Supervisor Warren, you had a question. So I don't know if you want to get to that question, then we can maybe deliberate as a board over what kind of a process we'd like to undertake.
Thank you. I don't want to jump into this, but the overarching concern that I have is if you look at those 3 bullet points, departmental proposals, strategic plans, community business needs, community support, we've already carved off $16 million from the $96 million, and $76 million seems like it's just an enormous amount of money. And we've just outlined potential proposals or needs for $1 billion. One-time funding. And I said the same thing with PG&E, and yet we carved off some of the PG&E settlements into 3-year funded positions. We need to make sure whatever we fund, we're going to be able to either absorb in the general fund as ongoing expenses, or we're going to really be serious about time-limited positions. And I'm concerned that we're going to just stuff this full of staffing positions and not really get to some of the legacy things, the one-time things that we should be tackling, whether it's infrastructure or any other thing. So I would say in bold letters at the top of that, one-time funds. How will these proposals meet the needs for one-time funds and not just create ongoing needs for the county to absorb? So I like that we're all getting through there, but I want to go back to what it is we're rescuing with the funds. And I guess my question in this is there anything that we cannot fund with the ARPA money?
I'm going to turn it back to Peter. We may want to go back a couple of slides. But there are there are definitely restrictions with the funds. What we were planning to do on August 31st is to get the board to identify the amount of ARPA funds to replace lost revenues. And that amount would be the most flexible. What remains would be subject to the restrictions. So if you look on the slide, support public health response, address negative economic impacts, replace the revenue loss, premium pay for essential workers, and then water, sewer, and broadband. So it's not a broad list.
And so we can't consider funding capital projects out of this funding or legacy projects.
So capital projects that fall within a specified area can be funded. For example, water, sewer, and broadband are clearly called out. In addition, under the support public health response, capital projects that directly support health response can be included within that category. So that's another possibility there. Beyond the public sector revenue loss, the addressing negative economic impacts is probably the broadest category. It is tied to COVID. There's a lot of language about groups that are disproportionately impacted by COVID within there, which certainly also fits well within the equity lens. And so that is an area where there may be a little more flexibility, but again, that's probably there may be capital projects that tie into that, certainly. So insofar as they can be tied in, those would work. But as CAO Bratton noted, the funding is restricted to these specific areas. And then there are a lot more details, and there are also some specific things that are called out as things you cannot do. For example, we cannot use this money to pay down pension obligations. To go back to one of my previous slides, that's specifically called out as something we can't do. But these do highlight the broad areas, and then there's something like 96 pages on directions specifying these more.
And just lovely reading for you, Peter, and we depend on you reading the 96 pages. So I'm hearing you say that we could consider some capital expenses if they are tied to public safety.
If it is tied to the public health response. So it wouldn't be, I think we would be hard pressed, for example, to build a new EOC out of this funding. But if it's building a public health lab, that might be something we could look towards doing.
Great. Thanks, Peter. Appreciate your information.
Any more specific questions? And then I've got a suggestion on process. So it looks like Supervisor Abbott and then Supervisor Corsi have a couple questions as well.
No, I appreciate the conversation. I do think that the board needs to be the one to give the high level direction. I appreciate staff coming forward, but I also fear the FTEs and then having to deal with that down the line. It's a lot of money. I know that if you replacing the private sector or the public sector revenue loss really changes the color of the money, because quite frankly, what we've lost, there's a budget that's gone. And so it's refilling coffers that allows for essentially new spending going forward. And I don't think we should shy away from that. That's a good tactic going forward. And I agree that we do have infrastructure needs in the public health sector that we should, two of them were mentioned earlier with the public health lab and the morgue, quite frankly, that we need to use our imagination and try to make sure that we can tie together the needs there. So I support that going forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I just think that whatever future conversation we have needs to start with talking about what the restrictions and possibilities are for this money. Couple things that were brought up earlier, Peter, housing, homelessness. I'm guessing that when we talk about supporting public health response, that housing and homelessness could be considered part of that. I'm just wondering how much leeway we might have in those areas.
So I am not going to claim to be the definitive ARPA expert at this point. I've been a little bit busy with some other things as well as looking at this, but I would say that I think that there are certainly aspects within homelessness and potentially housing that might fall within either the direct support for public health response on things like maintaining some of the non-congregate housing sites we've had, or some of those aspects. And potentially also within the address negative economic impacts, there may be opportunities to utilize that, but I can't sort of give you specifics at this point of this project could or this project could not be funded under it.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. So I have a couple of questions. One is, do we plan on having an after action report for COVID-19? Because I want to acknowledge that we did deploy a number of innovative plans and programs, including the Cura project, including emergency rental assistance. And so it seems to me that we should be looking at whether those, processes and programs that we created were effective. And that would also give us a sense of the data and the ongoing need in the near term. That's something that I feel like we do standard, operating procedure after disasters. We'll have an after action report. We'll discuss what went well, what went wrong. Do we think that we could incorporate something like that into the ARPA process, or would that be a standalone board item to consider in the second half of the year?
I'd like to ask Ms. Tina Rivera if she's available. I know that they are planning on doing a after action style report. I don't know their timeline, given that they're still in the middle of responding, whether or not that's something that would be done in advance of the August 31st date. So Marcy, do we have Tina Rivera available?
I see her appearing like magic on the screen. Hi, Tina. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yes, we are working on an after action report, and we can be ready with the impacts, the feedback with respect to the Cura project, as well as the emergency rental assistance, our COVID response, and our vaccine response measures. So we can be prepared with those after action reports in the next few weeks. We've been working on those elements of those reports.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I'm glad to hear that you're so far along. So CEO Bratton, if we could work on scheduling that maybe for later July or early August and find a time available so that we would be able to use that to feed into the August 31st conversation.
Yeah, we can line it up for one of our July COVID updates that's already calendared.
Perfect.
So
that's great. And then my next question is just regarding the engagement of the Office of Equity in this process. And, I think that obviously the Board of Supervisors is very committed to equity, and we acknowledge the inequity of the COVID impacts on our communities. And just want to make sure that there's a clear, integration of that with the upstream effort. And I'm just wondering if there's any feedback on that process, or if we have a sense of how, Alegria will work with the upstream team and how that's going to work. And I don't know if our Director De La Cruz is available, but if she had any thoughts and wanted to speak, I would invite that as well.
That's exactly where I was going to go. I know Oscar and Alegria has had a preliminary discussion, but I think it'd be great to hear from her directly.
Great. So Marcy, if she is available and could be promoted up, there we go.
Like magic, right? We are really excited to be part of the process to figure out how best to ensure that the ARPA funds are being used as proposed to really address the impacts, both economic as well as many others, on the folks disproportionately impacted by COVID. We've got the data. We know exactly what that looks like in our community. And so we are also in the process right now of actually training the upstream staff, as well as all of our core team members, on how to ensure that equity is embedded in the work that we're doing. So there's a really nice connectivity between the service that the Office of Equity is providing to Human Services and to upstream right now that flows perfectly into the ARPA kind of funds allocation plan. Supervisor Hopkins, did that address your question?
Thank you. And I would also just be curious to know, are there additional resources that you need, in terms of really being able to engage in this process fully? And if you engage in this process fully, will there be other things that fall off your plate? Because I recognize that your plate is already quite full.
It's completely full. That's a wonderful question. So I really wanted to pick up a thread that I heard earlier, which is about the importance of engaging the community to ensure that these funds are spent in a way that is reflective of community needs. It is a tenet of equity that the folks who are living the challenges are the ones who are best placed to come up with what the solutions are for those challenges. And so we see community engagement as being a critical piece of ensuring that the grant program that ultimately gets off the ground is meaningful and reflects community needs. So that seems like one position that currently, I don't think that there is any person in the county as a whole right now whose job is to do meaningful community engagement. We have an excellent communications team. It tends to be kind of more of a one-sided effort. And so we really see the need for some additional resources with regards to community engagement. I would say that the other piece of what would be needed from the Office of Equity to really meaningfully participate in this process would also be an analyst to assist us with the kind of data crunching that would be useful and helpful to the upstream efforts to ensure that equity is embedded in our RBA process. So a contract that your board approved last week, actually, for a consultant to really structure our learning program to drive towards ensuring that we are utilizing existing structures within the county that have huge potentiality and are doing incredible work right now, very much reflects the partnership, the existing partnership between the upstream team and the Office of Equity. And we could see some additional resources being useful for equity to again be embedded a little bit earlier than we had earlier planned in our training process to truly ensure that equity is embedded in our RBA work.
Thank you so much. Do any other members of the board have questions either for Director De La Cruz or Director Rivera? Supervisor Gore.
As much as it sounds like what, maybe a clarification if we can. So, I mean, what I really like what I'm hearing is July come back after action report or mid-action report. I mean, we have to do one, right, to identify where we're at. Number two is really re-reviewing this staffing model. And then number three is kind of policy direction about large policy direction. But I want it to be a yes and with departments. I don't want to overprescribe what projects they give to us, but I want to continue to go through this criteria of looking at regional or other opportunities. That kind of maybe clear, is that what you're thinking for July?
Yeah. So, I was going to propose in terms of policy processes that, that mid-July meeting could be that opportunity to, take that assessment of how things have been going and then provide board direction as to what we want to really see in August. And then I would also just say that in the meantime, that if there are any, sort of, whether it's a district specific need or whether it's a countywide need that you have noticed, to reach out either to the CAO or to the appropriate department head to see if they are planning on responding to the CAO's ARPA form, so that we can also do some proactive work in terms of, whether if you've got a need in your community that was particularly impacted by COVID, we can be responsive.
I think that's great. And so I would just say is the big thing even for July when it comes back is what if it's staffing with respect to the Office of Equity, if it's staffing with respect to upstream investments. I see that as a co-lead, not as one subservient to the other. And the other thing is that if I look at Department of Health Services with the after action report, I spoke with Ms. Rivera about using groups that already exist like Health Action, Upstream Investment, and others to put that after action report together. I would really like to see respectfully both the departmental view of community needs, but the community's view of community needs in the after action report. So Tina, maybe the request there is that as you pursue that after action report, you work with the Office of Equity and Upstream and Health Action. I know that could be complicated, but in the maybe a survey method or something else. I mean, not just a cacophony, but I'd really like to make sure that we're not missing things with an after action report. Sometimes we've brought them back from emergency services and they've been very focused on an incident and a command structure and other things. So I think what we see is, and if you need any resources, obviously, as a part of budget to pursue that with a contract or something like that, as opposed to just having existing staff do it, I'd like to know that as well, maybe before we finish this week.
Yeah, and I think my request would be that if we could actually get a member of the Latinx task force to present at that after action report, I would really appreciate hearing directly from the community in that moment. And I also did receive a note from a member of the public who would like to speak to this item. So, while we're not making a formal decision right now, we are providing guidance on process. I would just say that we can continue this conversation if there are things that come up during public comment that would enable us to respond to any concerns that are raised. But how does that process feel to anyone, or is there any, proposed amendment or alteration? Kind of having that check-in in July, I think, would allow us to give the broader direction. We can work with department heads, and then we can also hopefully explore at that July meeting ways of really meaningfully incorporating community feedback and what that means to really make equity part of the process. CEO Bratton?
I'd like the opportunity to work with my staff this week on the timeline, because I think that will impact the timeline. And also, we may come back with a slight tweak to that recommendation about what we accomplish in July. It may be focused on the after action report and maybe the staffing, but not getting into some of these other areas. But I'll meet with my team at the end of today and come back with some more recommendations.
Great. And then maybe we can then run that through the agenda review process when we talk about timeline, and then obviously by all the members of the Board of Supervisors in terms of altering our projected calendar for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Great. Wonderful. Any other sort of questions or comments on this one? All right, then I guess we can continue with the presentation. And again, we will have public comments sort of after the conclusion of this presentation, and we are totally open to modifying based on public comment on this process. Back to you, Peter.
Peter, you're on mute.
I guess it would help if I unmute. And now I will just quickly turn it over to Deputy County Administrator Crystal Carey-Harrow, who I was clearly just waiting for her to start speaking since her slide was up.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning. I have just a few slides to present this morning related to the fires.
Crystal, I hate to interrupt you, but a brief bio break might be helpful for those of us who are particularly in the chambers. Just saw once we're ready to take off, so if we could take a quick 10 minutes and then we will reconvene at 11 a.m. It's a good moment for a break. Sorry, Crystal.
That's good. Not at all.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, and we're ready to resume.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Just waiting for Peter for the slides.
Apologies, it should be up now.
Okay, and actually you can advance to the next slide, Peter. Thank you.
So
So
just
good
one
morning.
moment. I'm so sorry, Crystal. We need the, in the sunroom, the BOS chambers view to unmute. Thank you. Okay, take it away, Crystal.
Thank you. So good morning. I have just a few slides to present this morning related to the 5-year strategic plan that your board approved on March 2nd. Since then, at the April budget workshops, department heads shared what projects and activities they'll be working on next fiscal year to achieve specific strategic plan goals and objectives. Today, I'll share a high-level next steps of our approach to strategic plan implementation for year 1. Of course, your board's input and direction will be critical through this first phase of implementation. During the March deliberation, your board discussed the idea of having 2 supervisors assigned to each pillar as pillar liaisons. As liaisons, you support year 1 strategic plan implementation by providing input on outcomes and measures for the objectives, implementation phasing, and priority projects to achieve outcomes, and city and community partner engagement opportunities and strategies. What staff is requesting today is that the liaisons are assigned to allow for staff to begin planning and scheduling discussions with you and the implementation plan leads. Between now and the end of the calendar year, we anticipate supervisors will participate in 2 meetings for each pillar. I want to acknowledge that the year 1 process is different from what we anticipate in future years, as we understand that your board may allocate some funding for strategic plan work during these hearings. One goal of the year 1 process is to have the implementation leads develop plans with projects and activities that will be considered for year 1 funding. So just a bullet here that the CAO Policy Grants and Special Projects team will be the primary coordinator through implementation. You'll also recall from March that the county administrator identified strategic plan implementation leads. These leads are responsible for developing plans to achieve plan objectives, measures of success, and the approach to city and community stakeholder engagement. They'll also develop funding strategies and identify opportunities to leverage external funding, and also collaborate with other leads where there are intersections with other pillar objectives. Next slide, please. So this next slide gives you a quick view of the department staff who are assigned as implementation leads. Clearly an all-star cast. All of the work and effort, a lot of work and effort went into the plan development. And of course, we're looking forward to collaborating with and supporting these leads through plan implementation. Next slide, please. Okay. Actually, if we could advance, I'm looking for the timeline slide. There we go. Thank you. The final slide shows a high-level timeline for year 1 plan implementation. Gosh, it's still sinking in that it's June, but here we are. So beyond the funding and board liaison assignments, I just want to note that the county administrator did reach out to city managers last month, asking if and how they would like to engage with the county through strategic plan implementation. And we're hoping to receive that input by the end of this month. Moving to August, the plan is to schedule the first meetings with you in late August or early September for staff to receive your initial inputs, and then work with implementation leads as they develop their plans through October. In November, we would share implementation plans with you as liaisons for further input. Then for an earlier January board meeting, our team would come back to the board with a consolidated list of priority implementation plans, meaning projects recommended for year one strategic plan funding. At a later meeting in January, the board could actually select the projects for funding. And then the rest of the timeline here, year two strategic plan funding requests would follow the same budget cycle process and timeline set by the CAO budget team. And of course, that would take us right back around to the next fiscal year of budget hearings. So thank you. That's all I have for this morning. I'm looking for your board's direction on assignments for strategic plan pillar liaisons.
Thank you so much, Crystal. And I appreciate the board members for sharing their perspectives on what topics that they are most interested in. And so I will suggest the following assignments. And I just want you to know that I sort of took into account people's areas of interest, as well as also then trying to make sure that we didn't have the same pairing of supervisors. So you get to work with someone different on each ad hoc. So for resilient infrastructure, James Gore and David Rabbit. For racial equity and social justice, James Gore and Linda Hopkins. For organizational excellence, Chris Corsi and David Rabbit. For healthy and safe communities, Chris Corsi and Susan Gorin. And for climate action and resiliency, Linda Hopkins and Susan Gorin. And I know that there was some interest from other board members, but I felt like continuing in the work of the climate ad hoc would likely make sense from a process perspective rather than potentially abruptly altering that. So that will be the assignments unless anyone has any just late breaking urgent desires to hop on something else. All right, it looks like we are good. So I will hand it back over to our CAO team.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Peter.
Fastest presentation. Crystal, you definitely get the award for today. That was amazing. So, yeah.
Through the chair, this is Marcy.
Yes.
I'm hoping if you can just restate those ad hocs and the names just one more time for our record keeping.
Absolutely. And if you'd
Thank
like,
you.
I'd be happy to email as well.
That would be great.
Resilient infrastructure will be Gore and Rabbit. Equity and social justice, Gore and Hopkins. Organizational excellence will be Corsi and Rabbit. Healthy and safe communities will be Corsi and Gorin. And climate action will be Hopkins and Gorin. And hopefully that's 2 per person and everything, all the math worked out.
Thank you so much.
Just want to thank you, the chair, for navigating through this. And great. I really appreciate that. And just a note, I sure hope we're not meeting anytime soon because I'm busy over the next month. But aside from that, I'm good.
I think the commitment was 2 meetings for the sort of,
I
not a
believe
huge amount.
it's 4
Okay.
1-hour meetings
Oh, okay, sorry. I think
between August and November.
great. Perfect. All right, and now back to the CAO team. 2, 4, it's not, at least it's not 14, right? So I'm thinking small. And over here in the chambers, we are staring at ourselves on the screen. So, oh, there we go. I see some screen sharing happening over from Team Bruland.
Just another note on that, Crystal, it's great to work with you, but it sure would be good to define the role of the board liaisons in this process. What are our expectations? What are your expectations? How can we be very effective in the roles?
I think that's a really good point.
Through the chair, to respond to Supervisor Burns' question, that's a great point. Terry Wright is our strategic plan project manager, and she has been working with our team to develop a roles and responsibilities matrix, which will include exactly what you're asking for, and that will be distributed by the end of this week.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you. Hopefully there wasn't too much conflict, and I'm glad to see you managed it well in terms of who got which assignments. I know that the organizational excellence was probably top on everyone's list, given that that's the one that gets to work most closely with me. But you were able to settle that. So moving forward,
I wish you were my teacher, like back in elementary school. I felt like that you are, and to Supervisor Gore's point, maybe you are our teacher. I love listening to you and your dry humor. It's always truly the highlight of budget hearing. So thank you, Peter.
I think setting the highlight of budget hearings is not necessarily the highest bar to cross, but thank you. Looking at boards and commissions, I just wanted to give a quick update, follow up on some questions that were raised by the board earlier on stipends and the possibility of standardizing stipends. Staff did some research on what organizations, boards and commissions the county supports, both ones that it supports directly as well as appointments to external partner agency ones. You can see some data up here. We do have 56 bodies with 450 board appointed seats and more than 520, roughly 520 meetings a year across those different organizations. We also have a wide range currently of the stipends that are offered. Many have no stipend. Some have $100 per meeting, and some are tied to the length of the meeting. So we do have several that are at $125 for a half-day meeting or $250 for a full-day meeting. And we also have some data there on the partner agency run ones. Just doing some quick costing, we put together some estimates of the range. It was very complex. It involved multiplication. And so we were able to get together some estimates of looking at from $100 a meeting being around $235 up to $200 a meeting being surprisingly enough double that at about $470,000 per year. The CAO does not have any recommendation at this time on where to set a level or whether a level should be set, but this does provide some information for the board should there be interest in setting aside funding on the understanding that a policy may come down the line in the future. I also want to continue with an update on some of our tribal mitigation funding. The
And
county,
Peter, can I interrupt
Yes.
one moment? Supervisor Corsi had a question on that last item. Supervisor Corsi?
Through the chair, Supervisor Corsi, you'll need to just tap the mic. We're not hearing you in Zoom.
Is this any better?
Yes, thank
Yes.
you.
No, I just needed to turn it on again. The $235,000 and the other totals here, Peter, does that include the stipends that we're already paying? What's the difference, I guess, is what I'm asking from now and to total cost?
I don't have that right in front of me. I believe these do include the ones we are currently paying. I will say that right now it is a fairly small minority of our boards and commissions that receive any stipends. So while a portion of this would be related to what is already, would be covered within what's already paid out, the majority of this would be new funding, but that is a number we can try to determine.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Peter.
All right. This is the difficulty of not being in the room. Very hard to tell when someone is trying to interrupt you with a question. Tribal funding update. So very quickly, we have mitigation agreements for development impact mitigation with 3 federally recognized tribes in the county. Those are the Federated Indians of the Great Rancheria, the Dry Creek Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians, and the Lytton Band of Pomo Indians. And there is a board inquiry request, number 87, which is in tab 5, that does lay out more details of the current year funding and the status of funding. But I do want to give just a high level. So Grayton is far and away the largest, is mitigation for the Grayton Casino, related to the Grayton Casino. And a couple of things to note. The board has at this point fully allocated the guaranteed mitigation payment, which goes towards law, justice, and tribal relations, health and human services, as well as pass-through funding to fire districts and to the cities for some of their law enforcement costs. And that has fully allocated. The county did not receive a payment for April to June 2020 because the casino was closed for a quarter. And as is specified under the agreement, and logically the tribe is not required to pay when if the casino is closed. And so what we do have is some reserves that were available because there was a 2019, in December of 2019, there was an amended agreement with the tribe, and one of the provisions in that agreement was the cancellation of $1 million in pre-operating, in essentially debt, in the obligation to repay pre-operating costs that had been paid directly from the tribe. The county had been reserving funding related to that, so that freed up $1 million, which does mean that we're not forced to cut the funding going to our departments and make them take cuts mid-year because of the casino's closure. Other recurring mitigation payments. So in addition to the guaranteed payments that are required for the tribe to pay if there's not sufficient revenue at the casino, there are also payments that are dependent upon the revenues at the casino, with the exception of the 1 quarter in which the casino was fully closed and one other COVID impacted quarter. We have been receiving these payments fully for about 2 years now. And the discretionary pots out of this funding were allocated by the board already during last budget hearings. The other recurring mitigation payments, there are some components that are not discretionary, but required to be spent on specific items and often in consultation with the tribe. The CAO is working with the relevant departments, including Transportation and Public Works, Community Development Commission, and Sonoma Water. We will work with those and with the tribe where required by the agreement or where we need to come up with proposals in the future for use of that funding. There is a new pot of funding that has started to come in 2020. The county began receiving a portion of funding flowing through Rohnert Park. This is related to a provision in Rohnert Park's separate agreement with the tribe, which calls for the tribe to make contributions to organizations that benefit the city and otherwise mitigate for the casino. The tribe gets to choose those, and as part of that December 2019 update to the intergovernmental agreement, the tribe agreed to designate the county as one of the recipients of that funding, which provides about $600,000 annually. And the restrictions around that are based on the sort of organization that can be included rather than the specific uses of that funding. So we will talk about this as a potentially available source for the board to utilize. One other note on the Grayton Casino, one pot of funding we have not yet gotten to is funding towards parks and open space. This is bifurcated into two components. The first $1 million annually, adjusted for CPI, will come in at the point that there has been sufficient revenue at the casino to repay the tribe for all of the direct payments that they made to the county initially, before revenues were sufficient for us to receive guaranteed payments under the waterfall. And when we talked in April, we were expecting that this was still a couple of years away before we would receive that first $1 million. But in May, we received notice of the May distribution from the state, and a significantly higher amount was generated that was able to go towards repayment of these obligations to the tribe, which means that we could start to see this funding sooner than expected, potentially as soon as during fiscal year 21-22. Our general principle around casino funding is that we program it the year after we receive it, based on our experience with some of the funding may not be always 100% secure when it will come in. And certainly this is dependent on casino revenues. So we're not recommending that this be programmed at this time, but just alerting you that this could come in sooner, and we will work with those departments when it does come in to start to develop proposals for the board about how that might be used. There is a second tier of this, which is a much larger tier. It is up to an additional 24 million annually, obviously dependent on revenues at the casino, so it could be less than that. And before we get to that one, not only the portion that the tribe paid directly to the county needs to be repaid, but also the portion that the tribe paid directly to Roanoke Park needs to be repaid. So we do still anticipate that to be a few years away to get into that larger bucket, but it also could be moving up. Again, highly dependent on revenues at the casino, so don't want to read too much into one payment, but did want to alert you to this. Moving on to look at the Dry Creek, we have a mitigation agreement with the Dry Creek tribe around the Dry Creek Casino. This agreement was amended in 2021, earlier this year, which specified that the county will receive no funding during 2020 or 2021. Those are calendar year payments that come in December, generally. But it also extends the agreement for 2 years so that the window over which the county will receive payments is lengthened. The tribe has initiated a reopener and negotiations are ongoing with the tribe. So as those get closer to fruition, you will hear more about that. And just to highlight that this mitigation agreement was already reduced previously during the Great Recession and around the opening of Brayton Casino with reduced revenues towards that the tribe was generating. So we don't directly tie this in the same way to the services that are provided. We did not cut those services at that point, and we are not cutting the services to those departments, primarily law enforcement and transportation and public works, for the mitigation during this window when we're not receiving those payments. The general fund is backfilling them. The third and most recent of our agreements is with Lytton Rancheria, and that is on the development up near Windsor, which is not a casino development and cannot be for at least a fairly extended window of time. We received already 6.1 million in one-time funding for in lieu development impact fees for a variety of reasons, as you see there. So far, 1.95 million of that has been programmed primarily for parks and traffic mitigation. And staff will continue to develop additional recommendations as mitigation projects are determined. In terms of ongoing revenue, the agreement calls for both in lieu property taxes and in lieu TOT, transient occupancy tax. However, there is currently no hotel or vacation rentals on site, and so therefore there is no in lieu TOT. And the site is largely undeveloped, so the in lieu property taxes are minimal at the current time. However, in 5 years, those will be adjusted, and depending on the status of development, that could receive a larger amount of funding. And so as those funding streams come online, staff will return to the board to seek direction. I now want to just very quickly talk about the board inquiry requests that were received. These are found in your budget binder in tab 5. The staff received nearly 140 budget information requests, or BIRs, during the spring budget workshop and directly from board members, which seems to grow each year. Approximately 70 of these were answered in the binder materials. However, due to the quick turnaround and the many priorities on staff and the complexity of some of those questions, not all of them could be answered in time for budget hearings. So the remainder will be posted on the CAO's website by October 31st. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any additional questions on the components that have not been discussed.
Thank you so much, Peter. Any questions from members of the board on the remainder of the presentation? Supervisor Gore and then Supervisor Rabbit, did you? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. A couple things. I think it's valid that while we're going through tribal, I just want to provide for the board a couple updates that are more depthful on Dry Creek. Number one is that I did participate with County Council on a meeting with Dry Creek, and Dry Creek expressed an interest in opening our negotiations. Jennifer Klein is working on behalf of County Council with Bob Pittman as lead on that. We received a presentation from the tribe. I won't get into the details at appropriate time that might come into closed session, just to say that there was an interest in reopening, and there was from our side definitely a statement that we have also, we just went through a renegotiation. We dropped the number significantly, the payments to the county, and we have deferred those for 2 years because of COVID. So just as a line of context, if something does come to us, there's discussions about funding, which is a difficult one, and then there's discussions about the complexity of the agreement in terms of like design review for future development up there. But just FYI. The second thing is that I want to thank the board for the item we brought forward. God, I think it was last year for the initial Lytton allocation. There's still 4.2 to 4.3 in that pot, working with the community a lot this year on identifying those investments, those mitigations in the direct surrounding area. And one of the big areas is not just the money that we already put into Riverfront Park, but basically that whole stretch of the Russian River right there with the environmental impact. But I do want folks to know that you might have read an article also that said that Lytton is choosing not to move forward with what I now understand is a tentative agreement from Windsor for connecting to their sewer system for the two projects, which are for housing. Just one thing there is that I'll tell you the truth. I wasn't involved in those. I was actually, when they announced it in a way that seemed like it was a binding agreement. I did not know that it was not a binding agreement, and that ultimately whatever happened between the city and the tribe led to the tribe backing out on that. I worked with both parties to get them to go back to the table and negotiate again, push them pretty hard on that. But what it means is that we are going to be going through and with the MOA and working with the tribe to figure out what the proposal is for a wastewater facility there on the north end of their property. And so once again, this is specified in our memorandum of agreement. I'm always going to be looking for opportunities to relink the tribe and the town of Windsor for future, but right now that is at an impasse. The other thing is just a reminder that with the Lytton agreement is that there's the provision which, as kind of Peter alluded to, that is for the housing development. In the MOA, there is a restriction, no vacation rental, so there won't be any TOT or other things, but there is in lieu property taxes as a part of that. But on the other side, the discussion about the so-called commercial development, the last time I spoke with tribal representatives, they've said that that's off for them, that not off the table, but 3 to 4 years into the future. I don't know if that's the case, but just at whatever time they decide that they would like to engage with the county, there is a process laid out in our memorandum of agreement that specifies the ways that we negotiate. As much as what's negotiable is how we negotiate the commercial development. And so that is not directly in front of us, as we know that any TOT that came to the county would be directly derived from that. So I just want you guys to know that that's ongoing. And then on the final thing is on the Lytton tribal mitigation, the 4.2, 4.3, that's still there. I would anticipate that we would come back with scoping stuff that I want to make sure the board gives full direction on, if that's appropriate for that area of the Hanson pit mines. There's this whole section, if you're interested in getting down onto the river in those areas, where one of the focus areas that we're trying to put together with the community is all these gravel pits that are ultimately in a liability, and turning them into an asset and reconnecting them to the river, parks land, floodwater, or flood control and other things like that. So just wanted to provide that clarity. And if any supervisor wants more info, I think work with Marissa Montenegro, who's our lead. Final thing is we did appropriate, I think, $50,000 towards deploying basically 2,000 seedlings of oak trees that we collected at the beginning of a mitigation policy for that. And so the plan is to deploy that with Sonoma Ecology Center, get partners up in our areas, and find landowners and also public lands where we deploy those as a tree program with those heritage oaks as well. So just wanted to throw that down. With respect to stipends, do we want to talk about that later? I mean, we stopped. I don't need to get into it right now.
Yeah,
but-
I don't think we're making that decision today. So yeah. So questions on the presentation? Any questions, Supervisor Corsi? And then, Supervisor Abbott, I had promised you. Supervisor Abbott, then Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you very much. On the just a couple of things to note on the specifically to the Great and Tribal Mitigation Funds. One of the things we're working with Johannes on right now is there are monies set aside for concentric circles around the casino to take care of road paving. We wanted to make sure that we roll that into the pavement preservation program so that we can get the biggest bang for the buck going forward. So look for that. As well, I think it's important, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, we initially had the RCD contracts on well monitoring because of the fears of what was going to happen with the water table there. Obviously, this year, those fears are going to be compounded. A lot of those residents in and around that area on the unincorporated side that have wells have relatively shallow wells, and there is a concern. For me personally, I just want to make sure that we follow up with what we promised the neighbors when we signed the agreement early on. And those are two of the things. The third one was a budget information request that I put forward to the Sheriff's Department, because we do receive $2.35 million specifically for sheriff, and it was supposed to be for 4 additional deputies, which 1 per shift, I would assume, plus offsetting costs of 10% for the sheriff's explosive ordnance disposal unit, special operations, and the helicopter. And I take it that the offset costs are included in that 2.35, as well as the new costs associated with the deputy. I know that this has kind of been an ongoing thing. The first year that we received the dollar amount in full was in 1920. But then this year, we're off by $169,098, and that's in that line item of B23. And it says to hold vacant the deputy sheriff to make up for tribal revenue shortage. So Peter, or someone, could you explain from the 2.35, does it mean the actual cost is 2.35 plus 169? And what are we actually giving up by not putting forward the 169? Because it seems to be leveraging dollars. That's a good investment.
So just quickly, what I want to highlight with that request, and that it's a little bit of a maybe not worded the way I would have on the restoration requests. The funding we get from the tribe is adjusted each year with consumer price index. So there was no cut to the sheriff, but we can only increase the funding as much as the funding is increasing as it comes to us. And so their costs were increasing faster than the consumer price index. So it's really one of their revenue streams. It could also have said because general fund did not keep up with costs, or because Prop 172 did not keep up with costs. But it's one of their funding streams. It only grows with CPI. The last few years, we had a cushion in there, so we were able to grow some of the specific funding for the law and justice partners at the rate that wages, salary, and benefit costs were increasing. But this last year, with a lower CPI and with us essentially caught up to the full amount that we have allocated out of that bucket, we could only increase the amounts going to each of the departments for CPI And so this also did impact probation, the district attorney, and the public defender, all of whom also receive funding out of the law, justice, and tribal relations bucket. County administrator also receives a small amount for tribal relations. That hasn't been adjusted in years. So there are, that's what is behind that specific request. So it is true, Greaton Tribal Funding did not keep up with our increased costs this year, but it's really kind of within the broader picture of overall requests. And I can get you the details of precisely what is funded. The sheriff is somewhat unique because they had an initial funding, which I think ties to that 2.35, and then they had specific positions funded in the budget hearings a couple of years ago, back in 1920, along with those other departments that I mentioned. And so part of it is tied to that allocation that you discussed for Henry 1 for multiple staffing. And the other portion of it is tied to some very specific add back positions that were added back in the prior year, although as the mitigation, it's really tied more generally to those impacts of the casino, even if we tied that specific allocation to adding back those positions.
Okay. I just note that 169 is 7% of the 2.35 million. I don't think it should just go into the black box of a budget, even in the sheriff's office, because quite frankly, the way that in the public hearings were at the time with the neighbors, it was, you are going to have increased sheriff patrol in this area because this agreement pays for increased deputies. So I just want to bring that up once again, that we need to make sure that we stay on top of that. And I'm not sure why then, I mean, obviously CPI, the entire county does not, costs go up higher than the CPI, especially this last year when it was lower. Maybe it'll change in this upcoming year. But then I'm still unclear why this is in the gray in terms of if it's a matter of leveraging or what it is that we're giving up by not funding that position. Because then the BIR I got back from the sheriff's department talks about the 4 additional deputies, the 10% offset, and I'd like to really understand if it's not fully funded at 2.35 and if it's 169 short, what are we giving up in return?
So I would say it sounds like a good conversation for us to have this afternoon in the context of reviewing the add backs, and I can put together some additional information at that point about these positions and about what specifically might look like the sheriff's shortfall. I don't believe their shortfall from Greaton funding should have been 7%, given that it did increase and their overall cost for positions did not go up by 7%. So I think clearly either they're making this as a more general or as, tying in more broadly to those cost increases. But I will need to look at specifically all of their funding within that, and I can get you more information on that at that point. I will say where this is in gray, and again, this is somewhat a conversation for later, but this was put in gray in large part because it is not eliminating a position. It is not really reducing our capacity. It's essentially saying that they're going to delay hiring one position. And in comparison to other items that were actually cutting positions, removing staff members, this was viewed as a lower priority to hit.
And again, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that we go back to what we told the neighbors and why we negotiated what we did. And we continue on that. We don't forget about it 5 or 6 or 7 years down the line. Thank you.
I really appreciate those comments and questions, Supervisor Abbott, and I look forward to supporting you when we move to budget deliberations. I do think it's really important that we keep our promises to neighbors, and that's the reason that these kinds of agreements are negotiated. I'm getting the sense from on a couple of topics that we need honestly more than a budget level dive into it. And I actually think that maybe it would be a good matter, of course, going forward to just have an annual tribal update where we actually provide an update to the board on all of the sort of MOAs that are active, as well as any ongoing partnerships. For instance, the partnership with Kashaya surrounding, the land acquisition and the open space easements. And so I think it's just a topic that honestly we sometimes are handling in closed session, sometimes there's little drips and drabs on consent. And I think we should actually talk about this as a board at a future date. Does that make sense for folks? I mean, we'll still deal with the other issues during budget, but would that be helpful to kind of get a public conversation, or you could potentially even invite chairmen from the tribes if they wanted to come address the board and have a conversation as well? Supervisor Abbott, Supervisor Gore?
I think that is a great idea. And I will just say, in terms of the bigger picture, when we negotiated this agreement and went through all the trials and tribulations, not necessarily with the tribe itself, but even with Roanoke Park and going back and forth and waiting for the waterfalls to spell out, it was always seen to, it was unknown what the true impact was going to be. We were trying to cover ourselves to make sure that we could cover that. And we should remember, in my opinion, that that's the first and foremost use of the funds, rather than going into the general fund to support everything else. Much the same as our discussion with cannabis, in terms of those dollars, and instead of looking at it as a new funding revenue source that is going to come in and, increase overall general fund dollars, it's really making sure that we continue to follow through on those things that we told people that we would do to mitigate the true impacts of the casino, which, I'm glad they're doing well. I'm glad that a lot of people go to it and spend their dollars there, but there are impacts in the area that we're responsible for that we need to make sure we have funding for. So thank you.
I concur. And then one other thing that I felt like we didn't necessarily, it sounds like we need a deeper dive on, is that we might also want to bring back the vets halls for sort of a full in-depth dive at some point within, the next year. Because I did pull up that VIR and I had a lot of questions about, again, the prioritization of the projects. Supervisor Corsi, you had a question, and then Supervisor Gorin.
Yeah, and to Supervisor Rabbitt's last point, just wanted to talk about the $600,000 that's a pass-through from Roanoke Park of tribal mitigation funds. But my understanding is that this is basically a charitable contribution from the city to the county. And there are no, unlike other tribal mitigation funds, there are no specific programs or mitigations attached to that. We're just putting that in the general fund at this point. That's the recommendation?
So this pot of funding in the Roanoke Park agreement, what it specifies is that the tribe gets to name certain charitable organizations that benefit either the city of Roanoke Park, Sonoma State University, or otherwise mitigate for the casino. And the tribe will give, it does pass through Roanoke Park, and it passes through the state and then through Roanoke Park, but it goes to Roanoke Park, but it is distributed according to the organizations that the tribe names. And that provision does not specifically call out uses. It calls out that the organizations must meet certain criteria that I mentioned. And so it is up to the board. We currently have that as a general portion, but certainly your board could determine that you want to spend it more specifically on mitigations in that area or otherwise directed.
So it's the tribe that decides that this money is going to the county of Sonoma, not the city making that decision.
Yes, so the tribe gets to designate under, there are a couple of different pots that go for charitable contributions, some of which have named organizations, one of which passes through the city to city chosen partners, and one of which passes through the city but is based on organizations named by the tribe.
This is described as ongoing revenue. Can that, it's not controlled by revenues at the casino or future decisions about designating recipients. This is ongoing, as far as we know, guaranteed ongoing money.
This is part of Roanoke Park's guaranteed payment from the tribe, similar to how we have our law and justice in a guaranteed payment. So it is guaranteed as long as the casino is operating. Should the casino be closed, as it was during COVID, they also did not receive payments. So there would be that a hiatus similarly. But outside of that eventuality, it is a guaranteed payment.
So is it reduced this year because of the closure last year?
So the funding, we began receiving the funding in 2020, and we've received, I think, 2 or maybe 3 payments to date out of it. I would have to double check that number. So it would have reduced, the payment that would have been missed would have been one that we received last year.
I see. Thank you, Peter.
Any other questions? Supervisor Gorin, do you have anything? Supervisor Rabbit?
Just one last thing on that. I think I like to think that pass-through came into effect to kind of clean up what was done with the second Roanoke Park agreement, and giving where they took money from the county's allotment. Now they're actually putting a little bit back. And then I'd just like to say that originally the Grayton Tribal Fund also funded the Secure Families Fund when Bruce was here, and I think we did that for 3 years plus. I'm not sure if we still have an ongoing item to that, but I do agree. I think it's unrestricted funds the way it comes to us, but there probably are 1,001 uses where it can go, and there's been some good work already with the dollars that we have received being invested. Thanks.
Supervisor Gorin?
Just a humorous note. My predecessor in the community, cows, not casino, thwarted any attempt to put a casino in Sonoma Valley. So I don't really have a say in the tribal mitigation funds. There are none in my district.
All right. And so with that, I believe that is the conclusion of the presentation. Is that correct, Peter?
Yes, it is.
And so then our next presentation will be after lunch. And now we'll be moving on to public comment. And if there are any, I will also give the board members an opportunity to respond to public comment if there's anything that we'd like to say, afterwards, particularly as it pertains to ARPA funds. And we will begin this time actually with anyone who is in person at the board meeting. My understanding is it's a little more challenging for staff to toggle back and forth, and just out of respect for anyone who attended, I do not see anyone from this vantage point in attendance, but if you could go out and check. Okay, great, perfect. And then after that, we will shift over to Zoom comments. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right, so there is no one in attendance currently in the chambers or outside, and so I will go ahead and hand it over to Marcy to accept public comment via Zoom and phone.
Thank you very much. For any of our attendees in Zoom, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you'd like to make a comment on the item before the board today. And Chair Hopkins, right now we're looking at a few hands in Zoom, about 6.
Go ahead and give 3 minutes because the budget's a big topic. Thank you, Marcy.
Thanks. All right, and for our first commenters, it will be Demetra, followed by Kirsten, then Zinga. Please unmute and state your name before beginning your comment.
Good morning. My name is Demetra Smith. I am the former chair of the Sonoma County Commission on Human Rights. I'm here to talk about the Black community today. Black people represent 2% of Sonoma County residents, but have been disproportionately affected by decades of structured institutional racism and denied generational wealth through homeownership, employment advancement, and economic development. Black people also represent 5% of the unsheltered population in Sonoma County and are 3 times as likely to be high utilizers of government programs and services that include, among others, hospitals, shelters, and jails. Along with generations of redlining and racialized real estate steering that denied us homeownership, The subsidized housing voucher program that existed until 2019 was racially biased and cited as such by HUD. While 30% of applicants were Black, including those from neighboring counties, only 4% of subsidized housing residencies were granted to us. This has had a direct connection to our disproportionate numbers in the unsheltered community. As the County of Sonoma considers funding allocations for American Rescue Plan dollars, tangible equity programs for the Black community must be centered along with other affinity groups. Because of the lack of Black officials represented at the county level and within the Office of Equity, we must create and develop a Black Health and Housing Advisory Task Force utilizing the lived experience and expertise of Black community leaders to begin to address long-standing issues that have denied us the progress that we require and deserve. Since Sonoma County's Black population is spread throughout the county, rather than concentrated in Black majority neighborhoods, a central hub is needed to provide services to Black residents and to build community. We must also create a Black cultural and community center, which will provide us with the resources to work together to uplift our community. Equity means distributing resources based on the needs of the recipients. If Sonoma County is to engage in tangible equity work, adequate funding and programs are necessary to begin to address generations of policies which denied Black people the economic security and advancement that should be guaranteed to all Americans. The county, in partnership with cities, must take steps to address this generational harm. We must be represented in this process, and so far, we have been shut out of the conversation, the planning, and the policy. That must stop. To that end, we will be submitting a detailed, data-driven report and proposal based on funding allocation amounts per Black resident using the current population figures. Thank you so much. And I yield my time.
Okay, can our next commenter please unmute and state your name?
Thank you. My name is Kirsten Lange, and I'm the Vice President of the Sonoma Santa Rosa NAACP. Before I begin my formal remarks, I just would like to add a comment to the working groups of the strategic plan pillars. Just noted that there were no, from my quick view of that slide, representation or members speaking for and looking out for the Black community, as emphasized in my remarks to follow Demetra's comments. As we talk about equity and inclusion, that is definitely something that needs to be on the forefront of everyone's mind as this work continues. I'm going to touch on homeownership, and out of 393 occupied housing units, Black or African Americans represent 0.8% of home ownership compared to the 88% white home ownership in Sonoma County. We need to create a temporary housing advocate position to assist a Black health and housing task force and create a down payment fund to increase Black home ownership in this county. Whole neighborhoods, schools, community centers, health centers, and businesses, there needs to be a task force, as mentioned above, to identify issues and provide Black-led structure of development and oversight of funding allocations. We need to fund a health and housing consultant from the Bay Area, Black Health and Housing Advisory Task Force, to help assist this work. We are here, we need to be seen, we need to be recognized for our presence, and that support has to come from you all, as there is no one at the table to represent us directly. Thank you, and I yield my time.
All right, Zinga, followed by Sigretta.
Good morning. My name is Nzinga Woods, and I'd like to inquire about the processes that will be used to allocate funding around the ARPA and make suggestions. I want to ensure that there is funding allocated to address inequities and disparities for the underserved communities, and specifically the Black community. We are a community that is often not included in community outreach and program or funding. Today, I want to make the point to highlight how important it will be to ensure this funding will go to the most impacted communities. And data shows us that communities of colors are often not, or underserved communities are often disproportionately affected by the housing and job displacement due to the fire and currently the pandemic. I think it's imperative that we recognize the disparities and financially invest in these communities. I asked the questions, how will you include the Black community in this rescue plan? I asked, and I would like to ask the following questions for the board to consider. How will you address mental health care, which is extremely important during these times of civil unrest of Black people seeing their community members and or nationally Black people murdered every day? How are we addressing their mental health issues or allocating funding to support that? How are we supporting funding to support housing, community resources, and specifically DIE equity positions within the county and the city? We currently have no African American or Black member on any of these positions. We'd like to request, or I'd like to request, a coordinator or an officer position. Again, we don't have anyone to speak on our behalf and are often questioned about how they can support us after we bring it up to members, and they often don't have solutions. And then at the end of the day, the outcomes actually don't improve the lives of Black community members. I think it's imperative that Black community members' needs are addressed to ensure the health and financial well-being of Sonoma County community. That is the end of my request and ask, and I yield my time.
Could our next commenter please unmute and state your name?
My name is Segreta Woodard. I'm the president of the Santa Rosa Sonoma County NAACP. Development and Finance is my direct report today. We need to establish the Ujuma extended family in Swahili community development financial institution as a new institution or in partnership with an existing credit union to provide the following: lending services, financial education, small business consulting, and lending. We need to work with the EDB, that's the Economic Development Director, to increase technical assistance and access to grant capital for Black entrepreneurs. We need also equal access to land for Black farmers connected with Pandora, Thomas, Earthseed to be determined. Support for mental health supports for Black community. Establish a therapy fund for Black people in Sonoma County that offers up to a year worth of free mental health counseling and culturally competent trauma-informed healing modalities to address the generational and mental health impacts of racism, post-traumatic slave syndrome, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Establish Black College Fund for students. How much funding would you need to deliver? Well, it's for your consideration. 20 million approximately, $2,418.67 per Black resident based on 2019 population of 8,269. Our goals are to increase the Black ownership, support existing in the new Black-owned businesses and new Black-owned businesses, support Black students, Black mental health, and provide a central hub for wraparound community services and ensure Black-led equity progress is made for the Black community in Sonoma County. Thank you, and I yield my time.
The next commenters are Ozzy, followed by MV, then Regina. Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. My name is Ozzy Jimenez, a Healdsburg resident and small business owner in District 4. Supervisors, thank you for your comments and your questions, and thank you to county staff for the presentation around the ARPA funds. My comments are around the ARPA funds. We have a real opportunity to manifest change to envision a better Sonoma County for all. This is a historic investment in our county. Equity is not just a word that we can throw around. True equity is meaningful action for a more equal and just world. We cannot play business as usual as we're recovering and building back our communities for resilience. The Office of Equity was formed this past year, and we need them to be front and center in the dialogue of how to best use and manage these funds so that every community in our county can benefit. We have no time to lose. We have the opportunity to build back better by delivering assistance to workers, families, the unsheltered, our LGBTQIA community, our Black community, supporting small businesses, and speeding the recovery of tourism, travel, and hospitality sectors. We need to continue investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. There's no doubt that zip codes like 95407 have been hit the hardest through the pandemic, and it's imperative that we invest in our most vulnerable. Through the pandemic, we have recognized that those marginalized and communities of color have lost the most and have been hit the hardest. How will Sonoma County address the impacts of last year? How will these funds be centered around people of color, farm workers, frontline workers, domestic workers, and those in the hospitality and food industry? We know that the County of Sonoma cannot do this alone. Equity must come first in every decision-making process our county leaders take. It is time to do something bold and different, and we need your leadership in properly delivering these funds. The Office of Equity needs to lead in this initiative, and you must dedicate the right resources for this office to be successful as you intended. This office can ensure and secure long-term resilience for our communities, but they also need long-term commitments and in these one-time funds. Thank you so very much, and I yield my time.
Hi, please unmute and state your name. This is MV. If you can please unmute. All right, MV, I'm not hearing you right now. If you're having any technological issues, you can always go to the first page of today's agenda and find the phone-in information. Just one moment. Okay, can our next commenter please unmute and state your name? This is for Regina. If you can please unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you very much. I was having technical issues. Hi, I'm Regina Brennan. There are two issues that are persistent in Sonoma County as well as elsewhere, and these include homelessness and the reentry of the formerly incarcerated. Well, one way to address the harm from the previous housing voucher system is to fast track Black affordable housing applicants. Now, given that Black unsheltered residents represent 5% of the unsheltered in Sonoma County, there's a great need for increased culturally competent outreach and services. To increase the development of innovative housing models, there are so many options that are worth considering, such as tiny homes, transitional, rapid rehousing, and permanent housing. Now, the phrase NIA means purpose in Swahili, and the NIA Tiny Home Village uses the Quixote Village as a model to transform the unsheltered from tent cities to safe and affordable housing, and connects them, the unsheltered, to much needed community services. Now, imagine if Sonoma County were to develop a NIA Tiny Home Village in Sonoma County here in our backyard. Imagine how this would address the needs of the homeless as well as the formerly incarcerated. And the last point I'd like to mention is that to ensure that recommendations of the Sonoma County Racial Equity Cohort are implemented and utilize, please, Black individuals. They have lived experience to inform, improve, and transform homeless services systems. Thank you, and I yield my time.
The next commenters are Sarah, but followed by Javi and Rocio. Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Sarah Perez. I am a nurse at Sonoma County Jail, and I have been working there for over 10 years. And I just like to bring some issues up to the board that I feel that have not been dealt with in a long time. In the last 10 years that I have been working there, there have been many, many changes in our communities, which have impacted our jail populations, including higher acuity in mental health, higher acuity due to increased homelessness and our undeniable opioid epidemic that has been happening in our community. So that adds a lot of stress to the workload and the nurses there. And I just want to bring that up because I feel like it hasn't been addressed in a long time. I've been working there full time. Now I'm working there per diem. And I also want to bring up the fact that staffing is always an issue, has always been an issue at the jail. We are supposed to have 2 RNs at all times and 2 LVNs, and we work together. But most of the time, we only work with 1 RN, and that LVN needs to fill the spot of the other RN, which puts our license at risk and patient care at risk. Generally, we all know that low nursing staffing levels tend to have higher rates of poor patient outcomes, like medical errors and missed nursing care. I mean, this is already a high stress job. So these are things to definitely take into account when thinking of renegotiating the contract with WellPath. We want to require them to have regular audits for staffing by a neutral third party, as well as adequate staffing and more staffing to, fulfill for the high acuity levels that are happening at the jail.
All right. Our next commenter, can you please unmute and state your name?
Good afternoon. My name is Javi Cabrera Rosales. I'm the project director for CURA, COVID Urgent Response and Aid Project in Sonoma County. Board Chair Hopkins and Board of Supervisors, thank you for this time and what you all have shared in the presentation. I really want to highlight some of the amazing things that CURA has been able to do in a very short period of time in providing resources and emergency financial assistance and support to mental health services and legal aid for our communities of color, particularly our Latinx, indigenous languages speaking communities, and low-income communities in Sonoma County. Although in our efforts to reach more than 15,000 people, both through outreach and community engagement and direct assistance, we also see that there is a need to continue to invest and sustain programs like CURA, not only within specific communities that we are serving, but expanding that and enhancing that to other communities of color and individuals that are disproportionately impacted, not only by disasters, currently the pandemic, but also the history of what communities of color have suffered in so many different ways as it comes to our systems and things that we have in place. And this is a grand opportunity for us to elevate how to build upon the Office of Equity and help the guidance of how we steward the monies and invest in our community by not only asking, but creating a space of community ownership and knowing that the voices and the lived experience of our people are the ones that will make the change and create a system, a community, a society in which we all thrive. And by only centering our people of color and folks that are mostly disproportionately impacted, making that our key point when we're making decisions on these funds. So I urge you all to continue to support the work that programs like Cura is doing to continue to elevate beyond an emergency response framework, that this could be a potential for a continuous effort to elevate the voices and create spaces for all of us to thrive and live. And thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, please unmute and state your name. I can see that you're unmuted. Do you want to try and? Now you're muted again. It's possible to have a double mute. I'm sorry, Rosie, I'm not hearing you right now. Are you connected to a microphone in your Zoom? And so what I'll do is I'll go to the next commenter, but you can always rejoin with the phone and information and press *9 to raise your hand. Or if you're able to resolve your microphone issues, we can try again. Our next commenters are Gary, followed by Jana, then Miguel. Please unmute and state your name. Gary, are you able to unmute?
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good. Okay, here we go. Thank you. My name is Dr. Gary Keeney. I'm with the North Bay Organizing Project, and thank you for this time. In reviewing the public documents related to the 21-22 Sonoma County budget, we noticed that the terms immigrant, undocumented were not county supervisors and resident of state to the county funds in this important segment of community. Safe communities and equity and social justice are pillars of the county's 5-year strategic plan. We expect funding to be allocated in ways so that immigrant and undocumented residents can actually access necessary programs and services. Restrictions make some federal and state sources of assistance available in principle, but inaccessible in practice to many people. For example, community members and leaders from tenant organizations have brought to our attention how rent-related debt is a serious problem faced by many who do not qualify for existing programs. Most of our immigrant and undocumented neighbors are strong and resilient, but live under intense and persistent stress, more recently exacerbated by disasters such as fires every year and the COVID-19 pandemic, which has, as you know, disproportionately impacted them with loss of life, health, and livelihood. Recovery is much more difficult with unnecessary barriers and without essential bridges. The efforts of county officials, the Office of Equity, and staff to improve access via translation, interpretation, outreach, and work alliances with community-based groups are helping through the pandemic and should continue to expand as we go through this fire season, throughout this coming fiscal year and beyond. The North Bay Organizing Project's Immigrant Defense Task Force remains committed to participating, collaborating, and advocating toward fair distribution of sufficient resources to reach Sonoma County's hardworking tax-paying immigrant and undocumented residents. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Please go ahead, unmute and state your name.
Hi, everyone. This is Jana Blunt, president of the Sonoma County chapter for SEIU 10-1. I work at the recorder's office at the county. Just big thanks to Chair Hopkins for allowing us 3 minutes to speak. You all must want to get up and move around as much as I do. So this is an act of kindness that should not go unnoticed. I wrote what I needed to say after confirming our speaking time wasn't going to be reduced, so I'll try to be quick. All I ask is that you please follow all recommendations that prevent layoffs this week. There thankfully aren't that many targeted this time around, but as always, it's going to depend entirely on your decisions. You've really impressed me this morning that the utter density of this information doesn't make your eyes just glaze over sometimes. It makes me grateful to have leaders that are so acutely interested and involved in what might seem like trivial minutia on the surface. We all make the very true jokes that sometimes these types of bureaucratic meetings can seem stale or even unimportant. But we know that's not true. Unknown to many people, just as each other year, you're holding the livelihoods and financial security of several county workers in your hands this week. They're beaten down just like the rest of us, usually happy to serve thanklessly, at times even exposed to abuse at the hands of equally traumatized members of the public. But they're hanging on and they're pushing forward. And we've got so many reasons to be concerned about making intelligent long-term decisions about the funds we have. There are endless opportunities for us to overextend ourselves because we're surrounded by unprecedented levels of need. No matter what you decide, you're forced to make difficult decisions to prioritize one need over another, black and white decisions in a gray world. I just pray that you've been able to spend the time that you need to determine, like I have, that the dollars and cents that it will cost to keep our workforce whole this year, only deleting vacant positions or those who are term limited, are not even close to significant enough to cause that kind of alarm. Tens of millions of dollars are passed back and forth on any given Board of Soups meeting for projects, extensions, services. We just ask you to compare those amounts to what it will cost to keep us whole one more year and realize it's not necessary at all for you to render any of your workforce unemployed. I just want to thank you for everything you do for us, and I yield my time.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, hi all. Thank you for giving us time to talk here. I really appreciate what you do. I am building up on what Sarah Perez, my colleague at the jail, told you about. We represent a small community of nurses that provide care for the inmates at the jail here in Santa Rosa. And our main issue is that we are not able to maintain the higher license, the RNs per se, on board because the competitive pay rates are not fair, the benefits are not fair, and they keep leaving us. And because they leave, they put the LVNs in positions that should be taken care of by RNs. And by doing that, you know, he puts the patients in a lot of dangers of possibly ending up in emergencies that could have been avoided. You know, and also he puts the LVNs in a lot of legal risk, as also does to the county. WellPad is a huge company that is trying to get away with not providing that contracted metrics. You know, this contract, they have failed time and again to live up to the metrics where they agreed to provide 2 RNs, like one in Medic 4 and one in Medic 1 position. They have failed time and again, and instead of providing an RN, they have been providing an LVN. And they're not reimbursing the difference of pay rate to the county. You know, they're keeping that extra amount of money to themselves. We're asking for you to please take a look to the upcoming contract to place guardrails to make sure the WellPath lives up to the contract that is coming soon. Thank you, and I enjoy my time.
Okay, our next commenters are Carrie, followed by MV, then Love Light SoCo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. My name is Carrie Fugit, and I am here to thank you for the discussion and voicing the need to revisit this process for how these funds are being distributed in a way that addresses equity issues and builds in community involvement into that process. And given that you've recently established the Office for Equity, I ask you today to empower, fund, and equip that office to help lead the design for how this process of distributing funds will be conducted. It's so painfully clear, and so many speakers this morning have already spoken to how disproportionately our climate disasters and pandemic have impacted populations made vulnerable by our systems. And every disaster over the last 5 years has only widened this gap. So please don't rush this process and risk further marginalization of low-income communities of color. We need to make sure these funds are equitably distributed. Examples, we need mental health care, economic assistance, housing assistance, climate adaptation, and how our infrastructural investments are made, and investment in our social infrastructure that has really been the people behind the scenes, mutual aid networks helping make sure that those folks are not left behind. So please use this funding and direct the process to our our Office of Equity to ensure our most impacted communities are centered in this process. The county has been talking about how important equity is, and now is our chance to put that into practice. Thank you so much.
All right, MV, want to go ahead and try and unmute again?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, my computer froze the last time. My name's MD Watson. I'm with NUHW. We represent more than 70 healthcare workers at Sonoma County Jail who are contracted through WellPath. We actually had another one of our nurses on this call today, but she had to leave due to a doctor's appointment. And she wanted to speak about her experience working at the jail as an RN and feeling very unprotected, and like patients are unprotected. She's actually one of so many nurses who's chosen to either leave the jail altogether or significantly reduce the number of shifts she'll take. And the issue that is driving away all of these nurses is that basically there are serious staffing issues with healthcare providers at the jail. Healthcare staff at Sonoma County Jail are being forced to perform work outside of their licensure. This endangers patients, puts the county at significant legal risk, and violates the contract that the county signed with the healthcare contractor, WellPath. RNs are leaving because of these stressful workloads. They don't have the tools to do their job, and because of below market compensation. It's hard to make a case that they should stay at the jail when they can go work somewhere else and get a significant raise. And for that reason, the jail gets new nurses right out of school, and as soon as they have 6 months of experience, they move along. And the problem that leaves is there are LVNs at the jail then are forced to work RN positions and have to make life and death assessments that are outside of their training and scope of practice. This has been an issue before the pandemic, and even after the census was decreased due to COVID closure and consolidation, there's still not enough staff. Jails across the county have had to pay out millions in settlements due to this very issue, which can lead directly to wrongful deaths, preventable deaths of inmates. So for that reason, Sonoma County Jail caregivers are calling on the sheriff and the Board of Supervisors to require regular audits of healthcare staffing at the jail in the contract that is currently being negotiated. These audits should be performed by an independent, neutral third party. This will not only protect patients and caregivers, it will also shield the county from significant legal liability. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi there, Marcy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, everybody. I'm Shantavi Tornado, founder of Love and Light here locally in Sonoma County. Good afternoon. I appreciate you all for being present. Thank you to Demetra, Sagrada, Kirsten, and Ozzy. We are in a demanded state of non-performative action. We as a community cannot grow unless community of color are given equitable resources. What does that mean? Representation and an allocation of funds to keep our communities thriving. Reparations for unacknowledged work. No more historic erasure. We need to start with our Black communities. When the BLM movement began, it started to unravel the uncomfortable conversation that our county needs to address. Prior, we had Andy Lopez, who represents the disproportionate and lack of outlets and resources in the Roseland neighborhood. Being from the API community, specifically the Khmer community, I grew up on Santa Rosa Avenue in Dutton, and I don't speak for us all, just that I am a lived experience. We need resources. We need our communities of color to thrive. Sonoma County needs to end the cultural grooming of erasure. We need sustainable steps forward, not just conversation. We are a collective conscience. The only way to keep moving forward is to stop gatekeeping funds. With fire season here, we cannot turn a blind eye to our communities of color and unsheltered. We need to protect our place here, protect our brown and Black businesses, specifically the businesses that have started here during the immigration and refugees that came here in the late 80s, early 90s, including my mother. We need to understand that we need to push forward for land back movements here locally. I yield my time and I appreciate you all for being on this forum.
All right, for our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, can you hear me, Marcy?
Yes, we can.
Board of Supervisors, Chairwoman Hopkins. My name is Ana Lugo, and I am a member of the Latinx community. I am also on the Latinx Health Work Group, and I have a consulting firm doing work in diversity, equity, and belonging. I want to start by thanking you, Chairwoman Hopkins, for the way in which you focused on process around the ARPA funding. And overall, I want to talk about the need for inclusion of community. I think I am so heartened and so excited and so grateful that not only am I here speaking to you today, but so many people from such diverse backgrounds is speaking about communities of color on Budget Day. It is absolutely incredible, and I'm so excited to be alongside each and every one of them. And to that end, I think that the community deserves the ability to look at this information. I had such a hard time looking for all of this information on your website. So I just want to say that real quick and encourage you to have your staff really put this information front and center. Now going to the budgeting for commissions, I think it is so important, especially for commissions that are doing work related to justice and equity, who have been disproportionately left out of any type of stipend in the past. I think it's time to change that. And I want to zero in on ARPA funds. This is, I think as Supervisor Goring said, an opportunity to do the big projects, to do projects that will also further policy change and that will become equitable justice work for our communities, for communities of color. We did open the county back in May or June on the backs of people of color. The disproportionate impact specifically to the Latinx community and to communities of color has been incredible, and this county has been able to stay open because they have borne the brunt of it, and that isn't fair. And this is why ARPA funds need to be utilized equitably. And you know where that lies. You know that office that you created. You have an office that is led by people of color. And I would like to see them presenting on ARPA funds. I would like to see them front and center, and I would like them to work alongside with the community and with you.
Autumn, we're having a little trouble hearing you.
What is the work that we need to do to promises this? Can you hear me now?
It's still a little choppy. Is there somewhere else you can go or stand maybe?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Marcia, you're able to hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I was going to say, the last thing I want to say is that the systems of the county are white supremacist systems, and we have to decide to create transformative systems and equity-driven systems. And as representatives of the county, as staff of the county, if you're not actively dismantling white supremacist systems, then you're protecting them. And it is the job of each and every person within the county to figure out what role they want to play. And I would love to see that thinking and that process reflected within the way in which we're going to work for us.
Just checking very briefly for any other commenters, if folks would raise their hand or press *9 to raise your hand if you are a phone-in attendee. All right, thank you so much. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Barrow, and I just wanted to continue to talk about the way that the budget interacts with racial equity, as you've heard in many of the commenters today. Particularly, my question was about whether the data is available and can be included in these kinds of presentations, because it is dense for layman's like myself, and there are lots of questions about who the various programs will affect and how that process can happen, whether anything could be targeted to particular communities who are traditionally marginalized and left out of even programs that are meant to help the community. And so I would ask, if the data isn't available, is there a way for us to start collecting and talking about in a direct way which communities are most affected by issues and eligible for programs and how the outreach is done? And if it is available, how can it be included in these discussions so that that kind of information is very clear? And of course, as others have stated more eloquently, having the people who are affected by those issues, those decisions, being a part of the conversation and centered in the conversation, including having new programs and departments and offices specific to those communities and led by those communities. Thank you.
Right, and the next person is a phone attendee, so if you can please unmute by pressing *6.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Jose Rodriguez. I'm director of COAD, a coalition of nonprofits that prepare, respond to, and recover from disasters. And I'm also a member of the Latinx Health Work Group. The ARPA funding is an exciting opportunity and can be a model for other counties who have also experienced compounding disasters. The data has been collected. There has been months of data collection. CURA has been collecting it. The county has been collecting it. And there's no lack of it to tell us where the impacts have been felt most. What I would like to understand is how upstream investments in the EDB plan to address these impacts through ARPA. How will they center low-income communities and communities of color, farm workers, frontline workers in hospitality and services, and domestic workers in the design and implementation of community funding? And how will the Office of Equity be part of this leadership? Thinking about upstream, the upstream framework, what will create safety mechanisms and infrastructure to support the dignity and well-being of these communities? Investments in underrepresented and underserved communities of color always creates co-benefits even for those with privileges. Examples include that have come up time and time again, and here's an opportunity to really tackle them. are investing in transportation upgrades. This includes train, public transportation, but also for farm workers, for example, farm worker van pools to address unsafe and carbon-heavy transportation that has had an impact on workers, and especially women farm workers. Investment in the greening of urban residential communities. Universal basic income is a proven model of care, something that works, and something that could be tried. Thinking about also another example of a model of care is Cura. Javi just spoke about Cura and their impact that can be had over the long term. And it has been a model of how community can be engaged in creating solutions for themselves with the support of the county and cities, as well as investing and supporting living wage ordinances. Equity is important in every aspect of this work, and we need to entrust that equity can lead this effort. So I'd like to also advocate for the Office of Equity to be part of the process, to be part of the leadership, for community to be centered, and for resources to be available for guaranteed success. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Hopkins, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you very much. So I would bring it back to the board. If anyone would like to respond to any of the members of the public, and I just want to say thank you all for your really thoughtful and passionate remarks today. And there are a lot of things that I will be taking to heart, but I would first offer any opportunities for my colleagues to speak. Supervisor Gorn, is that a yes or a, and then Supervisor Gore?
Well, I will say that thank you for your comments and your reminder about how diverse our community is and all of the issues regarding the medical care at the jail and many, many other comments. I was listening very carefully and take this to heart. And I do think that this absolutely is a call to our Office of Equity to remind them and us that our community is diverse and not just full of, and not just responding to the needs of our Latinx community, but a very much larger and greater diversity in our community. So thanks so much for some good ideas, and we'll be very thoughtful about it.
Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, thank you. So a couple things. One is that just as a transactional item, since there were some things that came up about contracting with WellPath, I believe it was, I think that'd just be appropriate to ask the county administrator to kind of follow up as a part with whether it's the sheriff or however that's appropriate. Anytime that we hear of things that come from union representatives in this forum, there's obviously union negotiations and different kind of questions, but I'd love to have some kind of a follow-up if we get, any kind of accusations or whistleblower kind of situation. I want to make sure that we have an appropriate feedback loop. So the request there is whether it's with, health workers and their union or with our folks, maybe a feedback loop to the board since this came up. The other thing I would say is that it's, I love the input because, and also that a lot of folks listened to our comments and questions about ARPA before, and it's a seminal moment for equity being that this this pandemic showed the equity lines fracturing more than ever and the disproportionate impacts. And so I really look forward to our July meeting and encourage all those folks who called in to tune in and watch that, because I think what we have to do is not just talk about this Office of Equity and these people, but we have to resource it adequately to be able to make sure that we follow up appropriately, community outreach, tracking, equity lens in terms of contracting, and that we kick butt and go forward and show it not just with words, but with actions. So thanks for that and asking folks to stay along for the ride and stay engaged.
And member of the board, Supervisor Corsi, Supervisor Abbott.
Thank you. On the jail health issue, that contract is coming up next. It's going to go out next month for RFP. Is that right?
Through the chair, I believe I saw it on the agenda for July 20th. I saw it in the agenda review queue.
All right.
So I think a contract's been negotiated and they're moving it forward to the board for approval.
All right. I'll be interested in talking about some of these issues and seeing if they're addressed in the contract. The idea of auditing compliance with the contract, I hope that we're doing that anyway. If we're not, we should be, and I hope we will going forward. Just a basic requirement of RNs and LVNs in a specific mix should not be anything that is hard to track. So I appreciate the comments there, and looking forward to looking at that when it comes before us. On the ARPA issue, I appreciate the specific comments about equity and what equity looks like. It's a word that gets bandied around a lot. I do appreciate the comments today. I think the intent here is to make ARPA work in an equitable way in partnership with the community. We are not going to make decisions in a vacuum about that. And I again appreciate the comments we heard from the community today. Thanks.
Supervisor Abbott?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I look forward to the discussion regarding the health issues at the jail. Also, as the ARPA issues, and I think it really becomes apparent I think our challenge always is to identify those in need and how we can, at this level of government, deliver and be successful. And we don't have, quite frankly, a lot of the other programs that perhaps state and federal government has in order to assure that delivery it really makes a significant change. And I think that's something that we always need to approach. I think we've certainly seen this year as the ever widening hourglass economy of those who just can't seemingly get ahead. And if you look at, real estate trends, I think at least down my way, it's just, is there a house that sells for the asking price and not a couple $100,000 over? And if you're thinking about ever trying to get into the market and so on and so forth, and then at the same time on the rental side of things, we all know about that. Then of course, salaries not keeping up. So there's no shortage of need for sure. And I think we need to identify in a totally inclusive and equitable way, finding out who we need to put dollars out there to, and how those programs are actually going to make sure that we get the biggest bang for the buck, and ideally leverage as well. So nothing but work ahead on that front, but look forward to those discussions.
Thank you so much. And I would echo the comments of my colleagues. I really appreciate the callers who spoke today on the need to really work on empowering and listening to and responding to the needs of the Black community in Sonoma County. I think it was Demetra who shared a statistic that really spoke to me, which was that 30% of the HUD applicants for vouchers are Black and 4% receive vouchers. And so, that's where I'd really like the opportunity to dive into data and to see how ARPA funds can be utilized to respond to those unmet needs and to what clearly isn't working in terms of, supporting the Black community on the housing front in particular. Also really appreciated bringing up, the access to land for Black farmers, and would really love to continue our work with Pandora over at Earthseed on her project and figure out ways that we can potentially replicate that in other areas of the county. I also just appreciated all of the commentary surrounding equity and the need to address generational harm and to, address those most disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Also wanted to say thank you for calling in to talk also about Cura. And I look forward to, the analysis of the Cura program really coming back to the board in July and to diving into that. And my one sort of last request is that, I would love to follow up with Demetra and Kirsten and Sagrada and the others who called in about how we can actually incorporate your voice into the process. And is there something in particular, is it a meeting, or are we going to be waiting for the proposals that you mentioned during the public comment? But I look forward to figuring out how we can all come together and see how we can best utilize those ARPA funds and to having that multi-phased process over time. I also hope that our sort of the jail health staffing contract is definitely something that's going to be on regular and not on consent when it comes forward, because I really look forward to having that conversation, to diving into the details of the contract and to ensuring that we have adequate staffing levels and worker protection. So Any last thoughts before we break for lunch? All right, it is past time and we will go ahead and recess for lunch. And let's go ahead and come back at 1:30 if we can. Is that enough time? Cheryl, do your staff need any break or anything in terms of the budget presentations? Do you think that's adequate?
Can we say 1:35?
Sure, or 1:45. I'm open.
1:45.
All right, I'll be generous. Our lunch, guys.
Thank you.
Let's go take that. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We are beginning the process to resume the meeting. All right, thank you so much for your patience, and we should be ready to resume. Chair Hopkins.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So we will be resuming with a presentation from the CAO budget team. So we can go ahead and let Peter get going and bring his share screen up. And just so everyone knows, this presentation will lead directly into the budget deliberation process.
Thank you. And that was pretty much what I was going to say on this slide. So I think we can go to the next. This is the final presentation of the day. It does begin with an overview of the available sources that the CAO has identified for budget adjustments. It looks at the budget adjustment tool that we will be using this year, very similar to what we've done the last 2 years. And it also looks at CAO recommendations. And as you noted at the end of this, the board will begin deliberations. First off, let's talk about that piggy bank and the available sources that we have found. Tab 2 outlines the ongoing sources as well as the one-time sources and the CAO recommendations. Great information-filled tab. But the County Administrator's Office has identified 6.1 million of available ongoing sources the board can utilize. Of this, 1.5 million is ongoing general fund revenues that we have found above what is programmed within the budgets. We have $4 million of reinvestment and revitalization fund revenues. This came up earlier on the supplemental slide. And this is due to revenue increases to the county, both as the cost of the successor agencies have remained fixed or decreasing while the revenue has grown, and also due to some changes in the allocation formula that came out of a court case elsewhere in the state. Finally, we have the $600,000 in the Rohnert Park charitable contribution from the Grayton Tribal Funds that was discussed earlier. We have also identified $12.1 million in one-time sources. This includes $6 million in expected general fund year-end fund balance. It also includes about $4.1 million, includes $4.1 million in reinvestment and revitalization fund balance, which is similarly tied to those increased revenues I spoke of earlier. And it includes a $2 million that has accumulated in the refuse franchise fees fund, which is above what is needed for the current projects that are monitored out of that, and thus is available for the board to put to other priorities. I'm now going to turn it back to Natalie Brunamonte to go over the budget adjustment tool.
Good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. We'll be talking a little bit about what the budget adjustment tool is. So we call it a tool. Really, it's an Excel spreadsheet that I'll be running through the deliberations process. And it allows us to show real-time updates on the sources available for balancing, as well as uses of the available funds. This is a screenshot of what the budget adjustment tool looks like. So just a quick orientation. Across the top, we have the columns of the available sources. So as you'll see, we have the ongoing discretionary, matching the $6.1 million that Peter referenced, and then the one-time discretionary, which aligns with the 12.1 he also referenced, and then general fund contingencies. Along the rows, we have the requests that have been submitted. There are 5 different types of requests that you'll see on the adjustment tool. There's the CAO recommendations, which Peter will be discussing shortly. There's add backs. Add backs are cuts that departments had to make due to reductions in outside funding sources or increases in costs that meant that they couldn't afford to provide their baseline level of services. So they're not asking for any new programs. It's just the amount of funding that they're seeking to maintain services. There's also board budget requests and community budget requests. These are requests that were either submitted by the board or, in the case of community groups, were submitted with two board members sponsoring the community group requests. Finally, there's program change requests. Those aren't depicted on this screenshot, but program change requests are items where departments have submitted a request to do business in a new and/or different way. This year, budget instructions indicated that program change requests could only be submitted if they did not require new general fund funding sources. So that is what you'll see on the budget adjustment tool once we get to the deliberations. You will have noticed that there was some color coding that was going on. Items in white are CAO recommendations and board and community requests. And then on add backs and program changes, the color coding is green, yellow, and gray. Green are items that our office is recommending to be restored or approved. Yellow really actually is best stated that it might benefit from further discussion with the board. And gray are items where we are not recommending funding them because we believe that they can be more easily absorbed compared to the other items that were submitted. Just so that you know, if you want to find more information on any of these items, they're all embedded within tab 2 for the add backs and program change requests. Even for the board requests, there's an ID system that'll help you connect the items in the budget adjustment tool to the items in your tabs. And that is all regarding the overview on the tool.
Thank you, Natalie. And now I'd like to turn quickly to the county administrator's recommendations. First of all, last year during budget hearings, the county allocated some PG&E fund to restore permanent positions. That was allocated over 3 years, so it was not done as a simply one-time funding to kick the can down the road 1 year, but it does mean that we run into potential increased deficits and need for restorations following the end of fiscal 22-23, unless that's restored. So since we do have some ongoing available balance, the CAO is recommending that we use about 1.8 million of that to make permanent those restorations of permanent positions. And you can see here, there's a list of 10.5 FTE that were restored using PG&E funding for 3 years. That would free up about $3.6 million in PG&E funding, which, absent other direction, will go back into the fund. And this does not include PG&E funding that was given for new positions, including the mobile support team, or for services and supplies or extra help, but we felt that it was best to prioritize making those permanent positions whole. The CAO also recommends that remaining ongoing funding be set aside to reserve capacity for future needs. This is that $2.6 million of remaining ongoing capacity. As we discussed earlier, we have known needs, the Sheriff's Behavioral Health Unit at the jail among them, staffing for that, but also a long litany that CAO Bratton let you describe during her opening remarks. We do recommend that 1 million of this be utilized as one-time funding for the current year. CAO is also recommending $2 million toward support fire services. This is in addition to the Proposition 172 funding and the Community Investment Fund Measure L funding that already goes to support fire services. This would be one-time support, which would go over 2 years and would help support services so that there are not reductions in services and support consolidation while longer-term funding is considered. We are also, as I noted earlier, recommending that 1.15 million be set aside to maintain our reserves at 9.5% of operating revenues. This is about 1.2% over our minimum level and still well below our target, but we at least would not be losing any ground. Looking at the FEMA audit reserve, we are recommending $2.2 million be added to maintain 20% of funding received from FEMA in line with our existing fiscal policy. There was a question earlier about what the timeline is around this funding, I believe, and the timeline that they have to begin an audit is 3 years after a final expenditure report on a disaster is given. However, to date, we have not given a final report on any of our post-2017 disasters. We do expect that the 2017 wildfires and the 2019 Kincaid fires may be closed out our projects, because this does include, it's important to know, this includes the completion of the permanent projects. So things like TPW road projects that are funded by FEMA would need to be completed. So that's why it often takes a long time to close those out. We do anticipate that some of those could begin to close perhaps by the end of fiscal year 21-22 or shortly thereafter, but that would then start that 3-year window that they have to audit. The CAO is also recommending that one-time funding of $3 million be set aside to establish a disaster response fund. The idea of this fund would be to provide initial funding for disaster response before we begin to get other aid or can identify long-term support. It would also be a source that would have appropriations in it, so we could begin to tap it immediately and not be required to go to the board with a separate item to put in place those initial appropriations. So it would both provide us with an additional source for these, but also additional flexibility in response to future disasters, should they occur. And the idea would be that hopefully this fund could be replenished in part with federal and state reimbursements, so it would not necessarily need $3 million of discretionary funding every time there's a disaster. In addition, the board has had items coming to them since the recommended budget was put together that required additional general fund revenue to support them. And these have had to come from drawing down fiscal year 21-22 contingencies before that year has even started. The largest of these, about $900,000, is for the recall election of the district attorney. And that is funding for CRA that was approved earlier this spring. Now, we do recognize that it's important that the board enter the year with a full $5 million, and that there are a number, as we've seen, of unknown costs even beyond disasters that can come up that can require the use of this sort of funding. So we are recommending that 1.2 million of one-time money be used to restore those contingencies so that the board starts the year with that full $5 million. Finally, well, we have programmed $6 million or recommending programming $6 million of expected year-end fund balance from the general fund. We do actually anticipate that number to be significantly higher, but we do want to be conservative about spending the money before it is really in hand. And we won't know the final amount until the close of books at the end of July. And so what we are recommending is a plan for how additional one-time general fund year-end fund balance gets distributed. And we're recommending that the first $5 million of that would be used to fund strategic plan implementation. And this would come forward, recommendations for this funding would come forward in January, as Crystal Carey-Harrow discussed in her presentation on the strategic plan earlier. In addition, we may have available balance above and beyond that. Our current fiscal policy does call for a portion of year-end available balance to at least be considered for use in making pension liability paydowns. And we are recommending, in fact, that 50% of any amount after these initial 5 million and the 6 million we're programming, that 50% of any additional amount would go towards buying down our unfunded pension liability, and that the other 50% would go towards the county center development and deferred maintenance funding. And that concludes our final presentation. With that, we can take any additional questions on this presentation, and the board may begin deliberations. We do recommend that as deliberations start, the board begin by agreeing to what those available sources might be.
Peter, I realized I rushed you through the discussion of available sources, and I believe you had a couple of points on traditional sources that were not depicted, and I didn't know if you wanted to circle back. I apologize that I went a little quickly on my clicking.
So that is fine. And one of those sources was tribal funding. And I was beginning to feel like we'd had a fairly extensive discussion of that earlier. But that is one that, because the discretionary sources are fully allocated at this point, we are not recommending use of that, even though you still will see some fund balances within those funds, particularly the Grayton Fund, but those are earmarked for specific purposes, and we will need to have staff return with specific projects that meet the promises to the community on those and the goals of the mitigation agreement, rather than allocating it generally towards these projects. The other source is Teeter Reserve, which we have often tapped into. And the Teeter Reserve is replenished based on the fines and the revenues from delinquent property taxes. Now, because under COVID, the state has waived those penalties, we are not seeing the same sort of level of replenishment. We are projecting a balance looking out a couple of years of about $500,000 over our current target of 1.25% of the rolls. However, that's not a very high level, and there's still significant uncertainty as penalties for COVID impacted people will be waived for another year. So we are not recommending use of that source beyond what's programmed in the recommended budget standardly.
Do you want to mention the PG&E settlement balance?
Or you
Sorry.
could, since you're jumping
Sure,
in. Yeah,
I'm ready to
the
go.
PG&E settlement balance is currently, the unprogrammed amount is about 1.8 million. If the board accepts the first recommendation to move some of those positions that were funded by PG&E one time over to permanent funding, that would add 3.6 million to bring it to a total of 5.4 million that has currently not been programmed. And I would just say that that programming is assuming 12.5 million is utilized for the match of BRIC funding, a grant which has not yet been awarded and we'll know about in the near future.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude the presentation?
And that concludes the presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So I'm going to bring it back to the board first for questions about that presentation, and then we will kind of formally, once questions are done, transition to what I suggested earlier, which is I just would love to hear about what are some of your budget priorities, if you want to explain some of your requests that you made as individual board members. But also, you know, again, this is our first budget as a team, and I just kind of want to establish that team dynamic, and hopefully we can, as a team, achieve those goals that we all share in common. And I will kind of ask the CEO, actually, since this is really truly her, a presentation that she has brought before us, if she wants to kick off that process. But first, we'll start with questions. So questions on the presentation. Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Can you give me an idea of what the history of pension pay down amounts have been in the last few years' budgets? What the size of the pay down has been?
So I don't have that number in front of me. It is something that I can get you. We do have a set policy for 0.5% of payroll to go towards that. And we have made some significant ones over the past few years. So I think we can get that for you relatively quickly.
Okay, I'm just curious because, you know, if we do realize $18.5 million of fund balance at the end of the year, and I know that that's not assured at this point, but given the other recommendations, that would be almost $4 million worth of pension paid out. And I just wonder how that compares to what's been done in the past. The other question I have is,
and my staff is so on top of it. Just, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I actually have those pension numbers right in front of me now. In 2015, 3.5 million was used to pay down the pension. In 2020, $5 million was used to pay down the pension. And based on the 0.5% of payroll that I discussed, that amounts to about 1.7 million per year ongoing.
okay, so that's on top of those other figures.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that was added in 2020 as well. So that's been going on just for the last couple of years.
Thanks. The other question I have is on the FEMA audit reserve. I don't think you mentioned what happens to that after the 3-year audit period expires. Does that go back to general fund? Is that do we have a policy on that?
So we do not specify in the policy exactly what happens to that at this point. That will be something for the board to determine. It could roll directly back in the fund. The FEMA audit reserve is housed within the general fund reserves. So one option would be to just roll it back into unassigned reserve balance. It's programmed currently as assigned reserve balance. Another option would be to roll it back into the general fund because it is by and large reimbursement for general fund money that is going in there and was moved out of general fund there. So either of those would be an option for the board.
Okay. That's it for now. Thanks.
Other questions? Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, okay. We talked about kind of going into some of these fund balances and other things. I wonder if now I have questions, if that's an appropriate time, if you want to do that now or like kind of section that off or.
So questions are totally appropriate. If you kind of
Okay.
get into suggestions of what things you want to open up, we'll do that after we make our statements. But questions are great.
Okay, I appreciate first of all, the question about the FEMA audit policy, and I'm just putting down that that's something that we should figure out. I think the other thing is with respect to the TUBS, PG&E is the timeline on understanding if we do get that BRIC program, and if not, to the county administrator, would we anticipate that coming back into the pot or coming back for a future discussion for PG&E allocation if that BRIC does not get funded?
Absolutely. The board has not formally allocated it towards that local match.
Okay. And I think my understanding is that we also, I was told anecdotally that we got a couple of our other hazard mitigation grants funded. Like one of them was, I think, $5 million for home hardening or other things like that. I don't know if maybe the request would be maybe not right now, but for tomorrow or whatever it is. I just an update on those funds that came in, because I know we prescribed them initially. We were really looking at that. I want to see programmatically how they get out on the ground. So just the request would be if there's any hazard mitigation grants that have been funded in the last quarter or 6 months.
Sure, we could do that.
Nice to know where those are. The other thing is I want to go back to the I'm trying to remind myself of also last year's budget deliberations. We worked really hard to put the PG&E money on the table to really not have any layoffs in the middle of the pandemic. And so funding these positions, in my mind, staves that off. I was looking at your position allocation, but we are not currently reviewing anybody losing their jobs from this budget. Is that correct or no?
I'm going to ask Natalie to
Uh-huh.
walk the board through each of the positions
Okay.
and the landing spots or not.
Mhm. Okay, good.
So this will tie to the memo that you'll find in tab 2.4 of your binder. The first section on that talks about potential layoffs. And the first thing that I want to share is potential layoffs is always potential because as there are changes in allocations, what happens with positions varies and it can vary even daily. That being said, the memo reflects,
Natalie,
yes,
what tab?
tab 2.4. So it's embedded in the back of tab 2. I think that tab is pretty meaty, so it'll be close to tab 3.
Okay. Okay. In the summary of position changes, kind of
Yep.
embedded in there.
Yeah, so just in that first, it's just a paragraph that gives you a narrative overview. And I'm going to focus in on the potential layoffs. So in the budget before you, we are aware of 7.5 positions that may result in a layoff. Of those, 3.5 are being recommended by the CIO to either be extended because they're time-limited positions or maintained through an add back. The other 4 positions are being, the CIO is not recommending to retain them. 2 of them are because these are positions that the departments have requested to change or eliminate due to a lack of work. And so we're trying to honor the departments aligning their staffing with the work available. That being said, in both of those cases, there are landing spots available to the employees. They may not be landing spots that the employees want as much, but those choices are available. The other 2 of those 4 are associated with time-limited positions that we are not recommending for extension because they fall in that category of having required additional general fund resources.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to make a comment. I just think that to me kind of answers what I was looking at with, we still want to give, credence to the departments if they're saying there's not work there, if there's landing spots for others. So I appreciate that. Okay. On another one, this is just kind of a process question, and this goes to the budget adjustment tool. So, we have the CAO recommendations, A1 through A8. Then we have B1 through B18, which are really kind of the core recommendations for add back from the county administrator's office, right? We have the 1 yellow item, we have the 3 gray items, which we've talked about those. We have our board requests, right, which come in the C category. And then Cheryl or Peter or somebody, if you can, I want you to talk through the green, which is a recommendation. It's back into that category of these are program change requests. So these are things that what I see as the county administrator is saying, like, these are the good program change requests that are approved by the CAO, but they do not have a recommendation for funding because we have to decide if we want to fund those or not. What is that?
They all have their own source of funding.
That's okay.
So not general fund discretionary dollars.
Okay. And so the question there is, even though that these are here, I mean, is your recommendation then at that point is that if they've identified their own funding, is that we're going to just approve those kind of on a consent vote or something?
That would be our recommendation. We reviewed them and we're supportive.
Okay. That's great. That's great. So these are grant programs, other kinds of things. Okay. That's excellent. Appreciate that. I think the other, so if I look at, we already, once again, I just want to make sure I get these FEMA audit policy. One I wanted to request just kind of a status report on is animal services. We have had a conversation. Earlier this year, we had a study that we were going to review. We also continued, from my understanding, their budget without layoffs. But when's the anticipation that we're going to be discussing that item and the future home for animal services, whether they stay in DHS or whether we maybe loop them into an ASO with us in a smaller office or kind of other ideas?
That's a great question. So we put enough funding in the budget to cover the gap for 18 months. So the board with my office's support, should make a decision probably next spring,
Okay.
at the latest, about what direction we're going.
Okay.
Or if we need to pull more funding to keep them where they're at.
Okay, good. Couple other items that I think are high level that I'm interested in. And some of these I'm repeating. I think I'm interested. I want the board also to hear, because I asked you too. Is that the idea of bringing back the rest of the veg management work? So we put 25 million aside. We allocated 8 million towards veg management projects. 15 million was really kind of still set for our discussion. There was the CLE report, but ultimately, how do you plan to bring that back for us to deliberate on which aspects of that we want to move on, or which ones we want more study on, or where have you?
So my recommendation is open space district in coordination with our office, once they have that position filled, give that person a couple of months to get up to speed, come to the board probably January, February, with recommendations on where we go next.
Yeah, so the only request there is to make sure that anything that we do, if we do want to put money towards veg management, we don't get ourselves into spring and summertime like we were rushing this year to do that. So, whether we put it into long-term governance or we put it into active projects that are out there on the ground, just the request is following up with Ag and Open Space. I don't know if Misty's listening too, but January doesn't seem scary, but obviously if we're going to put more money out on the ground with veg management on that or otherwise, we don't want to miss the window, right? Assuming it rains this year, right? Assuming it rains. Okay. That's good. Okay. Now, I want to jump into some of these fund balances and just kind of go through. So I guess this is on tab 3, right? And so, one thing that kind of caught my eye early on was the paragraph at the very bottom of the first page, which talks about, there's specific other ones, but talked about the county health plan funds. And it said the fund has, I'm not saying I want to put money everywhere. I'm just looking for more explanation, detail. County health plan funds, approximate 27 million fund balance with roughly 13.5 million estimated to have been derived from general fund finance payroll contributions. I was wondering if you could explain that a little bit more and talk about if we're not planning to release these funds or if they're prescribed in any way or what have you.
Yeah, and let me first say, what would a county budget be without Christina Rivera? So we have Christina Rivera on the screen, prepared to address your question, Supervisor.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Christina Rivera, Assistant County Administrator. It's a joy to watch budget hearings. So thanks for inviting me. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Supervisor. We have, as you may recall, the county has a medical coverage plan that we have a self-funded. It's a locally managed self-funded insurance program. And we have 2 funds that are associated with it. The first one has to do with simply as a self-funded program, we have to maintain a certain amount of funds for the anticipated liabilities within that. So that's the first fund. The one is called health insurance reporting. That's the 14.3 million. So we must maintain that there to meet our actuarial liabilities and to meet the sustainability of that fund. The second fund, which is also associated with the county health plan, we call it an economic uncertainty reserve. And this is a static reserve that we created so that we can, when the time comes, so that we can transition from a self-insurance program to a replacement program, because this is a negotiated benefit and is negotiated with our labor groups to have this access to this self-funded program. So we maintain this fund, and because we anticipate that there's going to be a time when there's going to be such little number of subscribers to this fund that it will have to convert into something else, and it'll have to be a replacement type of benefit. Okay. So for purposes of your question, recommend that both of these funds, we see both of these funds as not discretionary, and we see both of these funds as not being available for release.
Okay. I appreciate the explanation. No more needed on that. I'm not gonna dive into it too much. I just think the point we always make is that where's our money put? Where is it working? So if this is a prudent decision, it sounds like right now, but obviously we don't want to, that's a large fund balance. We're making investments in healthcare. This is a health plan. If we have liability that we need to keep this on, that's fine. But if not, I want to encourage county administrator staff to look, I wouldn't say, I'm not going to use the word conservative or progressively at this budget. I would say rationally. One of the things that we always get into with this conversation is that how much money are we putting aside to save for a crisis when we have a crisis going on in our community, right? And we always like to keep the fund balance in case the crisis gets worse. But even when it rained fire on our community, we only used about $8.5 million out of our general fund reserve. So ultimately, at the end of the day, or $16 million that we were able to replenish through PG&E funds. So I just think that bears witness. So the other thing that I wanted to ask about is this item I mentioned before, which was it's on Fund Balances Review Directory, page 4 of 8. It talks about 2.3 million restricted by the type of source. It's attachment A, page 5. It talks about the net of 3.96 million of unspendable tobacco deallocation balances is associated with, this is very complex, associated with a loan receivable, specific use of, and so it's always funny when you start to find within a tobacco deallocation balance, things that talk about Energy Watch, District Formation, and Mark West Springs, and small water systems. So I know we've had some of those in the past, but that's just an item I'd love a little bit of clarity on, and what those dollars should go towards. Sorry, so I'm on tab 3, and if you go to that memo, it says like 1 of 8 on the bottom. And if you go to page 4 of 8, the first kind of dot says 2.3 million restricted by type of source. I don't know if you have that in front of you up at the top there, but it's just kind of an interesting one. So
I do, and I am currently just trying to look at the fuller view of what is in here.
If you want to look at,
we do have a number of funds. This is looking towards funds that are programmed within the broader general fund category, but that we have set up specific sources around them, or that they have specific sources around them. And so, well, that highlights a few examples. There are actually a significant number of funds that fall into this category. And so again, the tobacco deallocated, which the largest portion of that is currently unspendable, based on, so first off, what I would say is that the tobacco deallocated isn't bound by law to a specific purpose, but it's previously been designated for non-capital costs around the ADA transition plan. And so at a certain point, we borrowed money from that for capital projects and have been repaying that over time. So that's where you see a non-spendable amount in there is essentially a note from ourselves saying we are going to repay it. And we've been making those repayments out of the capital funds. I believe that went towards completion of the inmate connector, though I'd have to verify that.
Maybe one of the things we can do is, maybe you can tell me where, if it talks about attachment A, page 5, which attachment A, which page would that reader list be on, or do you want to get us maybe for tomorrow that full list, and then we can either discuss it now or at a future date? I mean, I'd love to see those projects. So the point there is I'd love to see what's in there. But secondly, if there's $641,000 for district formation, we have a lot of district formation discussions going on. If there's $246,000 for Mark West Springs project, well, we have a lot of projects in Mark West Springs that have been trying to figure it out. Same thing for small water systems. We have negotiations with the state going on right now. So I don't want to take up a half hour right now, but maybe if you could either point to us where that is, or get us maybe a one pager for later in the week that we could either decide to discuss it now or at a future board meeting, maybe at a quarterly budget or something like that.
Peter, if you want, I can share my screen on this if it's a fast question for right now. The fund balance, because it's so long, we didn't print out the whole directory. It's available online, and maybe that's not a good choice for next year.
It's okay.
Peter, if you want me to share my screen, I can do that now. And if it's too big of a conversation, I don't have to.
So I think you can bring it up so that folks can at least see what this looks like. And it's a rather dense sheet that we have with pages upon pages of different funds within the county. This does highlight some of these. Within this sheet, it does include information on what the initial purpose of the fund, what the purpose of the fund is, restrictions on its usage, its legal authority, how it was founded, as well as how it receives funding or what its growth may be. And so the district formation fund does have a balance, and I'm seeing that actually maybe this sheet was not updated on it, because we have begun allocating a balance out of the community investment fund towards district formation fund over the last few years. This was set up in part to provide funding for exploration of creating new community facility districts or other districts that would be, it was initially set up around water districts, but it could be other local service districts at the board's request. And so we have funded a few studies out of this to date, but yes, there is an accumulated balance, and it is funding, again, that's coming into it primarily out of the Community Investment Fund Transient Occupancy Tax, with the purpose of supporting if there are areas that are interested in setting up a special district. And so it is available for the board to use for those purposes.
I don't think I have to go through every line item on these. I think, at one point we set aside money for a district formation discussion, but it was not $680,000. And I know Supervisor Hopkins, at one point you pulled for the Bodega Bay discussion, I think it was $20,000 as an allocation. I think it was the only time we pulled that money out. But I guess just, you were leaning in. Let me see if you have anything on that. I don't want to.
I was just going to ask Peter to repeat the number that is currently in the. I was like, I couldn't
641.
Okay, and then all right, and then there was another line. I don't know. I guess it's just. I feel like that's almost like Morse code, trying to read the screen from that far away.
Sorry.
I guess I can try pulling it up.
And if I might, when we did the community investment program, I believe the number was 175,000 a year. Right. Maybe it got.
That is correct.
To 175. So 350,000, over the last 2 years have been deposited in there. There was already probably around 200,000.
I didn't know it was a year by year. I thought it was a one time.
No, it was ongoing. And there is an agenda item, I think on July 13th for Asti Bridge, where we're going to tap a small amount of that.
Well, I think Asti Bridge, and then also maybe for the fire discussion, if there's, we have some consolidation. I mean, whatever you think. And then, so I guess the same for the Mark West Springs project. If I see that, Supervisor Gorin and I work on stuff up there. I'm always interested in. Every once in a while, we find stuff that's around that we need to allocate instead of hang around. So, question just for that list. So I don't. I'm looking on the budget. The budget reports sheet, can you tap? So I have all the tabs. It references attachment A. Attachment A on which area? Or can you guys just send us a link? I mean, I can't just.
Happy to send a link also just for orientation purposes. If you click on the fund balance memo tab 3 here, It's about 8 pages in.
Okay.
When you'll see all of those spreadsheets begin.
Okay.
Yeah, and specifically, Supervisor, when you click on that link that says fund balance memo and you go to PDF page 13 out of 37, you're going to see the breakdown of the 2.3.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
And if I may, the District Formation Fund has, and no, I only offer this because I was a former TPW person. The District Formation Fund is managed by the Transportation and Public Works, and it's there because it was back in 1988, was initially funded by about $500,000. Or even back in 1988, we were having conversations about how would district formation initial studies will be funded. And so I just wanted to tell you that it has been used over time. And as County Administrator Bratton noted, we have since since starting with the fiscal year 1920, we started adding money to it. It was static. We started using it, and now we're adding money to it. And we're going to be coming back to you through Transportation and Public Works for a district formation in ASTI. Thank you.
Excellent. I think, so in addition to that, the next item on the memo goes into the 179.9 million for specific uses. It's also, it looks like attachment A page. So specific to the Fire Services Fund, 7 million to support fire service enhancement efforts. I don't need to get too much into this. I assume that might be a part of what's coming back when we have a meeting on July 13th to discuss fire stuff. Just want to make sure that I just wanted to make sure that was there. And then there's a couple other ones that I just want to pin for like county administrator and others of when we might discuss them, right? So we talked about veg management coming back, but I think the goal there is to make sure we follow up with ag and open space, that we're not delaying too long on our veg management into what we're doing. I don't want to wait 7 months until we figure out what we're doing there. The other one is what are our thoughts on Kincaid settlement? Because I know a lot of that focuses on our backfill, and is that for an upcoming quarterly budget, or is it going to be addressed at all here? The reason I say that is that I understand we have this settlement and we talked about what our losses or our unmets were, but I don't see where where the money that we have out that we want to replenish is in this budget right now. So would the goal be, is it just somewhere off in the nether region that we have that we were waiting for that, or is would that go into general fund?
No, it's another realm out there. Potentially, if the board wanted, it could be added to the ARPA discussion. Maybe that's not the right vehicle that the board wants to use.
Yeah.
But I don't believe we have the check in hand. So from our perspective, it doesn't exist yet, but we know it's coming.
I just think it would be maybe at the end of the budget hearings when we're getting together, we could have like a calendar of like projection or future things that we need to discuss. I mean, I don't want to fix everything by Friday, but hey, we want to bring, because we have a lot of different funding categories that we're going to come back to. We've never had this to this extent with this Board of Supervisors, that we would go through 4 different rounds of funding after we finish budget to allocate funds, right? So I think maybe just a request there. And I think that's, I guess, on the same side, I don't know if this is going to come forward, but the other one I would love to see, since you in the county administrator, there was that point that came up. Supervisor Corsi asked about it, as clarifying that the board has discretion after the 8% reaches on Prop 172, that we could put that towards probation. I would love to be directed towards a accounting of the Prop 172. I know we had the 8% goal. Anecdotally, in a conversation, Peter, with you before we had, I think, quarterly, said it was at like 3%. It might get up to 8% soon, but I don't know if that's going to be presented as a part of the fire ad hoc. But even in anticipation of that, I'd love to have, maybe a graph or something, or a table that says, here's before, when it went to all, because basically 100% of Prop 172, if I remember correctly, when I was on the fire ad hoc, used to go to the sheriff's office And then we negotiated the upswing over into fire. And now we're talking about other elements, but I'd love to see what that fund is, where it's at.
Certainly. So we can look at what the allocations of the Proposition 172 are. Initially, it went all to law enforcement. It was 90% sheriff and 10% DA.
Mm-hmm.
And we have been working towards that 8%. As you mentioned, due to the way the formula has worked, it has had somewhat slow growth so far. It's been around a little over 3. But we do anticipate it to see some significant growth in the next year and perhaps hit 8%. That is really tied to basically having a downturn and losing money and then coming back, reset the baseline at a lower level. And so rebounding means that it has it gets a higher rate of increase.
Okay.
In terms of the other funding here, I do think the fire services fund balance will come back as part of that discussion, certainly. But one thing I do need to note, as you mentioned this page, because it does include the PG&E settlement funds, as well as the COVID-19 disaster funds. This is on that same restricted page there where you mentioned the 179. And it's important to note when looking at the fund balance directory that this is a snapshot in time.
Mm-hmm.
And so this particular time, based on when we could get this developed, is based on the recommended budget. And so we added a significant amount of the PG&E, so the PG&E expenditures in supplementals, as well as the COVID-19. We had not programmed expenditures in the recommended, we programmed them in supplementals. And so that's why you see some very big numbers. They don't account for, on the PG&E fund, for example, how much of that has been programmed to different uses, even though it's not, technically it's not appropriated and therefore it shows up as available. So that is showing up as 91 million available. That's actually about 1.8 million that has not been allocated.
Yeah.
So there's about a $90 million gap there in terms of what looks like it's available. And similarly on the COVID, that was before signing about 40 some million, 45, 50 million of health expenditures and some others in the supplementals. So that's why you do have a couple of those that look like they have very gaudy fund balances. But in fact, it's just because at the snapshot this was taken at, we hadn't programmed all of those expenditures yet.
Good. Okay. I think that's fair. The other things that I talked a little bit about earlier is this is to the county administrator, is I don't know if you want to address this now or later, but the goal for the county complex of us appropriately investing or rat holing money away to be able to have a principal payment down towards whatever it is we ultimately decide upon. But I just wanted to get your idea on the goals of that. I think we saw 2.1 million from capital budget going over, and then obviously there's a discussion on close of books and if we want to put more money towards that.
Yes.
And what we already have allocated. And at one point we thought with the sale at Sinead we would put that towards it. So just kind of want the guidance there.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So January 5th of this year, we presented the latest update on the proposed project, looking at different locations. And at that time, we had estimates of what the annual payment could be, and it ranged from 37 million a year to 72 million a year. And the range is really based on the size of the building and the assumptions around how many people telework.
Mm-hmm.
So we've since, refined that number. We're still honing in on the location. The short answer is the target for the annual payment is probably between 37 million and 47 million a year. And that assumes 30% remote work. The difference between 37 million and 47 million is per square foot per employee.
Okay.
So the lower range uses 170 square feet, which is the federal standard. The higher range uses 225 square feet, which is, I'm told, the NTC building in San Francisco in terms of the amount of space. So there'll be a decision point for the board. Do we want to bite the bullet and have a little more space so it's a little more flexible for our employees, or do we want to go on the smaller end? So back in 2017, as part of the board's policy and leadership, the board adopted this deferred maintenance. And that was really not just to pay for deferred maintenance, but to start accumulating ongoing capacity towards a new building. So we have accumulated several million of capacity through that policy. I think by the end of 2024, we're on track to be around 15 million a year of capacity through that policy. So that leaves us 25 million plus a year shy, but we have 6 years to kind of ramp up to get to that larger number.
Okay.
And these sound like big numbers, but to put it in context, if you look at the amount we pay in salary and benefits for employees and those 2,400 employees that will be in the new building, it amounts to 8% to 16% of salaries and benefits. So the office space, the environment that we provide for our workers to do their work, it's a small amount.
Is 8 to 16% of salary and benefits
Yeah.
is really the space that they work in, not
Yes.
their direct salaries and benefits.
Correct.
Okay.
So I just wanted to put it in context.
Yeah, that's good.
But it is a challenge for us to, for the next 6 years, to slowly ramp up
I like that.
without having to, put more pressure on baseline services.
Yeah.
To date, we haven't had to put pressure on baseline services. We may need to start doing that a little bit.
Okay, good. I think just one of the things that might be helpful is as we put money towards county complex or whatever it is maybe you could report out in budget. First of all, I'm supportive, but report out on what that fund is, what that fund balance is at. I mean, right now, like you report to us, here's a general fund reserve allocation. This is where we're at. This is our target. I mean, I don't know what budget item you're holding this in, and I don't, as you're saying, is that there's not a specific target that we want to, by the time we hit in 6 years, we want to have $110 million that we can smooth out over the first 5 years to pay payment and buy down interest. I mean, I don't want to get to that level, but it would be nice to know what we're at. So like when 2.1 go over, what does that mean we're at, right? Ongoing and one time, I guess is the thing, because I see what you're saying is,
we could probably have that number for you tomorrow.
Okay.
A lot of the one time we've been spending, we haven't been kind of hoarding away. We're really focused on making sure that capacity is preserved. So when we are making annual payments.
Well, and obviously we're moving, instead of doing more, I mean, when you're moving 2.1 million this year from the capital plan, instead of doing deferred maintenance over to the county complex, you're not putting in a new roof over here.
Right. We're investing in the future.
So, and that's understood. The only other two I had, and I apologize that this is taking a little while, but I mean, there's just, do you want me to come back, or I just have a few more to finish, or?
Why don't we just see if anyone else has any questions and then we can jump back maybe?
Sounds good.
Anyone else? Supervisor Gorin?
Not a question, but just a comment on the foregoing conversation. It would be very helpful to know, as we're accruing funds for the county complex, what expenditures are we expending out of that fund and for what? I'm curious as to how we all navigate through this, not only where the funds are coming from, but what they're expended for.
Yes, we can do that. There are probably the last time we came with a deferred maintenance report, which I believe February. Typically will include the list, a historical list of expenses, but we'll see if we can pull that out for tomorrow.
Other questions? Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And the fund balance, I think, is something that I think I started that by going through. And it started, I think, by looking first because there were so many funds. It was looking at anything over 10 million balance, then it went to 5, then it went to 3, and then it went on down. What are we doing today? That's one question. And Natalie, to your point, I much prefer having spreadsheets in front of me. Just put that out there. I realize it's paper. It's hard to look through all those different fund balances and not see that. And to Christina, I think in 1988, the only district formations was probably lighting districts and not much else. So I appreciate the work there because I think it's important to find, as we found before. I mean, we found 12 million this year of fund balances that were in excess of what is required. Sometimes it's just an automatic payment into those funds that will never be used for that particular purpose. It's just the way that the accounting works. And so I think it's smart to go through there and look and make sure that it's going forward. Peter, I'm going to ask a question, or Christina, and I know the first time we did the pension pay down in 15, and I think Ms. Thomas was still here, we were talking about what those dollars were actually going to end up buying in the long run. And I know that varies, and it's probably an unfair question, but it is important to remember that whatever we invest in a pension pay down is leveraging the dollars because you're not paying it ongoing. And do you know where we would be? Any idea as a percentage right now?
We haven't done that calculation that we did even as of the last, I think, ad hoc back in 2018. This is Cristina Rivera, sorry. But to your point, we don't have a numeric number for you, but the principle that you're explaining is still true, right? You are paying down, you are averting the cost of paying the discounted rate or the interest rate into the future by paying down the principal. And I think that the next opportunity we'll have to be able to see those numeric values, Supervisor, is when we go back into that exercise of defining where does the last POB, not the last POB, but the next POB pension obligation bond debt, when that next one gets satisfied, I think we have an opportunity to look at that snapshot in time and see where the prepayments have taken us to.
Great. I appreciate that. And knock on wood, we've been on the right side of all that thus far. But I know that it does leverage, and it would be, it's a good investment. Lastly, I got to ask, just so that I'm not sure how we approach this, but those program change orders that didn't follow the instructions, and I know there's 5 of them, $2.8 million worth, a couple from the clerk, recorder, assessor, general services, and then 2 from the sheriff. How are we looking at that at all, just to make sure? I mean, I realize they didn't follow the instructions, but at the same time, this could be the most important thing within their shops.
We're not looking at it, and I don't think it's fair to look at it because we haven't asked all departments for it. And so if the board really wanted to look at those 5, I would recommend we give an opportunity for all departments to submit. And in some respects, we're doing that with the ARPA process, although the funding source may not line up. But that's my recommendation is.
So just explain why these didn't follow. These are outside of the rules of what you were supposed to submit?
No. Well, yes and no. So this morning I was commenting about how refreshing it is to be able to submit a recommended budget that preserves baseline services and that we're not asking for reductions. And in order to do that, we gave out as much of the general fund pie as we could to help departments absorb their costs. But we told departments we're not going to consider any new ideas or expanded ideas that would require general fund or discretionary dollars, because as it is, we can barely afford to preserve baseline services. So my number one goal was to provide enough funding to continue baseline services and inviting folks to submit program change requests. I decided it wasn't time. We didn't have enough capacity really to entertain them.
And I can appreciate that. I'm looking at, and again, I don't know when Prop 19 comes into effect, but that's obviously a new mandate thrown down by the state. And if we use that approach, you have to incorporate a new mandate within your existing allocation if you're the clerk, recorder, assessor. I'm just trying to understand, some of these I can see that, okay, that's a nice to have. It's not a have to have. And I don't even, this one has 6.5 FTEs. It ranks second, not first. The first one is the fire flood assessors or appraisals, I guess that is for. So I'm just trying to gauge, what do we need to carry on our business, and how has our business changed in this last year? And are we spending the money in the right spots, or do we have to augment things?
And I don't know, Peter, if you or the analyst or clerk recorder, unless that is you, want to address that.
So that is actually Michelle Arellano, but I will start. And if she has something to add, I think she can. I do think that, we would acknowledge that, yes, obviously, anytime you cut off requests for new funding, there are potential for problems around it. In terms of the implementation of a new measure, I think that is something that really does require some significant analysis of what that impact will be. I will say on that item that the program change request itself referenced that there was a huge degree of uncertainty over what the impact would be in requesting that item. And so it is a place where I think that what might be a more appropriate venue is for, as the clerk, recorder, assessor develops a better estimate of what the actual impacts will be, to come back with a separate board item that would go to the board looking at it. That might be a need to draw down contingencies, and that's part of why we are recommending that we maintain the $5 million in contingencies coming in this year. If it does prove to be something that is necessary. But again, within this format, as County Administrator Bratton discussed, we felt like it was not a place where we could say, we will entertain this specific one when we have prevented everyone else from putting anything in there. And then in addition, when you have a situation where it does feel like there's still a huge amount of uncertainty in determining what that's going to actually look like.
No, and again, I can appreciate that. I think editorial, maybe that means then we just need to make sure that we keep some funds flush to deal with these things as the year goes on, because maybe it becomes more clear when we find out we're going to be short or they're going to be short. And I know that I believe it was the clerk, recorder, assessor last year who, got hit particularly hard because of the last year's budget. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions, Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, thanks. I've just been thinking about the $600,000 from the Grayton funds that are going through the city of Roanoke Park. And Administrator Bratton, you mentioned, well, you've proposed that we replace some of the PG&E funded positions with ongoing funding. And I think that makes sense. If these are things that we think we're going to have to continue into the future, that we have the ability to do that now. So why don't we program those with ongoing funding instead of the one-time PG&E funding for a couple of years? You mentioned that at some point we're going to have to figure out what the mobile support team, how that's supported after the next couple of years, because the expansion of that is with PG&E funds. And, I see some nexus here with this $600,000 from Grayton. I think that the actual amount going to mobile support is much more than that, but wondering if that might be a reasonable use of ongoing funding to replace some short-time funding for something that, even if it's not mobile support, maybe it's cahoots in the future, but we're gonna need that service. And I wonder if this is an opportunity to do with that money what you're doing with the 1.8.
And if I might, through the chair, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the 600,000 is discretionary, flexible. What my notes say right now, the mobile support team expansion that we approved last year is $2 million a year, supports 8 employees, and that got us to go north and maybe some other areas. So if the board were to use 600,000 from tribal, that would help release the PG&E dollars and continue that support for that program or an expansion. As I think you mentioned, Measure O has a line item for some amount. And many of the cities are already starting pilot projects, cahoots, that we want to really kind of evaluate, see how those do, and decide how we might invest Measure O funding. But the North expansion that we approved does have a time-limited life on the funding. So swapping it out with ongoing would be a good idea.
And I would hope that this is, a countywide program going forward, that we're not talking about north or south or any of that, but, that this is actually an integrated program. We're going to have a bunch of pilot programs going on over the next year or years or so. But I hope that it will be integrated throughout the county at some point.
And agreed, and that's been my discussions with city managers is, if there's a pilot or two that is having great results and we can scale, we should be scaling, regionally to larger areas.
So the other question I have is on the ad backs, the big chunk of green that is going to the probation department here. Do I understand correctly that they're expecting some kind of backfill from the state on some of these positions?
That is correct. I don't know if Peter or Nick wants to provide more insight.
Or if probation is online, they could also. I can say, yes, we are expecting as part of the governor's budget that there is funding toward a backfill. This is based on lost revenues due to changes in state laws that prevent the collection of various fees or charges by the department on adult services, which are probably very good from a standpoint of equity and the people involved, and are difficult for a budget. But what we don't have as yet is what that allocation methodology is. And if probation is online, or if Nick Klein wants to jump in and give more details, that would be great.
And I see
Chair, Dave Cook here, Chief Probation Officer. What Mr. Brulin indicated is accurate. AB 1869, which eliminated fees, also provided a backfill of $65 million annually for 5 years. Unfortunately, the allocation formula for those dollars that would go out to all counties is as yet unknown. But once we do know that amount, and it would come to the county and then be divided amongst probation, the public defender, and sheriff's office. And yes, indeed, a portion, our portion of that would go toward offsetting these costs to restore these positions.
So would it be reasonable to assume that these are not Oh, I'm sorry. I see that these are all one time, but is it one time for the full year, or is it, you have any idea of what time period is anticipated that these funds will be needed before that backfill arrives? Is it all year?
Through the chair, Supervisor Corsi, we should know within the next month. As soon as the governor's budget is approved, and that dollar amount would be allocated to the county. So we should have that sometime in July, if not sooner.
Thank you. So,
And through the chair, just that is the reason we were recommending one time rather than ongoing funding, is due to the expectation. And it is very possible that a significant portion and possibly all of that one-time funding would not ultimately be needed if the funding comes through. However, without that funding, it's difficult for us to move forward with the budget and retaining those positions if we don't have some source in the budget to pay for them.
I understand. I would just like to make sure that that doesn't disappear into the general fund without us noticing when it does come. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gore, any other questions?
Just one more, which was actually my first one this morning, which was when we went through the supplemental adjustments, the 3.9 million. The first item was 1.28 for communication towers on Pine Mountain, Sleepy Mountain. I just didn't know where, understanding that supplementals came in between March and now. Just wondering what that project is.
And if I might ask, Caroline Judy, it's a general services project. It's capital, even though I think the sheriff's office operates them. But
okay. So it's a part of the capital plan. Okay. Was she going
to? Do we have Caroline Judy?
I don't need more information.
Oh, you're good.
If you confirm that that's it, that's good. I think the only question is that we have, like, the reason I asked is that Pine Mountain is Cloverdale area. Johannes is also with the communications work that we put money into for him, setting up communications arrays over near that in Cloverdale as well. So the request for me, it was just making sure there was a communication, right? Because I asked Johannes about this item and he said it's not his. So I just wanted to make sure that if we have two communications arrays up there in the Northeast area in Cloverdale, at least we have some consideration of collaboration and discussion, if possible. That's it.
All right. And I have a couple questions. One is really surrounding the year-end fund balance. And, when you kind of initially developed these budget materials, it was a few weeks ago, right? Now we are even closer to the end of the fiscal year. Are there any updates on the year-end fund balance and what, which way it's tracking before we start having the conversation about how much of the funds we want to open up?
And I'm going to ask Peter if he has any more current or updated information.
So the most recent information we have is still tracking, as we outlined in the fund balance memo, at about 18.5 million of year-end fund balance. We have not updated that number since then. I think that one thing you see is that a lot of expenditures, particularly the portion that are not salary and benefits, don't always hit evenly through the year. So you can get a lot of money moving around in the final months. And so what we really have to base it on is departments' estimates that they put together at third quarter. And that's sort of where we have been tracking toward, is what they put together with their Q3 estimates and what we put together on our revenues with the Q3 estimates. I would say revenues, by and large, are tracking fairly closely to the extent that we know them towards those. But again, some of those tend to come in late, so it's not always easy to see that even spread. So the short answer is no, there's not new information, but that 18.5 million is looking like still our best guess.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That actually concludes my questions, unless there are any other questions from members of the board. All right, so we can formally shift into deliberation mode. And I just would like to start, by opening the floor, starting with CAO Bratton, and then inviting my colleagues to speak about just generally, what are some of your budget priorities? Is there a particular budget philosophy that you ascribe to? And then from there, also any of the specific requests that are under your board requests, if you wanted to provide a little bit of additional context or further color to those items. So with that, I'll hand it over to CAO Bratton to share some opening remarks.
Thank you very much for that. So I think as you can appreciate, one of my main goals is to make sure we have enough funding for baseline services, and also, looking ahead several years to make sure we're prepared. So for me, my recommendations around one-time funding, there's a lot of one-time funding. I'm less concerned about the board's expenditures around one-time funding, and certainly more concerned about ongoing funding because, as you all are very well aware, it's a very precious resource. And it's, you've heard over the last several months, there's a lot of future needs. Supervisor Rabbit, raised a great point. We have some departments that have mandates that are impacting them, and we haven't let them submit for new funding resources. So even though it's refreshing to have a budget year where we haven't asked for reductions, we do have a fairly, I'll say, tight grip on resources around departments. And so they're all doing a great job managing tight budgets. So with that, just looking at my first recommendation, when I saw the additional one-time sources before going to the add backs, I really felt like we should revisit the PG&E funded positions from last year, that those should take a priority before add backs. Most of the add backs on the green, virtually all of them, I really feel like we're going to have to support, the probation officers, or, some of those positions are vacant, but they haven't been vacant that long. And again, we're using one-time funding for those probation officer positions. So with regard to strategic priorities, the board, as you know, I recommend the budget. It's up to the board to ultimately adopt it and decide. I'm recommending that we pull off $5 million from fund balance just to set aside some for that initial year of looking at strategic plan objectives. The board could decline to do that, and we can see what fund balance brings and revisit that later. Or you could set aside more or less. That was just a recommendation for you to consider. And disaster response, given our history over the last 4 years, and how much pressure it puts on departments when we are in disaster mode, having funds set aside help kind of relieve some of that pressure, allow us to potentially react quicker in our response. So I do think it's a good idea to set aside some disaster response dollars. So with that, those are my primary recommendations, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Cheryl before we shift to the board members? All right. Who would like to jump in? Supervisor Gore? and then Supervisor
Well, I'm
Warren.
gonna start by saying thank you, because even though there's a lot of questions going on, that's the nature of the beast. We should be asking a lot of questions. We should be saying, where is this at? But we should also be coming into this with eyes wide open and understanding that we have a very good relationship between the county administrator and the board, in my mind. So I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank you for a couple other things. One is after 2017 in our fires is accelerating your movement towards actuals, our budgeting based on actuals of what departments had previously used the year before, as opposed to what their projections were. It definitely was a paradigm shift here in Sonoma County. I know it was hard on a lot of the department heads that are watching right now. It ultimately made them have to thin up on the front side and then ask for the money they want back later. But I mean, from my perspective as a supervisor, that paired with this budget adjustment tool, how we've refined it, makes it much more clear, right? For me of what we're doing around here. My first budget was a 2-year budget on consent, and it was, there was kind of usage of tables here and narratives here and all things all over the place. And I know it's still thick, but I want to thank you all. So with that being said, we have obviously some huge opportunities to decide on priorities. And I think what I'd like us to do is really figure out what the pie is this afternoon. And, with your leadership is kind of what are the items you want to get through by the end of today. I mean, we have the 2 areas of green. I see here that to me, I'm kind of consent calendar on those, to tell you the truth, as opposed to some side questions. But I think the real magic is going to be in looking through the CAO recommendations on one time and on ongoing, and then the board requests. I do not, you don't see my name on the board requests. And one of the reasons is because I have been actively really focused, and many of you know it, on, even though I'm not on the ad hoc, is really leaning in on fire emergency services and other stuff. So I really am going to, when we get into specific proposals and other things, I want to make sure that we bring solutions that are countywide. So every district gets a win, the county gets a win, we consolidate, we hit our proposals, and we start working. So the biggest one that, whenever you feel it's time for you to look at kind of proposals, and I'm not going to jump the gun on that, I'm going to really be thinking about the only area that I want to look at, seeing if the board wants to consider some ongoing money, is towards fire services, which isn't to decide exactly how that would go, but to put that into the hands of the ad hoc to come back and address some of the longstanding issues we faced around the community. Obviously, the successful continued launch of CSA 40, South County, and I think mostly a little bit in West County, Southern West County, making sure there's a sustainable place and enough money for them to have a place to go and have the funding to incentivize it. For me up in North County, Zone 6, the ability to pre-defeat fires, and a very, property tax heavy area, but very low in funding, because it's not about number of calls, but you don't pre-defeat fires if you don't do that. But Bodega Bay, with what's going on out there, and it's funny because where I'm talking about a source-rich area in North County going into the county fund with property taxes, Bodega Bay is a great example of the number of their calls that respond to tourists and TOT, and the fact that we don't put that back on the ground. And then in East County, Supervisor Gorn and I, with the last round of fire services coming forward, I think not just us, but also City of Santa Rosa and other areas, there was a huge benefit with Sonoma County Fire, with Mark Hine bringing that proposal forward, and us putting, $1.5+ million ongoing to consolidate Mountain and others. But I've also heard Supervisor Gorn mention Kenwood and areas there. So I personally feel that, because I think what we're gearing up towards on July 13th is definitely a tax discussion. And I feel that if we make good on some of our needed commitments to these areas, we could make this as opposed to an either or, a yes and it could also clear up some of that tax money to go more sustainable into negotiations with those districts in municipalities and other areas. So the goal there is to see if the board has an interest in diving into that in a way that creates a win-win and creates more capacity. I'm not saying I would like to go and pull all 2.6 million, but specifically, we've looked at that 1.5 that came out of health and Measure O. So when we get to the appropriate time, I'm going to want to talk about that. And then for the rest of the board, and Darren, thank you for giving us this. This is the fund balance sheets blown up. Obviously, I really appreciate the focus on us spending money throughout this year. So if I look at one-time monies, if we grow the pot or wherever we want to do it, the things that I think about, and I don't know where I want to vote on all these either right now or in the coming months, is I think about the county fund for housing, how many applications we get in, and what kind of funding there is for that. I think about veterans buildings with one-time money. At the same time, I mean, as much as we have a proposal for 1.8, instead of just fighting over that, I only have one vet building in my district. It's very small, but I understand that that's an issue we all face. I look at veg management with if we clear up PG&E funds or even DEM stuff because I'm just such a big fan of that. I think about Sonoma Secure Families that we've talked about with equity and other things and creating space for that. And then one that I've talked about a little bit that I'm interested in a deeper discussion on is a procurement deep dive. We brought back as a part of the climate ad hoc a discussion about green investment. As a part of our work when we were looking at our treasury and our funds, we looked at, socially responsible investing. But I really think that one of the best things that we could do for long-term recovery here in Sonoma County is not look at our one-time money or our grant money, but our dollars that go into contracts. And so prioritizing local, prioritizing living wage, prioritizing other stuff and doing a review that's not just for us, but potentially even links up with other jurisdictions. The amount of cumulative money that comes in and then goes out through the cities, the special districts in the county is huge. And if we prioritized local hiring and, they do this at the feds, small disadvantaged businesses and other things like that. I don't want that to be a knee jerk. I just would love to consider putting whatever's needed towards some kind of a study on procurement to go towards that too. So some of my high level stuff. And once again, the big one for me is really fire, but wanting to get wins for everybody on that, not for one area. And I look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Supervisor Gorin.
Great. Thank you for that wide-ranging interests. And let me just say, I'm really glad that you resurrected the procurement because that was a holdover from our discussion in the living wage and how can we work together with the city and the junior college on achieving economies of scale and procuring through locally and socially responsible investments. But like James, I'm really focusing on fire for obvious reasons. The board request that you'll see really is talking about some vegetation management. Both Chris and I have some funding requests to remove eucalyptus trees, and you can imagine why I think that that's important. But also a request for us to consider monument signs, emergency signs in front of fire stations. And although my request is for 1 or 2 in the Sonoma Valley, I think it's appropriate for us to consider fire stations in our various districts to start chunking away at that. People traveling along Highway 12 need to know when an emergency is approaching, power shutdowns, high fire danger, and it's not obvious to the folks passing along Highway 12. So a group of folks came to me about that, and I just think it's a really worthwhile investment for not very much money. But also, I want for us to think about some legacy issues. And we are getting to the point where we're considering a new county center downtown and some service centers in our districts. But we have some aging facilities that are mothballed. LG Village across the street from I look daily and know that we have some significant fire danger happening in LG. And so we need to really think about demolishing some of the buildings at the rear of the campus, removing some of the vegetation on Mount Hood coming down to the campus, making it fire hardened, fire ready. But we also have the North County detention facilities that is being mothballed, probation camp potentially being mothballed. We need to seriously think about where we're going. And if the facilities are too expensive to remodel and upgrade, we need to put some money into, as I euphemistically say, an apprenticeship program for bulldozers. Let's work with our unions on that. Just kidding. I think it's time. And I think we need to do that, starting with Los Gulicos, absolutely. Chris and I have put forward a funding request to move the archives, and I'm going to let Chris really focus on that. It's part of looking at what's on the campus and what do we need to do to preserve our history and our legacy. I like the conversation that we've had about housing fund and the vets buildings, and I think we'll get to that point, but we have some potential one-time funding. So let's look at some of those things that we should be looking at and we haven't, to really create resiliency in our community. So that's what you'll see for my requests and my broad-based interests.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. Chair Hopkins, I think you asked a little bit about big picture and approach. And I just want to say from the start that my approach in looking at this budget and for every budget is to take a community-wide approach to it, to see the big picture of the whole county and what's needed. And just as a personal philosophy, I feel like I have to look at today and I have to look at tomorrow. So, it's today is the easy one, but tomorrow it takes discipline. It takes some tough decisions to keep that longer term focus. My priorities in the budget are the same priorities I've been talking about since I got into public life, and that's housing and homelessness and climate issues and everything under an umbrella of equity. And there are a lot of different ways that we keep equity in the front of our minds at all times. And I appreciate Supervisor Gore talking about procurement, because, looking at things locally, looking at things through a climate lens, but also looking at them with equity in mind. Disadvantaged minority businesses, the same way that the feds prioritize some of those things that we should be doing here too. So I'll just talk about a couple of my requests. Primary small requests have to do with at-risk county property. And one of those is the stand of about 100 eucalyptus trees that are in the rural cemetery in the middle of Santa Rosa that belongs to the county. The good portion of that cemetery belongs to us. There are 100 to 100 foot tall eucalyptus trees standing over houses and businesses in a very dense neighborhood. The folks from that neighborhood banded together to come to us. They've talked to the Santa Rosa Fire Department. I think that our staff in the fire department recognize the risk there. We've got a budget, including bids, to get those trees out of there, and I hope we can do that before fire does it for us. Similar issue on the Sonoma County archives that are out at Los Gulicos, as Supervisor Gorin mentioned. Two fires have put those historic documents at risk over the last few years. We've got a request for $140,000 that the library tells me they can use to get those documents, all of those documents, out of there and to a safer place by the end of this summer, if we can provide that money. And if you want to go into more details, I won't do it here, but I have the details on that. I also have some ideas on the county fund for housing and the R&R funding that is listed as ongoing funding here. 2 years ago, the board decided to use R&R funding that had been going into the county fund for housing, which I think we still list as one of our highest priorities is affordable housing. Took $2 million of that out to provide to Department of Health Services for residential care for people with mental health issues, and totally necessary. I don't argue with it, and it's housing as well. But 2 years ago, that was a one-time thing. Last year, it was made an ongoing thing. And that's $2 million a year that's not going toward our affordable housing efforts in the county. We have $4 million available now that is unexpected, although it's not unprogrammed in the recommended budget. But it's an opportunity for us to restore that money to the county fund for housing. So I'll be interested in talking about that as we go on today. And that's enough for me for now.
Thank you for those thoughts, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Abbott?
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the work and the format that we've had, and appreciate today's discussion as well. I think that most importantly for me is to set up this board and this county for success going forward in this long year ahead of us, of which today no one knows what will happen. And so that means to maintain, in my mind, flexibility with discipline and combining the two. And I think that's really important going forward. I do agree that the fire situation, and we've been working on it for quite a while, and it's complex, and it's part of what we've been dealing with for the last, God knows how many years, more than since 17. We actually started before that. And I appreciate the fact that we need to put more money in the pot to sweeten it to be able to solve the problems that we've been trying to solve. At the same time, the real solution will come with I believe, will come with a sales tax measure. We need a significant source of funds, not just a couple million here or there, even if it's ongoing, to really get it over the top. So I think that, and I think we work together to make sure that we can do that. And we all have issues throughout, and it's complex in the way that the dollars get spread and shrunk really make a difference. So I do appreciate that. I think some of the other issues, I think we can certainly deal with. You saw that I had the one item that I asked you to speed up, and I do appreciate that, and that was the drought issue. With ag, we're still working through that and trying to find out every day that what we need to do to continue to move that along. It looks like that well could come online as soon as August, but it's what we do with the month of July or through the portion of August. So it doesn't stop, and we need to kind of continue that forward, but there's not a specific ask at this time. Although, again, with the flexibility of who knows when it's going to rain again of any kind of significance, what do we need to do to make sure that we're prepared going forward there? I don't disagree on the housing side of things. Obviously, housing still is a crisis, as I mentioned earlier, with the inability of people to stay in this county to find proper housing and going forward. So, but I am interested in how we partner that program and how we actually get the biggest bang for the buck, that we're not just, quite frankly, spending it on FTEs and not on 2x4s and 2x8s and so on and so forth. Really that's it for me. I do think when you do have one-time funds, and quite frankly, this last year, what saved us are a lot of one-time funds. And never before have we had as much one-time funds as we've had, including the PG&E dollars, all the different COVID relief. We need to make sure that through the American Rescue Plan Act, that we're secure going forward. This is a similar discussion I'm sure you're having on the regional levels, talking about this is really the last of the COVID relief that we're probably going to see. And if we don't, and we're not in a bad spot in terms of property tax revenue and even sales tax revenue, so we're looking pretty good as compared to perhaps San Francisco or some other locales. But we need to make sure that we invest wisely and smartly with those one-time funds. I'm really happy to see that we're taking into account switching those one-time funds that we use for FTEs and having that be an ongoing source. Ongoing funds are a lot rarer. Certainly, like I said, this last couple of cycles. So I think it's really important that we make sure that any growth goes to those things that are going to be with us, and we know what those are. Even if we say they're one time, I don't think I can point to probably a dozen things that no one would sit here and say they want to cut going forward. We need to, now is the time to actually find the growth to be able to afford that long term. And I do appreciate County Administrator's Office and the budget team tackling that issue with the PG&E dollars and being able to switch in that direction. So I think it's really just a matter of looking through, making sure that we build a secure platform going forward, and that we can use those one-time funds to get the biggest bang for the buck. And that's a long way of saying I really think we putting some more dollars into fire, whatever that should be, can get us perhaps further ahead and set us up for success in a tax measure coming up. Thank you.
I really appreciate all of those thoughts from my colleagues. And, I really do want to emphasize what Supervisor Rabbit said about really preparing us for success in the future. And, I think that this is not the time to, go try to buy a fancy new yacht with all the bells and whistles. This is about having a sound ship going forward and ensuring that we're really providing those essential services for our community. I also, am really glad that I've had the opportunity to work with the CAO and her staff regarding the pacing of the budget. Now we're really tackling those essential services. We're going to have a very exciting opportunity with the ARPA funds to talk about what is extra. What are those sort of extra investments that we can make that are going to lift the level of service and hopefully make us more resilient to future disasters and assist us in recovering from COVID-19. And one of the questions that I'll be asking the board is that would we like to be considering and having conversations about remaining PG&E funding at that time, or is that a conversation that we want to have today? But I will hold that question to the end. I want to echo the support for fire services. I think that especially in the climate reality that we live in, it is absolutely essential to have sound fire departments protecting our communities and able to respond in an appropriate amount of time. I also really appreciate Supervisor Corsi and Supervisor Gorin's requests surrounding eucalyptus trees. And don't be surprised if I sort of say yes and, which is how do we actually look at this issue countywide? Because I can tell you that when I read those budget request forms, I was thinking of River Road, which has a literal line of eucalyptus trees that would connect the 4th and the 5th district in a line of fire. And I know that there are lots of stands in South County as well. And so I was thinking, hey, how do we look at that as in vegetation management? And, if you've got projects that are ready to go, those will be first across the finish line. But how do we look at this issue of eucalyptus trees, which are non-native and highly flammable and literally can create their own firestorms and fire weathers?
Thank you, Jack London, for that brilliant idea.
Right. It was this whole thing where they were like, this is going to be the best lumber species ever. Let's plant it everywhere in California. Oh, wait, the wood is really crummy. It doesn't do anything but light on fire. I also, want to just kind of emphasize the CAO's position, which I think really comes down to prudence, which now that I say that word, I'm going to have the Beatles song stuck in my head for the rest of the day. But, being prudent and sort of judicious and recognizing that we are fortunate not to be coming to this budget from a place of deficit or poverty, as we have in many of the recent years, but a place where we can maintain our staffing, we can prevent layoffs, and we can look at, some narrow critical investments and in preparing for the future. I also want to emphasize what everyone has said about veterans halls, and I'm looking forward to a further conversation. I pulled up that board information request, and I am having some outstanding questions regarding, for instance, why we aren't moving forward with a much needed Petaluma roof replacement project, sort of in lieu of having the solar project go forward. And so I might suggest during the hearings that we actually say, sure, maybe we can do what Supervisor Gore has talked about, which is we will authorize but not allocate. We want to spend this much, but we'd like to learn a little bit more about the details and bring that back at a future agenda item. And then I'm also interested in having, conversations about the reinvestment and revitalization, and also how we can support our housing and homeless services into the future, because that is obviously a critical need in our community. So with that, let's talk a little bit about process and how we're going to approach that. We have a large task ahead of us. And I'm wondering, because we have done this in prior years, and generally if it's on the green list and that it is, supported by the CAO, I'm wondering if before we start figuring out how much money we're going to put on the table, we could actually look at potentially sort of taking B01 through B18 on our budget adjustment tool, which is all of those recommended add backs in green, as well as D01 through D21, basically on a consent or a thumbs up. Is that a thumbs up? Is everyone confident in the CAO vetting on those items? Doesn't mean that we won't get into other add backs that are below the line, but are we okay with the above the line, or is there any reservations? Supervisor Corsi.
I have a question about that, and it goes back to the question I asked about the probation positions. I did math in my head, so that's a warning. It's a little bit more than $1 million in positions, and I support getting these folks working for probation, but it sounds like we're expecting this money to come back to us, and I'd like to make sure that we have a landing place for that money. And I would suggest that we actually move it to maintaining reserves, which is about the same amount if and when it comes back. And we take the maintaining reserves of one-time money and put that in our pot to spend otherwise.
Any responses from my colleagues on the board or any thoughts from the CAO?
Well, I would agree with that motion if he wants to make that motion, but I'm looking for the response from the CAO on that.
So the idea would essentially be to authorize it, and then upon reimbursement, it would be reinvested into the reserves.
Into reserves, yes.
I'd like to ask Peter, how many months potentially would we be waiting for that backfill funding, and would it backfill for the full year, or do we don't know?
So our understanding is that it would backfill for the whole year. What we don't know is what that percentage of backfill will be, whether it will backfill our entire revenue loss or it will backfill only a portion of that. We do expect it will be a significant portion of it if it is less than the whole amount. And I don't know if Chief Probation Officer Cook has a better idea, but I think at this point, the last I had talked with our analyst who is in contact with him, it could be 80%, it could be 100%, it could be something less.
Well, I would support that policy direction, even though we recognize that it, may take some time for that reimbursement, and we're unclear as to whether it would be, a majority or a totality. Other folks, Supervisor Gore?
And even though it's not a motion, I think what you're saying is that, and I think I agree, I support the maintaining reserves item, A6 of 1.15 million. What you're saying is instead of taking it out of one-time discretionary, pull it out of or that up there, move it from down here. But no matter what, give the guidance to the county administrator that we're going to maintain reserves. Is that kind of?
Yes.
And so if it's 80%, you need to pull 20 out of, or whatever it is, or if you need to front load it. I mean, if you need to front load it on the above item and then you bring this back to us later, I mean, whatever it is, right?
We can capture the board's direction.
Okay.
So that in effect, it would free up the A6 amount and put that back in the one-time bucket. If we were short, we could address it during a consolidated budget adjustment and a little bit of contingencies if needed.
Yep.
That could go into contingencies too, and you could pull the 20% if you needed to. Yeah. However you want to. I think that's a good recommendation.
Is there support from the board for that, Supervisor Abbott? Of taking the reimbursement and then reinvesting it in the reserves? Or should we approach that item differently and just take the green items?
So what we're talking about is if we are reimbursed by the state, where that money then goes?
Yes.
And wouldn't we have that option anyway, because it wouldn't go towards, or is the worry that it would go into probation and not be seen by this board again?
It would flow back into fund balance is how normally it would be handled, and you would see it at the kind of next budget cycle. So this approach pulls it out, recognizes it in advance effectively. So you have additional one-time money to spend.
And then effectively it checks the box on that CAO recommendation so that then it potentially opens up other one-time funding
Right.
for allocation. So are we okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, I think you can
Okay.
do it with direction to staff just to notify us if we're reimbursed.
And to put it in that bucket of general. Okay, great. All right. So I'm hearing 5 supervisors in support of items B01 through B18 and also D01 through D21. Is that correct? Yes. With
And
the
just to
additional
remind,
direction.
I just want to be clear that we don't know who's funding these, but these are funded positions through other funding sources.
On the second
right?
page.
Right? The Ds.
Yes.
That's what you
Correct.
mentioned. Okay.
Mhm. All right.
Yep.
So now comes the fun part where, right. The Bs will be coming out of our ongoing.
The D as in dog, there's a row in there for the ARPA staffing to support upstream. And so we had a good discussion this morning about potentially additional staffing. I'd recommend we go ahead and approve upstream staffing. And then when we come back in July, we can talk about potentially if we need more staffing to assist the Office of Equity.
So
Can I just confirm that with my suggestion, we're adding that 1.15 from maintain reserves, we're adding that to the one-time discretionary column to make that 13,250.
Yeah, so tomorrow, what we will bring back is a revised tool. And so we'll ship the funding around. And I think Peter brought up the live one, but we'd like the benefit of, after hours to clean it up, but you'll see it as part of the balance.
Very good.
Great. And so what I am hoping to sort of walk away from this meeting as we sort of approach the end, first of all, I'd like if everyone do we think we could commit to staying until 4:30 until we go to public comment on items not on the agenda, just so that we can at least identify how much we want to put on the table, and because we got started a little bit late with our technical. Okay, great. So we'll try to aim to start public comment at 4:30. And hopefully we can walk away with, here are the funds that we want to put on the table to slice and dice tomorrow. And that way CAO staff will be able to update that spreadsheet and have everything ready to go for our live slicing and dicing tomorrow, which made it sound like I was doing some kind of a cadaver autopsy or something. But anyway, so with that, I think that we might want to start with some of the CAO recommendations, because some of those CAO recommendations will sort of guide how much funding we have available. And I would actually open up to the board if there are particular CAO recommendations that you might want to massage or that you particularly support. I'm thinking there's Supervisor Gore, there are some of the ones about, how much we're going to take from the year-end fund balance. That's a pretty critical one.
Well, instead of going through all of them, because I want everybody to have a chance, I'll just start with A1, which is the recommendation to replace PG&E one-time funds with ongoing sources. And this was us plugging the gap last year. We do have this. It's the page kind of to the left of this budget report. And so I see Sheriff's Office, Board of Supervisor, County Administrator, Clerk, Recorder, Assessor, 2 DA positions, Probation, Auditor, Controller, Tax Collector, 2 TOTs, 10.5 positions at 1.785 million. And that is ongoing, but that is, we plugged that with PG&E. So I'm fully supportive of that. And then moving, I believe it was, from what Peter said, the equivalent of 3.6 million back into the PG&E area. And I don't know about the rest of the colleagues, but I actually think as much as we could say that PG&E money, that 3.6, we could bring it back at another time. I'm also kind of looking at things like eucalyptus and fire and other things. So I might just kind of want to say, I would say I support that. And I don't say we want to spend all the 3.6, but put that as kind of a subsection of one-time discretionary. Because personally, I mean, all this money, everyone talks about colors of money, but we've talked about this last year. We want as much of the PG&E money as possible going towards disaster management, appropriate tree removal, fire reduction. So I would kind of put it in there and maybe figure out what we want to do with countywide for signage for emergency management, as Supervisor Gorin said, eucalyptus trees in a bunch of different areas and consider that being a win that we could get this year and other things.
So do we have support for shifting
From
that?
PG&E funds.
Well, it's from the reimbursement of the PG&E funds
it.
we're
Yep.
basically taking what we had previously allocated from PG&E funds and shifting that to new general fund sources. And I would certainly support that. Supervisor Gorin, yeah. Supervisor Rabbit, Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, and I think that there's also $1.8 million unallocated in the PG&E, so it's 5.4 total. But to your point about eucalyptus, there's also a fund balance in permit Sonoma for fire prevention that we talked about in the budget workshops.
Good.
That's available for that eucalyptus work as well.
Well, then maybe we just set the PG&E over here. I mean, my goal is not by setting the PG&E over here as kind of a subsection of one-time discretionary. I mean, we've done this before. We've added another section. I know it's complicated, but the reason I just want to do that is I want to be able to report out and show that the PG&E money has gone towards resilience things. If we ultimately say that 5.4 total is we're going to decide it later or we're going to do it now, I think I'd love to see that whole PG&E just on this spreadsheet tomorrow and support A1.
Okay.
And that would be a good suggestion so that we can then really track where the funds are going.
So we'll put the PG&E money on the spreadsheet tomorrow. It does not mean that we need to spend it all.
Correct.
But for those resiliency needs, if we can't find another place, then we can. And I see Supervisor Rabbit smiling because he's like, if you put the money there, they will spend it. That is what he's thinking. I can tell you right now.
We've been this is a family now. The only thing I just had a question, and I know, I mean, this is the board request, but we're already talking about these. Is my understanding also is that, you know, my first thought when I look at eucalyptus tree removal is like, we're doing that, but there's discussions about that they're not. This isn't fun. This wasn't able to be funded through the veg management cycle, and it's also county land or right of way. And so there's I think when we talk tomorrow, I would just want to scope that out and see how much of those needs are in the community. And also with the PG&E, you know, if we do talk about 5.4, and if we don't even authorize money now, but we talk about it like big kind of high end and then bring back something, I'd really want to bring in transportation and public works and DEM to talk about kind of where they're at with things.
Yeah.
So,
you know, and I like that approach, but I want to echo Linda's idea about maybe we should have a multi-year effort on removing eucalyptus trees from county right away. I have a number of other places along public roads that probably should be considered, but this is top priority.
And
I'll support it if you remove junipers too.
Oh, please. We have a whole junk of junipers thing going really well.
And, you know, Supervisor Gore, I appreciate your idea about scoping because we might also consider, you know, if we're going to put this in, say, a vegetation management bucket, are there incentives to homeowners who can't afford to remove these dangerous trees, you know, and if we sort of cost shared with them and we handle the CEQA, is that something where we could provide small grants and things? Because it is a hazard not only to themselves, but to neighboring properties as well.
I just want to, yeah, and I agree with that. I think, and I'm supportive of the two eucalyptus proposals on the table, but I do think it would be good if it was a program, right? And it would be good, obviously, in the right of way. That's our responsibility, or on our land that is owned. Down my way, we were requested by Two Rock Elementary School. They don't have the means to get rid of them, and they see them as a hazard. Maybe that's a cost share with the school district in order to get that job done.
Right.
I've had other instances down my way on right of way where there's a huge tree on the corner that's blocking view, and I talked to Johannes, and they don't have the the means to get rid of it. So I think that we need to have a program built in, and it could have different costs, local cost sharing based upon what the project is or where it's located. So I appreciate that.
Great.
And we've been removing eucalyptus trees on Lakeville since the minute I've been in office. We've been pruning them each year.
Aggressively.
It's gone well.
Mm-hmm.
So one possibility, one possibility there is that the fund in permit Sonoma is ongoing and it's replenished with permit fees. I think I'm understanding that correctly.
The funding for that is TOT. It's part of the veg program being funded out of TOT for 4 years.
Okay, it's not fully ongoing. I was going to suggest that maybe we take these one-off programs out of PG&E and have a more countywide program that's funded in an ongoing way.
Well, and this will feed into the conversation that we'll be having in July, and sort of future fire sales tax conversations, because there may be an ability to front load programs and then continue with them if we get a fire sales tax passed. So, Peter, I am going to ask if you wouldn't mind either screen sharing. I don't know if it would be easier to do one of the slides, or I'm looking at the tab that we've got that was next to on the available sources and budget adjustment tool in our binder. And we can just kind of go through the ongoing sources and the one-time sources to make sure that we want to put all of those things in the pot. And then that also has, some of the questions surrounding the CAO recommendations that will determine the amount of available funds. And that will kind of give us some structure for the conversation.
Certainly, we can pull that up. So you're looking at the memo on that?
The memo, yeah. But I think that there were similar slides as well. So whatever you think would, just so that we're literally all on the same page, and then members of the public also know what page we're on.
So is it easier to look at this way or in the slide view?
That actually works pretty well for me. Does it work for everyone else? Okay, great.
It's
Wonderful.
good. We can follow.
So, are folks comfortable with the sort of first three ongoing funding sources? The 1.5 million freed from Measure O, the 4 million of R&R, and then the Great and Tribal. And recall that this is just what we're going to be deliberating on, not how we want to spend it.
Right.
We can have that conversation.
It's good.
Thumbs up? Okay, great. And then moving on to the one-time sources, I think that the very first one, Supervisor Abbott.
No, I don't mean to belabor things, but on R&R, because I remember we made the conscious decision when redevelopment was dissolved that we kept it as R&R going forward, which I think was smart. But at the same time, and I'm looking to staff, was there a legal reason that we needed to do that until we rolled out certain expenditures? And at what point in the future do we get to talk about whether R&R is a separate line item or if it's just general fund?
There was a BIR about that I submitted. It's on page 1022 somewhere on the internet.
That's right. It's easier for me to ask.
So through the chair, there's not a legal reason we need to reserve this as R&R. Most jurisdictions actually do just move this share of the increment that comes back into their general fund and treat it essentially as the tax revenue that it came from. However, as you noted by board policy, this was put in. And we used to initially in the earlier years when realignment had more recently ended and we had a lot of projects that were still sort of unwinding, maybe were promised but not there. We had allocated a 5-year plan and really had it fully sort of sketched out in that way. That plan eventually came to an end. We do still have some funding reserved for some of the ongoing projects that are not yet completed, but there's not a legal reason we would need to do this. It is fully a board policy discussion.
And I'm glad you asked the question. I think it also goes to the point why we have over $1 billion in the fund balance, because we have so many different line items with floating fund balances. So food for thought if the board ever wants to sweep it into a different funding source.
I appreciate the question. So moving on to the one-time sources, we do have the fund balance. Do we want to sort of look at 6 million, or do we want to, do something that is a little bit higher, given that the current projection suggests roughly 18.5 million? Or do we want to alter sort of the waterfall structure that would be flowing into, I believe it was pensions and county campus? Was that?
Yeah. And if I may weigh in, so you already have the million that you added from the FEMA reserves. And then we talked about a new column for PG&E of 5.4. So just a reminder before you decide if you need more to add to that column.
Thank you. Does anyone have a leaning either way on this one?
Well, I appreciate the CAO's recommendation on splitting that in half to deal with pension obligation and the county center. I'm wondering if, well, this is a silly question, rhetorical question. Do we need all $18.5 million split in half in those two funds? Or should we consider maybe 30%, or 1/3 going to pension liability, 1/3 county center, and then 1/3 for something.
So I'm just going to verify with Peter, the 18.5 is before the 5 million for a strategic plan, assuming if the board agrees to that. Is that correct, Peter?
Yes, so the 18.5 is before this 6 million comes out and before that 5 million. So that would be 7.5 million remaining toward the pension buy down and the county center, split 50-50 if the 18.5 is the final number we land at. But the 18.5 is inclusive of these other recommendations. Now, obviously that 18.5 could grow, it could shrink. Historically, it's probably somewhat more likely to grow than shrink, but I don't have an estimate on where that would exactly be beyond this. So it is really 7.5 million you're talking about if the 5 million is approved and this 6 million is kept at that level.
So it would be the 7.5 split 50-50 is what you're saying.
Under my recommendation, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Corsi?
I'd recommend that we accept that recommendation with the condition that if it's more than 18.5 million, then we decide what to do with the additional money.
I would say that it should flow back into contingencies. If it's over 18.5, then we can have that determination after budget hearings.
That's fine.
And I guess just in my head, and maybe this is just the way that I'm approaching it, to me, that really means that we're taking 11 million of one-time sources, but we're allocating 5 to the strategic plan, right? Because you're saying 6 million, and that's unallocated, and then allocating 5 million of this bucket into the strategic plan. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
So
yes.
So do we want to say that we're putting $11 million of the one-time sources on the table?
Yes.
And then, okay, great.
Yep.
And then earmarking 5 for the strategic plan, or that's what we'll determine.
Yep.
When we deliberate on the sources. Great. All right. Is everyone good with that? Looking to left, looking right. Yes.
So very supportive of what you're talking about. So, I mean, I guess as much as we're talking about the 50-50 split, what we're not talking about that anymore, right? We're talking about 7.5 million as a round number going into that. If it's that much, and if it's more than 7.5 million, that remains at the end of the day, it goes into contingencies.
Correct.
So we can just assume that for these purposes, we're going to be putting, 3.75 million into pension pay downs and 3.75 million into the county fund.
That is the way I would interpret
that's what
Supervisor
I heard.
Corsi's
And I am
recommendation.
supportive of that. I'm supportive of that.
Great.
And then I think after this, you're going to probably take us through the CAO, the rest of A, to decide once we have the high number, if there's anything else that goes through, right? The rest of
we're
the
going through all of
CAO
the
recommendations.
Yeah, we'll get to that when we sort of deliberate on how we're going to spend the money.
Good.
And then just one other thing, I think it's great to have that in contingencies. And I would also say that maybe that's something that we could also, money that we could look at when we have the ARPA conversation, because, we'll be having sort of almost a second budget process. And if there's something that, for instance, ARPA funds are too bounded in a way and won't allow for a certain use, that would also be flexible funding that we could consider community investments on at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone good with that? All right. So moving on to the R&R fund balance. Do we want to have that one on the table? Yes. Great.
Yes.
Refuse franchise. Great.
Yes.
All right. And now we can.
If not, we should.
I'm going to.
Oh, sorry. I can't hear with a mask on, so.
I believe a portion does fund the roads program, but I'm going to ask Peter to confirm.
Yes, a portion of funding is allocated each year on an ongoing basis to fund the roads that does go into the roads program, as well as costs associated with waste management. And if Johannes is on, he might be able to give a better description of where currently some of that is programmed to TPW. But they are the recipient of the ongoing portions that come out. But as we noted, it has recently accrued a larger fund balance than we usually would be keeping in there, or is necessary for those projects.
Well, it raises the question, should we contribute the excess of this fund balance into roads for additional spending?
That would be prerogative of the board, I believe. Mr. Hoovert's, when he came with the round of road funding in response to Supervisor Rabbit's questions during budget workshop, are we keeping up with the amount of pavement now that we've been doing it for 10 years? I believe Johannes said that they're looking at that and they're going to bring back an analysis in the fall. So I don't know, Marcy, if Johannes can be elevated.
Well, I would recommend that we put this in, allocate it for roads with the understanding that we may not be keeping up with the cost of asphalt. I think the wear and tear on the roads from the trash collection is pretty significant. And so I think it makes some sense to move this into roads and the expenses for solid waste collection.
So it looks like Johannes just appeared. I don't know if Johannes has anything else to add.
There he is.
Good afternoon, board. Johannes, I think I agree wholeheartedly with what Supervisor Gorin just
Whatever, dude.
Who gets the gold star today? Right?
How much do I pay you for that one, Johannes?
That was awesome. Nice apartment.
Can I ask when that road report, you said the fall, Cheryl? Johannes, just curious, because I do think that, we do want to keep up. This cycle is a good one because we had one-time funds, but there's going to be years. And the reason that we built up the ongoing was to make sure that we can keep after it year after year and not have it be something that shrinks really quickly when the budget dries up, because that's how we got into the trouble and the condition of the roads that we're in. So I'm just curious when any preliminary work on that report and any idea what even the construction cost index has been. And I know that you've added drainage and vegetation, which makes everything more expensive as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. Yes, we are planning on bringing something to you somewhere in September, just to cover everything from 2012 up to 2021 on the pavement preservation program. And you're correct, the costs are going up. Plus, we're looking at some of the projects in the terms of generational projects as well. We have a few projects that we would like to bring to the board as far as EVAs, flooding issues that I think will all fit really well within the program. So you can expect something in September or October, Supervisor Rabbit.
Great. So I just want to, so one point that I wanted to clarify with you, Supervisor Gorin, are you still in favor of putting this on the table? You just want to, when we're in deliberations, talk about the best use of that fund, also recognizing that we have PG&E funds on the table. And so if you're looking at things like evacuation route pavement quality or emergency vehicle access roads, that could be another source of funding.
Well, it's possible, but we have a lot of projects using PG&E funds, and I'm concerned. We still have enormous numbers of complaints in my district on the roads that are not affected by the fires. So I think I would like to suggest that we use the franchise fees, put it in a lockbox for consideration for the roads. We don't have to add it yet, but maybe make it available for that discussion when it comes back in September.
Other board members, Supervisor Corsi and then Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, if we're going to take this out of general use circulation, I think we need to have a wider discussion than just roads. We aren't sure what our compost facility is going to be or where it's going to be. We don't know what the impacts of the new law regarding compost pickup are going to be. we might want to have some money available to take care of some equity issues there. Who knows what other uses we may have related to refuse. Right now, I'm fine with leaving this where it is in general, for general use. I'm not in favor of directing it directly to roads.
Supervisor Gore?
I think this is a great conversation, and I would just concur that it's very rare that we have money that is one time that could go towards things like infrastructure and other stuff that's on there. I mean, so for me, adding $2 million, when we just approved, I don't want to add it to PPP, right? I mean, so we wait 2 years, we add 2 million in, it gets divided up, 350,000 comes to my district, 330 comes to your district, 700,000 comes there. For me, yeah. So I mean, I'm not. I like the idea of infrastructure, but I'm also sitting here thinking about homelessness. I'm thinking about Project Home Key. I'm thinking about Los Guilicos #2. So while I'd be supportive of looking at it as infrastructure, even if we wanted to do that, I'd be more looking at like these tier 2, these generational infrastructure things, because it's so rare that we have money to fix hardcore drainage issues or slip issues. And our pavement preservation program is so robust. So I like the conversation, but I don't want to allocate just 2 million for pavement preservation that could hit the road, pun intended, in 3 to 4 years.
Supervisor Abbott, your thoughts?
Well, I think what's true is the refuse franchise fees originated, tell me if I'm wrong, about impact to roads. It's primarily why every jurisdiction has that franchise fee. And so while, yeah, there's plenty of other things, if we don't keep up on roads, and the report will tell us if we're slipping backwards, we will not get anywhere. And we all know that's the number one complaint, and we still have a long ways to go. And it's the ongoing money that is the most important investment that one can make. A one-time fix is, it's like, to me, that's not the way that you make you break down the deterioration that we have of the roadways.
So it sounds like we have a board majority to leave that on the table and then to deliberate on its uses tomorrow, and determine the highest and best use at that time. Is that accurate? All right. So moving forward, before we go on to the CAO recommendations, which will determine the amount of funding that we have to deliberate over tomorrow, I want to ask if there are other funds that people want to put on the table. So we did put PG&E funds on the table. Is there anything else in those fund balances that you want to go ahead and throw out there to slice and dice tomorrow? Supervisor Abbott, you got something up your sleeve?
Well, no, it's
not
the full fund balance, because I was looking for the abalone fund balance, Peter, and I don't know what it is at right now, to make sure that it wasn't over at some point and we can put that into another use. But I do appreciate that. I don't really have anything else.
Well, we normally have a discussion regarding the Teeter Fund. I'm surprised
But it's
nobody mentioned that.
Underwater.
So I'll channel Supervisor Zane here. And so that is not listed. And what I'm hearing is that there is not an excess of funds in the Teeter Fund. So we're not thinking about that.
That is correct. So
Okay.
Peter touched upon it lightly this afternoon, but that's why it's done on your list. We're not projecting an excess.
Great. Thank you.
Anything else that folks want to consider? Supervisor Gore?
I think not direct money, but just the discussion I look forward to as we talked about some other things like Kincaid and backfill and other things. I just want to make sure that we're talking about those in veg management later this year. That's it.
Great. All right. So with that, let's go ahead and move and see if we can get through at least a few of the CAO recommendations before transitioning to public comment at 4:30. So I don't know if you want to bring up that same memo or if you've got the slide that you want to pull up. But we can go ahead and start. Unless, CAO Bratton, is that your recommendation for how to proceed from here? Go through those, and then that will give us a clear expectation of how much funding we have available to deliberate over tomorrow morning. Great. And allow your team to prep for that. So the first one is use ongoing funds to restore PG&E funded positions. I believe that we already made that determination. We support that recommendation. And we are going to open up not only that those PG&E funds, but the remaining PG&E balance on our sheet, noting that it is PG&E funds and we don't have to spend it all. The next one is preserving ongoing capacity. 2.6 million. I see Supervisor Gore's hand raised.
Well, this is really the item that we talked about if we bring back ongoing funding and just put it all aside for later, or if we bring it back. And what I would be proposing is that we bring back as much as 1.5 million in ongoing to look at with the fire services ad hoc going into the July 13th meeting of that.
So that would mean reducing the ongoing capacity to 1.1 million.
1.1.
Do we have support for that? Supervisor Rabbit?
Well, I guess I would like, because at one time we started to put aside ongoing funds for the behavioral unit, then we swept them clean. And where are we? We have to come up with 7 million in new money by the time the unit opens, or else we're going to have to find it someplace else. And you know, I'm looking property tax revenues seemingly with the values and the sales, maybe that's going to be where it comes from. But I just want to make sure that we have a funding source of growth that can cover the 7 million by what year?
Yeah, we're back to a clean slate. I think we did do it 1 year. And we ended up having to give it back to the sheriff, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for some other increases. But Peter, this afternoon, talked about projections. We're not looking at 22, 23, but 23, 24, when staffing would come online. So we have another budget cycle to get additional capacity. The other thing that's outstanding in the ether is the helicopter discussion and unit that was funded for 2 years with not PG&E, something else. So we have to figure that piece out as well. So they'll probably be facing that next budget year, you know, starting to make sure we have enough, or we're gearing up for that.
Here's one question that I have, and maybe this is a question for Supervisor Gore, since it was your proposal, is would you consider looking at, you know, having that 1.5 million set aside for fire, but then considering a potential backfill from a fire sales tax measure? So having, like, this would be sort of a commitment, but then we hope that we would have a fire sales tax measure, and then that could potentially backfill the ongoing capacity so that we could then utilize it for the behavioral health needs, for instance.
Basically the proposal is so that when you guys come back as the ad hoc on July 13th, you have some proposals on the table that we talk about that have countywide benefit. And that's why I say, I really think of this as like authorizing, as I usually say, as opposed to appropriating, is like an amount not to exceed 1.5 million. And if you go into negotiations and you guys are the ones who are going to have to look at what's from the general fund ongoing, what's in the Prop 172, what's in the fire fund balance, and what's the appropriate level with FSWAG, with others that you bring to the table to get a yes and rather than an either or on the fire tax. So that's what I'm trying to do, is create something that can come back on July 13th that hopefully has some wins for our different districts and doesn't get anybody to everything they want, but has that as an option. And if the county administrator comes back with you guys and as the ad hoc, you say, you know, you want to lower that down to 1 or whatever it is, I think that's fair. But you know, ultimately that's kind of just creating space for that dialogue to happen instead of have a conversation on July 13th without it.
I appreciate it. And I believe Supervisor Corsi had his hand raised, and then Supervisor Gorin. Yeah.
Thank you. And I need a little more clarity on this. First of all, why we're looking at using ongoing money for this. There's $2 million directed to fire for Bodega Bay here in one time, if I'm reading that right. We're talking about a fire tax next year. So why are we looking at ongoing money to add to the conversation in a couple of weeks?
Do you want to take that, or do you want the fire ad hoc?
Well, you guys, we could talk about it in different ways, but for me, there's also, I think the 2 million in one time, which is Bodega Bay, would also be maybe, I mean, maybe it's not prescribed specifically to Bodega Bay, but it's like goes back to the fire ad hoc as well for a part of that funding formula. My take is that, I mean, everybody could say their own opinion, but my take is that we have to meet them halfway and then go for more with the fire tax. I think we've continued to say over the last couple of years is that it's all based on the fire tax, and we're not going to do anything until we get the fire tax done. But in the same time, we haven't had the capacity increases. So personally, I believe that we need to make a commitment to get there. That isn't everything anybody wants, but is getting there and says, hey, here's half of what you might need, or a third of what you need, or 60% of what you need, but the rest is going to get there. And even if there's a backfill potential or whatever it is, but after working on this for 3 or 4 years and having nothing to show for those districts except more tax kind of laid out in the future, I know for a fact that with those folks is that if we direct whatever we direct on the 13th, that's also within our budget. And then the FSWAG has an opportunity the Fire Services Working Group has an opportunity to really deliberate on the tax. I think it would actually, putting more money on the table ongoing would be a great deal towards getting the buy-in to fight for a sales tax, as opposed to where it's at right now, which is the proposal is kind of everybody's fighting over it. So that's where I'm coming from.
And I know Supervisor Gorin, Supervisor
Just
Corsi.
one follow-up, but I would just worry about what kind of message we're sending to the voters with that, is that we have the capacity to do this on an ongoing basis to get these folks to, what'd you say, 60% or whatever. But we're going to ask you to pass this tax, and then we're going to take the money back that we put on the table that we said we had the capacity to do. I mean, it's a mixed message, and I get that you're using it as an incentive for the fire districts, but we have to think about the voters who are going to be making.
The only thing I would say is I'm not looking at it as an incentive. I think it's something that we have not done our jobs on personally, and so fighting amongst each other as districts rather than increasing the pot are two very different ways. And I don't personally think we have a fire tax if we don't put money on the table beforehand. I know for a fact that my district and a bunch of others are like 5 years in. The wait and see on a sales tax is you saw the campaign last time. So
I just want to add, missing from the discussion is the situation of Kenwood Fire. They're running about an $800,000 structural deficit each year. Was the reason why they could not join in the consolidation with the Sonoma Valley Fire. They have to bring their salaries up to the average comparable salary of Sonoma Valley Fire. So they're going out in the fall for a parcel tax that will get them to about $200,000 structural deficit, and they're going to be relying on the fire tax eventually. But I do think that the fire tax is not going to raise all of the boats to the level that they need to be. And so I tend to agree with you, Supervisor Gore, that we're going to have to put money on the table as we will be considering the one-time funding for Bodega Bay, et cetera. Kenwood needs to be added into that equation as well.
And I want to assure you, Supervisor Gorin, that Kenwood is on our radar, and I'm personally very committed to not just solving this for Bodega Bay. This has got to be a countywide solution where we bolster the services that are needed in unincorporated areas. And I think, Supervisor Corsi, one thing that I would just mention in terms of the need for ongoing funding is that obviously staffing needs are ongoing. And I understand the dichotomy between the fire sales tax and, committing ongoing funding right now. But one of the challenges is that we actually have districts, including dependent districts, that actually want to consolidate and sort of create a more sustainable, effective, efficient fire services, which was what our mantra was when we first set out down this path to support our fire districts. And they can't do that without a commitment of ongoing funding. So these kind of promises that have unfortunately failed to materialize have actually impeded our ability to consolidate and get more effective fire services into the future, and then create sort of tension and dissension, I would say, among the districts. We're like, well, you're solving that problem, but not this problem. And then you have kind of a fractured fire service approaching the sales tax measure, but it's challenging. There's no easy solutions. And I would look to Supervisor Rabbit to share your perspective from the fire ad hoc.
No, I think you said it quite well. I can tell you, in terms of the VFCs, the reason that they're VFCs is because the area around them does not substantiate a district, or else it would have been a district by now because they could have had their own funding source. So the CSA 40 is what's left within the county, and it's spread throughout was spread throughout, and we're actually shrinking that down. And I will say North Bay Fire's done a great job in terms of for the last 2 years. You haven't heard much about them because they've actually pulled together all the VFCs and have one chief and one administration and do a good job there. But at the same time, I think that what we need going, and I appreciate your approach. I think whatever we put on the table, we need to be savvy and strategic about. I think it's ongoing. There's definitely a need. There could be a need for one-time funds as well to sweeten the pot, especially for the VFCs, so that they become more of an asset, less of a liability going forward. There's structural deficits in Kenwood. North Bay is talking about turnout gear, scuba, the air apparatus. Those are one-time costs that then the new organization won't have to front. So I think we just need to be strategic and get this over the finish line. And as we said before, it's the weakest link that breaks the chain in the fire service within the county, and that's why it's so important, no matter where you live. We came between 1.84% of passing with no campaign whatsoever to get 2/3. So we need to make sure that this is the time that we go forward and really have that cohesive fire protection that people deserve.
So I think the question that we have, and I appreciate that very much, Supervisor Abbott, I think you said it very well. And it's so frustrating that we were so close on that fire sales tax measure. It would have saved us personally quite a bit of work and meetings. So the question now, I think, is do we want to shrink this recommendation to 1.1 million of ongoing for the preserving ongoing capacity, opening up the 1.5 million, which we could then further discuss and deliberate upon tomorrow with respect to potential fire use?
Can we make the use of this contingent on unconsolidated districts consolidating?
That's been our policy since day one. And I actually think that not just this 1.5 and ongoing, but whether we land on 2 in one-time money or that's currently with Bodega. But I mean, if Bodega is a part of a agreement that's part of that 1.5 or the 172 or whatever the money is that the ad hoc has to bring forward, or CSA 40 or Kenwood or Zone 6 that I've been trying to go and champion for a long time, is that I would also, there's a mix that you would have to go through with, I think, Terry and the county administrator also to see what's the appropriate area for that one time. Like, is that 2 million go to other things or does it come back? Because that 2 million, I think, is just, maybe I can get some clarity, is understanding that if we didn't have a fire tax for a couple of years, you're making sure we don't drop services in Bodega Bay until then. So if we were able to agree upon an ongoing amount for some of these that we've talked about, then that one time could come back as well, or go into other fire stuff or other priorities. Is that?
I think that's accurate. And I would just say, though, that to Supervisor Abbott's point, the opportunity to potentially provide one-time funding to sweeten the pot, especially for the CSA 40s. So whether that 2 million, but whether we come up with another solution for Bodega Bay based on, ongoing funds that are mandated with consolidation, I do think that having $2 million earmarked for fire services would be helpful, particularly as we look to, as sort of I don't know if this is probably impolitic right now, but a dowry to marry off the CSA 40s. Can I say that because I'm a woman? Is that allowed? I don't know. Okay, we'll go with it. That was the metaphor that came to my mind.
So I understand the one-time funding, the $2 million for Bodega Bay, but where does the one-time funding or ongoing funding for Kenwood and other districts fall in? Is that something that we're going to bring back on July 13th?
Yeah, if I may try and clarify what I'm hearing in the discussion. So if the board decides to pull 1.5 million of ongoing and park it over to solve fire services, then my recommendation on the 2 million of one time is to disconnect that from Bodega Bay per se, but let the fire services ad hoc see if that 2 million of one time can be utilized elsewhere, or if Bodega Bay needs a little bit of it. But the one-time money, the ongoing money should help towards Bodega Bay. in some of these other fire districts. So I know in the BIRs, I think is where we had the ad hoc recommendation for 2 million for 2 years. But that was to carry Bodega Bay if the fire tax didn't pass. But this new approach with new ongoing money, I think we should hope we're able to solve a lot of the immediate problems. And so that should free up the 2 million for, like what Supervisor Rabbit says, maybe we want to help deal with apparatus for the volunteer fire companies to help them be more attractive. So I would recommend that the board just, that 2 million one time tied to fire services generally, but don't identify where it goes. We can have a bigger discussion July 13th, and we'll have some suggestions. But that could help with Kenwood.
And the previous item, the ongoing capacity, Supervisor Gore's suggestion of 1.5 million, are we sort of lumping those two together for consideration, or they're a little different in ongoing versus one time?
Right, you can take them separately. I'm just suggesting that if the board sets aside ongoing $1.5 million, that the recommendation from the ad hoc about the 2 million around Bodega Bay doesn't merit it's a different equation, I think.
And I guess my request, because I know that there will be sort of, well, there already is panic in Bodega Bay regarding, they knew this funding was coming forward. It's just that we as a board are very clear that we want to solve for the CSA 40s, Kenwood, Zone 6, Bodega Bay. We do not want to see reduced services, and we want to see consolidation. So if we can sort of come forward with that very clear policy, and that in order to achieve those things, we are looking at 1.5 million of ongoing plus
And
2 million of one time, and the
supports
other
that.
funding that we've identified, through the fire ad hoc. Yes, seeing consensus.
Yep.
Supervisor Corsi, thumbs. Okay, great.
Yep.
All right.
Good.
Because you also, I saw earlier, there's a fire services one-time amount that's in reserves as well. It looked like it was 7 million before. You all have this 172 discussion, which I think would come back as well, that we've said by staff is maybe we could, after 8%, move it over to probation. But the question is do we keep it going into fire, or do we move it back? And so I just want to make sure that every time we brought a fire services thing forward, usually we haven't had money to actually move on a lot of stuff. We've had like one thing. So I just want to make sure by the time we come forward on July 13th, we have wins for countywide wins and we go forward.
It's going to be like a magic show.
Yeah.
We're pulling aces
Yeah,
out
and
of our sleeves.
and everybody's going to be
Rabbits
super
out.
happy, right?
Yes.
Maybe
You're gonna have a
some people will be pissed,
spreadsheet
but
like this with the potential funding sources and the itemization underneath.
Yes. I just want to say thank you all, because I think that is a really very positive signal to send to our fire agencies, especially as we are talking about a fire sales tax. And I really appreciate the countywide perspective of we're all in this together. We need to figure out a way to make it work for everyone. So thank you all.
And that's the conversation I had with Kenwood. So, okay, if we're contributing this, we expect all of you to have boots on the ground in support of the fire measure. And they are, and they're very proud to say, we voted for the last one, something like 73% Kenwood. We get fire. It's very serious.
All right. Okay, so I think that we addressed the ongoing capacity and the one-time funding for fire services. Does that direction seem pretty clear? Thumbs up from CAO staff? Yes. And then what about the replenishing contingencies? Is there support for that CAO recommendation? And the thumbs up. All right. Seeing thumbs up on replenished contingencies. We did, I believe, already suggest a way of handling the maintain general fund reserves, correct? Through the reimbursement. So that brings us to the FEMA audit reserve, which I know we had some discussions about earlier. So any thoughts on this, or are we a thumbs up on this?
I just want to make sure I'm totally supportive of the item. And this is another one that's like supportive of the item. And as Supervisor Corsi said, I completely agree. As I want to make sure that there's a policy, whether you want to, Cheryl, this is kind of back to you. I don't know if you want to have a policy or just have an agreement amongst the board when we come back tomorrow. I'm not asking for an answer right now about once we get concurrence from like, are we gonna, when it comes back in, are we gonna bring it to the budget the next year? Is it gonna go into contingencies of the same year, or is it gonna go into the general fund reserve? Personally, if we've allocated this money for, this is not a part of our, of the percentage in the general fund reserve that we're that we say is 53 million. This is an addition, correct? Even though it's general fund reserve for FEMA audit, I believe it's not considered in the 53 to 54 million that we calculate our number on. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is in addition to that, that portion.
So I would say yes. And then the policy direction would be if a FEMA audit releases that money at any time, it comes back into the next quarterly budget for deliberation by the board on if you're going to put it into the general fund reserve or if you're going to put it to work.
So one option for the board, I think we could do during budget hearings is the FEMA audit. It's in our financial policies. So by Friday, we could come back with, a recommended change to that particular policy. We'd want some direction tomorrow on what the approach is.
Great. So we're a thumbs up on that with a conversation tomorrow. Okay, great. Disaster response fund. I'm a thumbs up on this. I think we can plan on disaster. Supervisor Gore?
I mean, personally, I actually would rather see that money put to work. I would rather, I don't think we have to put an additional money in. I would rather give the county administrator authority to use our general fund reserve to go after disaster response, our general fund reserve. And I don't know if we've talked about this in different areas, and I think maybe some context would be good here, because this is kind of like when West County had the floods, right? It was like, how do we put that money to work quickly on refuse and other things? We've had other stuff. And my one question to the county administrator is, after 2017, we talked about not having you have to come to the board to allocate money towards FEMA and other stuff, right? And I just want to know what you feel like, what's your authority right now in an emergency to be able to tap into appropriations to do what's needed.
I don't have Chris Godley, but he tells me I have kind of an unlimited credit card if I need it in terms of response. But this is helpful. You'll recall in the summer of 2019 is when we created the Economic Uncertainty Fund, and then we had the Kincaid fire, and we immediately ended up spending it. I think also county council does have some information regarding the procedure and the vote requirement to when you can pull funds out of reserve. So I think that would be helpful for you to hear.
Council Pittman, and then I do see that Director Godley also joined us on the screen.
Hang on, let me pull up the code section just so I get it correctly.
Well, I was going to suggest that I agree with Supervisor Gore, let's put the money to work, but we seem to have emergencies with regularity. And so if we want to add to the financial policy talking about the general reserve, that a portion of the general reserves should be considered available for emergencies with immediate expenditures or something. I think it's fine just to keep it in there in the reserves, but we need to know that we should be able to tap into it on a moment's notice.
So through the chair, there are rules in the County Budget Act, which is in the government code, that deal with our ability, once you establish a reserve or when you can establish a reserve, then when you can tap into it. There are an exception to all those rules for declared emergencies. The emergencies have to fit into the definition also provided by statute, but the emergencies we've been dealing with would all fit within that parameter, where you don't have to jump through the extra hoops to get the funds. That being said, the only time that we are allowed to increase or decrease or create a reserve fund is during budget cycle. You can increase it by a 4/5 vote outside the budget cycle. So if during the year you decided to increase the amount of your reserves, that you could do, but you cannot reduce reserves outside the budget cycle. You can tap into reserves, so therefore reduce them if you have a declared local emergency that meets the parameters. But those are the guidelines and restrictions on use of reserves. Once you create it, you have a policy that mandates it. There's no statutory policy or requirement in the Budget Act that requires you to have a reserve fund, but there are reasons we do it. It affects your bond rating. If they dip below a certain level, that would affect our bond rating and increase the cost for us to borrow funds when we needed to.
Through the chair, if I may, just
Supervisor Abbott, and then Director Godley, if you want to say anything.
yeah, because that's what I was going to ask about is how does it affect this county, thankfully right now has very little debt. We have a very good bond rating, and that was going to be my question is how, do you get dinged for touching your reserves more often because of that? And, what is that? Do we know as we build our reserves looking towards this time when we'll be building this new county center and having, well, it's not debt, you're still going to be having to secure it somehow, I would imagine. I'm just curious on, have we looked into that and should we avoid, dipping in and out of reserves as if it were a savings account? Because I think to me they're different, and it goes to all these other restricted savings that are already in the budget today. It could be this is just another one. It's restricted or defined so that this board could use it. My fear is that if you put it in, it will be gone, and then the disaster will occur, and we'll be scrambling to figure out what to do.
And I just want to echo that. I mean, for me, this was sort of a no-brainer because literally every time we have set aside funds, we have pulled them down because we've had disasters every single year. And whether it was from at one point it was the resilient or infrastructure sinking fund that we had to grab the money from, it was the economic uncertainty fund, and it has always come in handy. And so I think that the idea of almost just having that fund and that expectation on an ongoing basis so that we don't run those risks of dipping below reserves or then having to replenish the reserves. I don't know. That's my personal perspective. But does anyone else?
This is not a big one for me either. I mean, I'm just kind of working through the process of our general fund reserve is 53 million. It looks like with the additional 1.5, we're going to have 9.6 million in FEMA audit reserves, which is a general fund reserve in case we don't get it back. And then this is 3 million extra for disaster management. So if ultimately that's the will of the board, this is one where I'd rather put it to work, but good.
Supervisor Corsi? No. And then Director Godley, was there anything that you wanted to add, or Council Pittman or CAO Bratton?
So, Madam Chair, I add that disaster reserves, operating reserves, are increasingly a common practice in local governments, and that they're designed to also clearly communicate to both internal and external stakeholders that the county believes that it will realize costs associated with disaster response in the near future, rather than just going to general fund. And also, notably, disasters can also impact your general fund forecasts and your ability to maneuver using those funds and reserves. I'd also suggest that the disaster reserve allows for us to establish an accounting mechanism internal to our interdepartmental costs and expenditures, the auditor controller, that will expedite the ability to move money in and around during the disaster events. That's all.
And through the chair, may I make one clarification? The limitation that I read you about establishing, reducing applies to the general fund reserve. If you create a reserve for a specific purpose, that's a different thing. Once the purpose arises, you can tap those funds or you can take them. It's the general fund reserve, which is meant to backfill in the event of unforeseen financial circumstances that you can't touch outside the budget cycle or the parameters outlined by statute.
Supervisor Gore.
Just only thing to add, first of all, good with that. I think it's interesting because what it does is it leads us into the discussion about the Kincaid settlement, because if we used our rainy day fund on the Kincaid settlement and we're filling this, I just want to make sure when we're bringing back Kincaid and we talk about if we would have backfilled that, what's our new policy? Because maybe, I mean, ultimately, maybe this means that $3 more million of the Kincaid, and I'm not looking for that for anything other than just for discussion of the board, is now on the table. But how much was the economic uncertainty fund when we used it in Kincaid? Wasn't it 5 or was it 4? Or I can't remember what it was. Just interested, kind of.
It was 2.5 million.
Okay. Well, it sounds like it's good. Okay. Supportive.
Okay, so are we a thumbs up on the disaster response fund? Seeing nodding heads. Okay. That brings us to the strategic plan priorities set aside, which is $5 million for the strategic plan implementation. Do we have support for this item? I'm seeing a thumbs up. Was that a thumbs up? Or is that I want to speak? Thumbs up.
I'm just interested, maybe you could help us, right? What are some of the things you're thinking about, right? Because it's a big set aside. I think for me, what I've kind of heard discussed on the dais and others is, and I have this too, is that I don't want to just find projects as a part of the strategic plan that we upfill and we're like, hey, here's $5 million. Let's figure out a way we pitch. We're doing that with ARPA. We're doing that with a bunch of others. I would want to make sure their priorities, our strategic plan should be our priority document. But I'm just wondering, other than setting it aside, is there anything that's come up already that you're thinking about? Because two of the pillars we're already talking about. One is, I mean, maybe we'd want to double down on things like climate, where we put $10 million. We also have equity. We've talked about being a primary area of ARPA, the big money out there. And then we have the other priorities with infrastructure and others. But are you thinking FTEs, or are you thinking one-time costs? Or
so let me talk about the process. And I'm not thinking FTEs with the 5 million because it's one-time money. If there were, if there's ongoing capacity next budget cycle, we should be definitely having a lens towards strategic plan priorities. But the process, under each pillar, there's goals. Under each goal is objectives. And staff will be working on implementation plans on how to achieve those objectives. Those plans will be bounced off the board liaisons so that the board liaisons will be able to react to, oh, okay, you think you're going to meet the goal or the objective through this method. And this is what you need in funding to do it in, if we want to do it next year. What if we want to do it in year 4? So having those discussions, bringing all of that forward in January. And then that would be the board discussion of, out of all those implementation plans, what should go first? And here we have 5 million. We have 10 million for climate. We have some veg money. So there are other pots that can support some of this work. So it's more money, but there's a lot of those objectives that are not funded. You heard during the budget workshops, items that had some funding in the recommended budget, but a lot of them don't. So ultimately, to get there, to meet them in 5 years, we're going to have to devote resources. Some of it will be ongoing. Some will be one time. Yeah. So it gives the board funding to have that discussion early next year about what should go first, what gets the first seed money to move this.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think that's the key is like, we'll be able to decide, but obviously you want to have the discussion about a strategic plan with money on the table. But you don't want it to be a feeding frenzy to go and spend that money down real quickly. I think, and we can talk about that in January, but it might be, I'm not averse to staff being able to develop stuff, right? Like if after we get through the strategic plan process and it's one-time money into staff development for a new HR system that focuses on our hiring or organizational excellence, if there's things within our departments that could increase customer service, IT investments or others, I'm supportive of it. And thank you, have that. That's it.
Any other comments or questions on that one? Or do we have support to move that forward? Supervisor Rabbit?
Well, it's a 5-year strategic plan, correct?
Correct.
Are we anticipating this is an annual expenditure?
No, the 5 million was just kind of an initial funding out the gate. So now as we build our budget for next year, we'll be giving instructions to departments to the extent you have a role in any of these objectives, how much of your resources can you orient towards meeting those objectives, existing resources. And then next, probably budget workshops next spring, the board may want to carve out some ongoing money to support kind of the next discussion of what should be prioritized next. So every year, we're going to have to revisit how we fund the objectives and when we fund them and if we're going to meet our goals.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I just want to make sure, usually when we name a number, that we spend that number. And that's so it's a 5-year plan and there's 5 million in the pot plus 10 perhaps for climate. It strategically needs to be spent over the course of time and or built upon. And then I don't mean to be flip, but what would be brought forward that would not be in the strategic plan? Because it seems like it's all encompassing.
I think there's a lot that doesn't fit into the objectives that departments would otherwise might want to bring or the board may want to think about. So, on the one hand, the pillars are broad and the goals are broad, but when you get down to the objective level, it starts to get specific. By and large, one objective is around reducing homelessness by 10%, I think is the objective. How we get there will be, we're working on a strategic plan through the COC and in coordination with the city managers. That's one of our biggest higher priorities in terms of community, I think, interest or needs. So I hear your concern, but I think more than not, the objectives are pretty specific. There's a handful that are on the broader side.
And at the end of the day, that's staff bringing items to the board, but not the board giving direction to staff.
Well, it's the board's policy decision as we work through it over the next 5 years. And then the liaison work that you'll be doing, really you'll help shape the implementation plans towards those objectives and be able to provide feedback and direction. And then all of that will be a big discussion. It'll probably be a half-day retreat in January where we go through, a lot of that and prioritize and react to all of it. And we'll have a sense of what is the full funding need for the strategic plan at that point. And maybe it's, outside the realm, or maybe we decide, no, we need to fit it within a smaller budget. So we need to go back and fine tune our objectives.
Okay.
So are we at an approval or do we have thumbs up on this one? Is there a majority thumbs up? I'm seeing majority thumbs up. Okay. And I believe that actually takes us through the CAO recommendations because we already addressed the pension pay down and the county center funding through Supervisor Corsi's proposal earlier. So CEO Bratton, is there anything that we were missing, or Peter or Natalie, before we go ahead and shift into public comments on matters not on the agenda?
I'm going to ask Peter, is there anything else you need from the board today?
I think I understand how we are going to be updating the tool for tomorrow. And we have these items that have already been signed off on, so we can kind of note that within the tool. And so, yes, I think we are clear on that.
Thank you so much. And I would just ask that when you are able to update that tool, if you wouldn't mind sending it to the members of the board, that would be really helpful if we have an opportunity to review that. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your work and for the long day that we've had. So with that, I will go ahead and transition over to public comment on matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but not on the agenda today. And so I will first ask if we have any members of the public waiting in the lobby.
don't think there's a,
Looks like we've got 2 members of the public waiting there. Thank you. So we will take the members of the public who are in person first, and then we will transition over to Zoom. We'll do 2 minutes. Great. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know we've got a bit of an unusual setup, to say the least, but thank you so much for being here. So if you wouldn't mind speaking into the microphone that's just right back there, and we will make sure that we can hear you. Sort of, if you wouldn't mind sort of saying something, testing, so that we can make sure that we can hear you both here and on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Are we good on Zoom? A little bit louder, maybe?
Can you hear me?
Perfect. I think that will work. Thank you so much. All right, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sonia Beck, and I live at the base of Dry Creek Valley at 2286 West Dry Creek, and have been there for over 25 years. Most recently, the house next door, 2252 West Dry Creek, was sold for $4.7 million. Within a week or two, I was puzzled when I saw a new for sale sign in front of the house. My friends who had lost their home in the Wallbridge fire just right up the road contacted me and expressed their excitement that the house next door was now on the market for $670,000. Little did any of us know, due to no notification whatsoever, including the owner who had sold the property, that we now have essentially a timeshare next door with 8 owners being sold by Picasso, a commercial business venture with $1 billion in investment money. If you do the math, that is an immediate profit to Picasso of $660,000, which just adds more inflation to our explosive housing market, further eliminating opportunities for others to compete. That's just one ripple effect. I was so shocked after living in a county that requires permits for most any modification to the use of property that this just appeared, and so fast. I'm thinking to myself, this can't be possible in a land-intensive agricultural zone where the fundamental purpose of the zoning regulation for LIA is, I quote, to enhance and protect lands best suited for permanent agricultural use and capable of relatively high production per acre of land. How does this happen? In my mind, this is complete negligence and a violation of everything we value, including preserving agricultural land and maintaining the integrity of neighborhood and community. The ripple effects of this can only begin to be imagined. For example, now we're in a drought, and the resource being used next door for multiple families showing up to recreate every few days is an excessive misuse of resources meant for growing, i.e. water.
And that does actually conclude your time. We're doing 2 minutes per person. I don't know if you are here together, and if
I waited like for 45 minutes. I've got one more paragraph. Can I have the permission to finish, please?
And I was also going to suggest that if you wanted to hand me the letter, I can also have it copied and distributed to all 5 members of the Board of Supervisors. I will give you another 20 seconds,
Okay.
which, in appreciation of the fact that we're running late, but I can't go beyond that because I really want to try to be consistent with the people on Zoom. So.
Okay. It's a perversion of the short-term rental restrictions, which doesn't allow shorter than 30-day rentals without permits. In the Picasso model, folks can show up as little as 2 days and up to 2 weeks for each visit. Basically, this is a commercial business that has created lodging in the valley. Picasso has contested that they are in compliance because they are using the property as a single-family dwelling, which is a permitted use of LIA, using their definition that the multiple owners and their guests are being defined as one household at a time. That logic is absurd and misuse of the attended use. So all I want to say, there has to be a limit, and please take action, because this is really unacceptable.
Thank you very much. And it is something the board will be considering. If you'd like to leave that, we can sort of go ahead and make a copy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
And please be aware that we are very aware of Picasso, and we are working on this.
All right, 2 minutes.
Okay.
And if
My
we can
name
go
is
ahead and restart. Thank you.
My name is Yael Bernier, and I'm the current president of the Dry Creek Valley Association. For as many years as we've been in existence, we have promoted and supported the general plan. The whole idea of LIA zoning was to appreciate the rich cultural heritage, agricultural heritage of the valley. And I feel that one of the policies in the LIA zoned land is really no other business should exist in land intensive agriculture if it's not related to agriculture. And I think that that's something that the county needs to totally reinforce. This Picasso is basically a second home startup. And the whole idea of turning this huge profit and operating in a zone that is not supposed to have any business other than agriculture is unacceptable. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Yael. And do you have anything that you would like to leave with us to be distributed to members of the board? Okay, great. And I do want to add on to what Supervisor Gorin said, which is this is an issue that we are very much aware of and engaged in, and we'll be working on taking action. So please stay tuned. There's more to come. There are sort of evolving legal situations and different court decisions. And so we're tracking this closely, and I certainly want to tackle it. So thank you. All right. And does that conclude all of the members of the public that wish to speak at today's board meeting? And thank you all so much for making the drive down from Dry Creek. Appreciate it. All right. And so now we can transition over to Zoom for our virtual attendees.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I'll ask if we can please have 2 minutes up in Zoom. And for our Zoom members, please raise your hand if you would like to comment, or press *9 on your phone keypad if you would like to comment and you are a phone-in attendee. Our first commenters are Tricia, then Kelsey, and David.
Thank you. You guys, I have been on since 4 o'clock. I'm exhausted just listening to you, and I know you've had a long day, so I'm not going to keep you too long. I also am here for Picasso. We live across the street from Old Winery Court. The great thing is we are now working with the city of Napa, St. Helena, and Dry Creek Valley residents who are also fighting this, and we've included them. We have a broader website, stopPicassoNow.com. And we really appreciate, thank you to Supervisor Gore for reaching out and having staff speak last week, and we look forward to meeting with Supervisor Gorin this week. So kudos, understand you're working on it, and we look forward to our meeting. I'll go through the rest of that when we do meet. Thank you.
Okay. Our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Vero, and I am a member of the North Bay Organizing Project Police Accountability Task Force. And one of the reasons I have been here since 8:30 this morning is to listen in for conversations around the sheriff and the sheriff's budget. I am interested in how those pie charts that were showed earlier would, sort of include funding in that direction that is under the umbrella of justice services. I would just say that is not particularly transparent, and I look forward to more discussion on that specifically in the days to come, and hope for more clarity around exactly how much money is being spent on law enforcement. You could think of it this way, that law enforcement is about treating the symptoms of the problems that we have in our community, and that I am always looking out for how we can invest in solutions at the root of the issues, including poverty and, of course, racism and inequality, income inequality, things of that nature. Otherwise, I just want to say that the topic of equity, of course, is important, but must be accompanied by direct and concrete action.
And thank you so much. This is just a reminder that this is public comment matters not on the agenda. Public comment on the budget hearings was earlier today, but then again, it will be tomorrow about 10 a.m., I believe.
Okay, thanks. I'll just say that in general, what is invested in community development and assistance programs are needed, but basically still table scraps as compared to what has been denied to communities of color, the unhoused, and people suffering poverty in general. And I just want to say that the change we want is substantial, systemic, and targeted to end those inequalities that have been allowed for too long. And I want to ask whether it's generally supporting the status quo. And we don't want to see business as usual, and rather to find the political will to
thank you so much for the
change.
comment. And again, for our commenters, this is matters not on the agenda. I just referenced the schedule for the budget hearings, and there will be another opportunity for speaking on the budget hearings content on or after 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And our next commenter is David, followed by a phone attendee.
Yes, hello, and thank you, board, for all of your hard work, your focus, and your efforts on our behalf. Your work is very appreciated by all of us here in the Sonoma Valley. My name is David Applebaum. I've been a resident here in the town of Sonoma for close to 20 years, and I'm also here to speak about Picasso. Picasso abused my home listing on their advertisements without our permission, showing both our home, our address, as well as offering it for sale without a deal signed, without any kind of sale. They ultimately gave us an offer, which we heartily refused. But we are also extremely concerned about their behavior, the predatory nature of their business, and more importantly, some of the window dressing they've tried to employ in Napa to show their civic mindedness, in air quotes. We feel it's very important, regardless of whether or not they're looking at houses over and above $4 million, that it's critical we evaluate the cost of housing within the entire neighborhood that they are interested in purchasing a house. We want to make sure that it doesn't throw the neighborhood out of balance, and that one house costing $4 million amongst other houses of more modest nature don't end up being a target for their purchase. We feel very strongly that their model is incredibly bad for residents of the Valley. It's bad for business, it's bad for tax structure, and it's bad for everyone except for Picasso. So we appreciate the work that you're about to begin on our behalf in terms of keeping them in check, and certainly anything we can do to support you in that effort, we are here to help you as well. Thank you.
All right, next commenter is a phone attendee. Please listen and unmute.
Tom Miller, constitutionalist, Sheriff Mark Essick, not circulated beyond the 9/11 Truth Campaign in Grayton. The government so-called wildfires on October 8, 2017, it demolished over 5,000 pre-warned occupant county homes in under 90 minutes were directed energy laser beam attacks from communist China's satellites designed to silence a 9/11 Truth Campaign informed Board of Super Puppets. Why was Sonoma County attacked? It's the best informed government in the USA, thanks to the 9/11 Truth Campaign and Theodore A. Schenkel. A, please provide due process of law for John and the 9/11 Truth Campaign by convincing County of Sonoma presiding judicial officer Bradford J. DeMeo that it is his duty under oath and contract to provide due process of law for our petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of prohibiting Communist China's foreign agent, Joe Biden, from holding any office under the USA based on 5 counts of treason cited on pages 26 through 31 and 3 acts of treason described herein. We have uncovered them since we tried to petition our Superior Court on December 11, 2020, for our redress of grievances about Communist China's Joe bought off basement Biden. B. We, John Jankel and Doe's 1 through 15 inclusive petitioners, end quote, submit that Basement Joe's first crime after his inauguration was his martial law 107243 allowed executive order that opened our southern border, quote, as he determines to be necessary, end quote, quoting Authority 12 and the accompanying 28 authorities. And
Thank you for your
50
comment. That
exhibits,
is
all in
that concludes the
violation
time.
of
The next commenter is also a phone attendee.
Okay, Richard Hand, 9/11 Truth Campaign. We, John Jankel and those 1 through 15 inclusive petitioners, submit that Basement Joe's first crime after his inauguration was martial law 107243 allowed executive order that opened our southern border as he determined to be necessary. Quoting Authority 12 in our accompanying 28 authorities 50 exhibits, all in violation of the Constitution of our Union of States that grants Congress the power to establish laws for naturalization. Quoting Authority 15, not to the President. Surely, a president's first executive order is a reflection on his personal priority. Our new president revealed his first priority by his executive order that opened our southern border to allow cheap labor and traffickers selling 20,000 illegal immigrant children, apparently for the benefit of pedophiles in government, which includes Chinese time bomb basement pedophile President Joe Biden. C. Our presiding judge, Bradford G.A. DeMayo, is blocking our democracy-saving petition for redress of grievances by denying us due process of law based on an 11-year-old fraudulently issued inferior order by assigned Honorable Dean A. Betray, Exhibit C, that states John was a vexatious litigant without a trial by jury or cross-examination in the County of Sonoma courtroom. The vexatious litigant order, Exhibit C, in the accompanying 50 exhibits was designed to protect documented traitor Hillary Clinton, see Authority 12-2, based on 7 fraudulently evidenced past court cases in 2009, 3 of which should have been excluded as irrelevant, being unlawful detainers. John filed against the same non-paying Willie Brown protected tenant, and a temporary restraining order against John being on his own property, filed by a neighbor, Paul Hobbs Winery LPs. Attorney
And thank you for your
Hedgehog.
comment. That concludes the time. Our next commenter is also a phone attendee.
Rob McGilly, the 9/11 Truth Campaign. The LP wants to silence the 9/11 Truth Campaign for Wizard of Deception Willie Brown, who is our shadow president and also Communist China's top foreign agent. D. The true purpose of the vexatious litigant nonsense in 2009 was to create probable cause for the court to blindly evade processing John's 2008 notice of petition and petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of mandamus, Exhibit C1, that prevents Senator Hillary Clinton, one of the 373 documented traitors in the 107th Congress, including Senator Joe Biden, who on October 16, 2002, authorized one man, current President Joe Biden, to use the armed forces of the United States, which includes County of Sonoma Sheriff Mark Essick, as he determines to be necessary, by voting in Authority 12-2 in favor of Martial Law 107243, the Iraq AUMF. His dishonor presiding judge, Bradford J. DeMayo, is using an 11-year-old vexatious litigant order that was based on John filing in court 3 petitions for redress of his grievances against government lies that our public servants in government continue to tell to this day to hide the true facts about 9/11, as just cause to deny due process of law and refuse to assign a superior court case number for our petition for extraordinary relief. This unlawfully abridges John Jankel and Does 1 through 15 inclusive petitioners. First Amendment Authority 5, rights to petition government for redress of grievances and abridges our rights to due process and equal protection of constitutional law, which is our supreme law, no matter how one uses the right, and which clearly supersedes an 11-year fraudulent, vexatious
And thank you for your
litigant
comment.
order.
That concludes the time. Our next commenter is also a phone attendee. Please press star 6 when prompted.
According to the website, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Roseanne Schneider, continuing with this document. According to the website, Interactive Constitution, quote, the Supremacy Clause unquestionably describes the Constitution as law of the sort that courts apply. That point is a pillar of the argument for judicial review. In addition, the Supremacy Clause explicitly specifies that the Constitution binds the judges in every state, notwithstanding any state or federal laws to the contrary, end quote, but not his dishonor. Judge DeMaio is preventing us from holding Trader Joe Biden accountable for committing 5 of 8 documented acts of treason that prevent him from holding any office in the United States under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, Authority 5-1, and U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381, Authority 16. Especially the office of president for Wiz Willie's top protection racket client, Communist China. E. Lieutenant Andy Cash is not providing John Jankel and Doe's 1 through 15 inclusive petitioners due process of law for their treason complaint, SD 203-57011, against presiding Judge Bradford J. DeMaio. Both officials are violating their oath of office, Authority I. Both are treasonously refusing to provide due process of law for our petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of prohibition, prohibiting Joe Biden from holding any office.
And our next commenter is a phone attendee. Please listen closely.
Krista Slater, the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Their violations give aid and comfort to Chinese basement President Joe Time Bomb Biden, his sponsor Communist China that wants we the people COVID-19 dead, China's top foreign agent Willie Brown, the Grand Intimidator, and Phantom President Wiz Willie's top operative VP Kamala Harris. F. All aid Communist China in its effort to destroy our $28.1 trillion bankrupted land of blood debt by 1, using Communist China's satellites directed energy laser beam attacks on October 8, 2017 that demolished 4,658 county homes, murdering only 24 county citizens in less than 2 hours. Number 2, on October 23rd, 2019, Communist China's satellites directed energy laser beams demolishing Calpine's power plants 9 and 10. Then on October 27th, 2019, arrived 5,001 firefighters from as far away as Seattle and over 450 fire trucks and tractors for a week. Nobody knows how much all of this is costing taxpayers, nor how much these government organized crime called wildfires increased our unconstitutional 26,000 billion national debt. Congress is under oath to pay the damn debt. Number 3, Communist China's coronavirus created plague that has murdered 600,000 Americans since February 2020, including 323 in our county. And number 4, Communist China's number 2 foreign agent, Joe Biden, committed more treason the day after his inauguration with his first executive order opening our southern border to cheap labor and all levels of organized crime, and worst of all, importing 16,000 children for pedophiles in government, as he determines to be necessary under Martial Law 107243, all without Communist China firing a shot. Is that okay with you, our elected County of Sonoma Sheriff
Thank you
Mark
so much
Essex?
for your comment. Our next commenter is a phone attendee. Please unmute when prompted.
This is Mary Morrison, 9/11 Truth Campaign, making this criminal expose work. G. In the accompanying missive, there are 28 authorities and 50 exhibits that prove the 9/11 Truth Campaign petitioners are constitutionally right. Any judge who denies this due process of law in court gives aid and comfort to enemies, foreign and domestic, and therefore deserves a death penalty. H. Exhibits A through Exhibits AH show that John Jinkle and Does 1 through 15 inclusive petitioners are being silenced by a judge who is criminally violating our inalienable Constitution secured and guaranteed rights to due process of law, which in this deliberately unprocessed court case amounts to treason by the non-processor, our County of Sonoma presiding Judge Bradford J. DeMayo. 1. We have constitutionally secured and guaranteed rights to legal proceedings that are fair, and that our petition will be given notice of the proceedings where we can exercise our inalienable rights to petition government for redress of grievances before the government acts in any way to silence us by taking our lives, liberty, property, or right to due process of law, as we have experienced in the past and 3 times in this deliberately unprocessed case. 1/3 of our local government is giving aid and comfort to Communist China at the free world's expense. J. Our constitutions guarantee we the people due process of law in the 5th and 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. Due process of law protection for we the people is also found in 3 state authorities listed in the accompanying 28 authorities. The First Amendment prohibits all levels of government from arbitrarily or unjustly depriving individuals of their basic constitutionally protected rights to life, liberty, and property, and to petition government for redress of grievance. Any depriving the 9/11 Truth campaign of our constitutionally secured and guaranteed rights in this deliberately unprocessed case aids Communist China's ruling the world. K. The due process of law clause of the 5th Amendment ratified in
Thank you so much for your
1791.
comment. That concludes the time. The next commenter is a phone attendee. Please press *6 to unmute. And we're not hearing you again.
You're on.
Hello, this is John Jankel. We are trying to explain to you how we've all been gypped by government organized crime, and apparently you are all part of it. I want to thank you for giving us 2 minutes today. You should be giving us 3. And we need that opportunity to explain to you, because you won't put us on the agenda, all of the facts that lead to the justice to decide. You're all giving aid and comfort to domestic enemies by not letting John Jankel and Does 1 through 15 inclusive speak for the better of our United States of America that is failing, that's in debt, is being ruined by Basement Biden. And we have this petition here to get rid of him. And all it takes is a judge here in Sonoma County to give us a case number. And we're putting immense pressure on him by reading this to you and anybody else who will listen. And hopefully we'll get that over with and we can force our Secretary of State to nullify all votes for Joe Biden in California, which will mean he'll have to be removed. Yep. And then we can start a house cleaning process with this document, with all this work. And be sure that you all people who are public servants serve we the people without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, according to your oath of office. And thank you for listening.
Okay, the next commenter is a phone attendee. Please listen.
This is Daniel from 9/11 Truth Campaign, continuing on with the document. The Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment ratified in 1868 declares, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. This clause limits the powers of the states regarding depriving John or any person of life, liberty, or property, just like those prohibitions of the federal government. The 14th Amendment clearly prevents any state court of constitutional law from depriving John Jankel and those 1 through 15 inclusive petitioners of our constitutionally secured and guaranteed right to remove our communist China's blackmailed President Joe Biden for unconstitutionally adding $6 trillion to our already $28 trillion unconstitutionally bankrupt Union of States. Our communist China blackmailed president is ignoring that blackmailing sponsor. Communist China has murdered 600,000 Americans by its COVID-19 created plague in the last 17 months. And even more destructive to the future of our country is our unconstitutional 28,000 billion government organized crime serving national debt. We, the people, are already a bankrupted Union of States, and the creep is adding $6 trillion more national debt as he determines to be necessary. Oh, we, the people's lives, liberty, and private property are clearly endangered by our President Basement Biden's first executive order as our unconstitutionally elected president, declaring our southern border wide open as he determines to be necessary under Martial Law 107-243. This is the beginning of the end of the
Thank you for
privately
your
owned
comment. That
property in the
concludes the
United
time.
States.
And if there are any other commenters who are wanting to speak on this section of today's agenda, you would raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9. And Chair Hopkins, that concludes the public comment in Zoom and otherwise.
Thank you very much. So without further ado, we will be recessing until tomorrow morning at 8:30 when we will commence our deliberations on the allocations for budget. So see you all later.